Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は139日目です。It is day 139. One of those blink days. If you blink, you'll miss it. I had a few things yesterday. This is the day before level up. So pretty quick stuff today. Although yesterday was very rough. Let's go over, I think, four things. What is it? Shui. Right. So Shu. And yes, the thing we're pivoting is ooh. Right. So Bushu. Bushu would be radical. This is leader position. Or first place. E. And then Nakama. Right. And take Ma and Mamonaku. Which that's fine. Mamonaku. Soon. Or shortly. First place. Also, how do we do this? So, oh wait, yeah. So we take. No, this is fine. And then companion. Yeah, relationship. Companion is the middle of a relationship, right? Then the one from Viet. One that I couldn't figure out yesterday. Kaiho. Release. Oof. Kaiho suru. Right. And how am I going about this? We're talking about release as in disclosure. How I'm going about it. So you disclose to the public, right? So you open and disclose to the public. So that is to open something up or something to the public. And we had a few other ones. Say to become, or become, just become of change. Oh, that's wobbly. I missed all my strokes there. Okay. This was right. Talk about Ataraku. Versus Goku. This is to work and to move. Yeah, pretty good. All right, get into our review. We only have 7 today. Actually, what happens during the day before leveling up, unless occasionally another one overlaps, but it's quite rare. So let's hope not to stop on a bunch of things. Okay. Wadai. Okay. Yoso. Hodai. Hodai. Huh. Oh, how's this into Hodai? Man, I think release is probably the problem. Tabe Hodai. Oh, Tabe Hodai. As much. That's fine. That's fine. Hodai, right? Gotta think of release as a different. We gotta pivot release definition. I might actually change up the kanji interpretations of whole. I think release is not sufficient. It's great for the act of releasing, but everything else has a somewhat of a different interpretation of release. Oops. What? Oh.
Kurai.
Kurai. I think I typed every possible combination there by jerk reflex.
Gakumon.
Gakumon.
Ningen.
Ningen. That's a special one. Sure. They're both, but that's fine. Oh boy. Oh.
Subete.
Subete. This is a special one, along with it's gone. I'll have to think about it again. Subete is special with. Actually, we might as well review it now, right? Or there are only two versions. We have Subete and Subete and Mataku. And I have to change up this meaning. It's usually the second meaning that I hear most often, which is really. Mataku. Not completely. It's more like really. Completely has a synonym issue in English when you say completely. But really, mataku. Okay. But this is fine. Very new with everything. Oh wait. I have way more reviews than 7. Huh. Oh, did I just get... Okay. Let's just do...
Kagami.
I got it. Never mind. It's not 7. Weird. Did it just change to 5? Oh, it's 5 today. So we got more. We got more review. I didn't notice the time. Okay. How did the branch thing work?
Stem.
Then
Kan.
Shi.
Yeah. The flip? Oh.
Seiri. 全然。
全然。
様。
様。
問題。
問題。
当然。
当然。
思想。
So ideology.
料金
料金 oh my bad.
王様、
王様
想定
想定 okay.
神様
神様
鹿、
鹿
力士、
力士
選ぶ
選ぶ
俺
俺
賞金、
賞金
疑問、
疑問
俺たち
俺たち Oh, here it is. 間もなく
間もなく
Coincidence? Sort of. Maybe. But,
選手
選手 I swear I don't know how. I don't know how to spell athlete. Oh, there's a. Oh, okay, okay. All right. I English good.
特選
特選
暗記、
暗記
階層、
体操 Oh, whoops.
自然
自然自然 Oh,
想像する
想像する
目標、
目標ね Oh, yes.
詩人、
詩人 Okay. What? Oh, we completed some of the stuff, so we have lessons. Oh, today's a relatively longer day. Oh, I gotta keep track of time for today, though. Okay. Let's see. Passion. Passion. We have feelings and hot or heat. Heat feelings. Fair enough. Works. Passion. Can I get a Ain't no way that's Jonetsu. Oh yeah, it could be Jonetsu.
情熱
Yeah.
情熱
All right. Container. Could still be key actually.
器
No. Utsuwa. Oh boy, here we go. You have this container. Is there anything else actually? Okay, that means utsuwa refers to a container or bowl and is often used in culinary contexts. It can also be used metaphorically to describe someone's capacity for certain things. For example, when someone has a small utsuwa, it means that they have limited capacity to handle pressure, stress, or difficulties. Interesting.
器
So utsuwa, you have this container. It's upside down with a stick holding it up and a string on the stick. Okay, you're going to catch some U2s like the band. You put some food under it and wait. Then out of the bushes came Bono. He sniffs around for a bit and then goes under the container. You pulled Utsuwa into the trap. I'm just gonna change this up and say you two walked with the container. That's it. You two walked with the container. That's all I'm gonna use. You two walked with the container. You were helping people move some containers, and you two walked the container. I think this is ridiculous. Sorry, but not sorry. But thank you for the you two walked thing, though. Although this, I mean, proper nouns kind of help a lot because there's no other identifiers with proper nouns. But that's fine. I'm thinking more using it as u lining up with you and tsu lining up with two because that's actually pretty common. And then wa, was it for walk? I'm not sure about wa. I think we used, what was the denwa example? I don't remember. Huh.
器
Utsuwa. These are tough. Dexterous. Container use. Oh, as in capacity. Your task is open to this pickle. Your task is to open this pickle container. But I think dexterous is much more. You have the capacity for a lot of uses, so you're dexterous. Why you? Because you are so dexterous and skillful when it comes to opening. Yeah, you're skillful. So I think the whole capacity thing actually works out pretty well. You have the capacity for many uses, so you're dexterous.
器用
Kyo. So ki and yo.
器用
器用
That's fine. Kyo. Musical instrument. Actually, I like capacity quite a lot because this has the capacity to make music. That's a musical instrument or a container, I suppose. Comfort is not how I'm going to go about this. I actually am going to add music to this. Oh, there's also fun and easy. I'm actually going to add music. Music comes very intuitively to me, and it's used in the context of music quite often instead of comfort. Oh, and they swapped the music anyways. So remember how, yeah, gaku was used in ongaku and it meant music. Well, this is that gaku again. And music container is something that produced music. It is a musical instrument. Raku? Are we using raku here? So rakuki.
楽器
No, gaku. Of course, it's using the gaku. Let's see. Jukuko, you already learned the reading for ki, right? But gaku uses the secondary reading, so you may not have learned it. However, you learned this reading in the word, yeah, ongaku. Just bear in mind it's shortened, yeah. Gaki.
楽
楽器
That's fine. Same gaki. Alright. Tableware. Interesting. Eating container. Capacity. Capacity. So that doesn't work out either. Okay. Your eating container refers to tableware. I suppose your bowl. Oh yeah, it's referring to bowl as well. So there's bowl and tableware, including eating utensils such as knife, fork, spoon. I wonder if they use also like fork plus chopstick, or spoon or bowl plus chopstick. Something like that. As well as serving utensils like plates, bowls, and saucers. Okay, that's fine. Tableware. Actually, what's the on for this?
食器
Shoki. Oh, right. Shoku. Shoku. And then shortened. Shoki.
食器
食器
There's something else other than shoku? Hey,
食器
食器
actually, let me double check. Oh no, it's gonna do that interleave thing. Wait. Okay, it's fine. Sure. Okay. Yeah, shokuji. Oh wait, what am I looking for? Oh, shoku. Oh no, no other. Okay. No other. We haven't used ku, though. Hmm.
食器
Shoki works. And we're good. Alright. So. Oops.
Utsuwa
Utsuwa.
器用
Hyo. Um.
情熱
Yonetsu.
Shoki.
Shoki.
Gakki.
Gaki. Alright. Circumstances. Matters and or occurrence plus feelings. The matters feelings, or the occurrences feelings. Circumstance. Occurrences and feelings make up your circumstances. Yeah, that I like that too. Let's see, what do we have? Like Shizo is used to describe the reason or situation behind a particular event or action. If you can't go to a party, for example, you might explain your circumstances by saying that something came up or you aren't feeling well. And if your coworker is expecting baby, you might consider her circumstance. Help her. Okay.
事情
Oh, jijo. Oh yeah. Right. Ji.
事情
事情
That's fine. Human feelings. Jinjo. Sounds fine. Person's feelings are human feelings. It's often used in literature to describe the warmth found in human interaction and the heartfelt bonds they create. Literally means natural human emotions, but it's really about the kindness and compassion.
人情
Oh, it's ninjo. All right.
人情
人情
I guess people at... Alright, I guess we're doing Nintendo. It's a 50-50 guess. Neen and Jean are just 50-50 guess most of the time. Pity. That's interesting. Huh. Okay, so I don't know. This is probably a Kuhn reading. You have feelings. These are feelings humans have. When you ask someone to have feelings, K. At the end, you're asking them to pity or have mercy on you. Please have those human feelings. Sympathy or pity. Okay. Alright, have feelings, okay. It's okay. What's another way to... Okay.
情け
Alright, NASA. Alright, since this word consists, right? You didn't learn the... Yeah, so... Who are you begging to have pity on you? It's NASA. Is there any way... There are other things I can do with NASA? Not really. NASA, they have you hanging out in space outside of the space station, and they're going to push you towards where you're burn up in the atmosphere. You don't want that, so I'm gonna change it to more like maybe have pity on you for your NASA emissions. I don't know, something more like that, or perhaps a sympathy of ambition.
情け
情け
Nasake. Interesting. Yeah, this stuff I've come to understand that I don't remember this stuff most of the time. It's often negative. Negative can be great. A positive can be equally as constructive or anxiousness, but violent stuff and mischievous stuff resonates less with me. Like doom and gloom, kind of uncontrollable situations, not too memorable. So nasake. Feelings plus feelings is feelings. Kanjo.
感情
Kanjo.
感情
感情
All right. The 5 senses. 5 senses. Okay. Fine.
五感
Gokan.
五感
五感
Gokan. All right. Okay.
事情
Yo.
情け
Nasake.
人情
Ninjo.
感情
Anjo.
五感
Gokan. Okay. Sympathy. Interesting. Okay. Nasake and interesting. Okay. So sympathy is same sentiment, concurrent, agree, empathy. Interesting. Empathy and sympathy. I'm like same feeling. That's closer to empathy, but I get how it's also sympathy. Sympathy is more like trying to have a mutual feel or a feeling that is part of the feeling. And then empathy is more parts. So this is like degrees of mutual feeling, where sympathy is on the one end and empathy is on the other end, but they're both trying to gather similar, same feeling. When you have the same feeling as someone else, you have sympathy for them. When you try to have the same feeling, because you know how they feel, how kind of that empathy, not sympathy. That's I think, to me, that is kind of a colloquial use. Yeah. So it's kind of, I think this demonstrates the colloquial misuse, in my opinion, misuse of the word sympathy and empathy. Empathy is exactly this description. When you have the same feelings as someone, you have empathy for them. And when you can appreciate their feelings, as in their worries and their concerns, then you have sympathy for them. But you do not feel exactly the same as them. That's empathy. They're not synonyms. Sympathy and empathy are not synonyms. But in this case, I don't actually know if there are other words. Is there a Japanese word for empathy? Let's see. Something else comes up, but it's still marked as sympathy and empathy. Okay, so no differentiation. Yeah. Oh, there's an old word for empathy, like specifically just empathy. But it looks like all the common words, N1, all the N1s have probably context specific sympathy and empathy. Oh, yeah. Perhaps a differentiator of sympathy and empathy might be noun versus a word, a verb. Maybe empathy is more commonly used as a... No. I tried to figure out where the source of the loss of the word empathy and sympathy. What is another one? Assumption and presumption. Assumption and presumption. Sympathy and empathy goes under the assumption and presumption of English, and the figurative and the literal of English. And also concurrence and simultaneous. Concurrence and simultaneous is another one, but simultaneous and concurrence aren't common words in English. And the difference between agree and not disagree. And same sentiments. Sentimentality can be both sympathy and empathy, which is kind of funny. Anyways, yeah. This works. Same feelings. What would that be? Doukan. Ne?
同感
Doukan.
同感
Okay. Interesting. Feeling G, which is still feeling. Don't have a kun for this. Alright, hit me up with a kun.
漢字
Kanji. Well now. Kanji. Really, the reading for both onyomi and kunyomi of this kanji are the same, actually, so long as you learn the reading that was with the kanji, you can't go wrong. Feel good, right?
漢字
Really? Kanji.
漢字
Interesting. So feeling stuck with kan. This kan, anyways. So kanjiru. Ne?
感じる
Kanjiru.
感じる
Okay. Interesting. Kando suru. Be emotionally moved. I like it. So when your feelings have been moved, you are emotionally moved. Yeah.
感動する
感動する。
感動
感動する
Nice. Admiration. Okay. 関心。関心。
関心
Yeah.
関心
Okay. Alright. Fair enough.
「同感」
同感。
「感じ」
感じ。
感じる
感じる。
「感動する」
感動する。 Oh,
「関心」
関心。 Aspire with aberration. Sorry, aberration, not aspire. Aberration. Okay. 14. That's not too bad. I guess we're gonna be late today too. Fine. Impressions, feeling, thought, or feeling imagination. Interesting. Yeah, yeah. The feelings you contemplate. Yeah, kind of like contemplate. The feelings you contemplate about a subject are your impressions and thoughts on it. Still thoughts. Kansou? Kansou is about what you think or feel after experiencing something, like having a reading, yeah, an impression. I got you. I got you. So after the fact.
感想
Kansou.
感想
That's fine. Fever? This is still netsu.
熱
Netsu.
熱
Although netsu is onyomi. They just stopped talking about how standalones are onyomi and kunyomi. It's pretty much split half and half at this point. Not like oh, it's standing alone, it's kunyomi. It's half and half, really. It feels like half and half nowadays. Hot things, atsui.
熱い
熱い
That's yes. So if you've learned that you know how to read, yeah, that's fine. Yep. Honestly, very, very complacent writing. So we just skip. Netsushin?
熱心
Netshin. Oh, yes.
熱
For
心
shortening. Yes. Netshin. And Renshu. Ne?
練習
Renshu.
練習
How did Shu work for this? Oh, the white feather things. Right. Alright. Hmm.
熱
That's it.
熱い
Let's see.
乾燥
Console.
練習
Renshu. Uh-oh. Oh,
熱心
Netshin. What? Enthusiasm. Oh, I didn't even look. I was thinking passion, but enthusiasm works too. Should I use it as a crutch? Passion? I mean, it's hot art, so hot determination, passion, enthusiasm sounds about right. I think I might actually put determined as one, or committed as well. It's lining up with Chinese. Section manager. Makes sense. Second and leader as opposed to long. Remember how, yeah, 社長 is the company president. This uses the same 長 meaning where it means something like boss sense, yeah. Okay. So what is this? 課長
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 Okay. Fine. The foster makes sense. I don't have a coon yet. But if I had to say no,
養う
no, yashinao. Oh, there's a yashi part. All I got was now.
養し
養う
Yeah, she now is my kid. Oh, that's nice actually. Yeah, she now is my kid. Yeah, she now. I like that one. That one's great. Adopt a kid. Adopt a child. Yoshi. Yeah.
養子
養子
Makes sense for the Yashinao. Yoshi. Okay. That's fine. Makes sense. Eki is Eki. Moving right along. Front. Eki mae.
駅前
Eki mae.
駅前
Alright, that's fine.
養う
Yashino. This could kind of relate to Yoshi. Yoshi. Yashi, and then becoming the child, right? Becoming my child. So that's kind of how I got the now part, but interesting. Sorry.
養子
Yoshi. Kind of brings a different dimension of meaning to Mario's Yoshi. Yoshi? That's kind of what I'm thinking in my mind when I'm picturing it. Oops.
課長
Nacho. Oh,
駅前
Ekimae.
駅
Eki. Alright. Station employee makes sense. Ekin. Oh,
駅員
yeah, Ekin. Wait, Eki is pretty sure Eki. Oh, I've been doing it incorrectly. Okay, so I have to adjust. I've been writing Eki as kun, but it's actually on. That would explain this.
駅員
Eki.
駅員
So I gotta adjust that. That's what I did the last couple of days actually. Ekicho. Ne?
駅長
Ekicho. Going up.
駅長
駅
Staying
長
Ekicho. Okay. Realization. Jitsukan. Jikan.
実感実
実感
Okay. Fair enough. So we have the truth feelings, realization. This is real feeling. Okay. Real is in it. I kind of like it. All right. And then facial expression. Makes sense. Expression, feelings. Or surface feelings, facial expression. Do I have surface for this? Or do they have surface? They have surface. Yeah. Express feelings, facial expression. That's fair. Or feelings on the surface, facial. Hyo. Oh, hyojo.
表情
Hyojo.
表情
Hyojo. Alright. Okay.
液徴
Ekicho.
駅員
Being. Fair enough. Oops. Ooh. Oh wait.
実
Wrong
感
one. Jikan. Wrong expression. Thing. This is a realization. Sure.
表情
Jojo. All right. Well, that was unexpected. Unexpected. Because we missed the last 5 off of something we talked about. I don't remember what we talked about. All right, let's do our mnemonics. Can, shrimp, idea, womb, circle, east, bookshelf, goods, original, soul, body, fruit. Fruit? Fruit. 100, creeper, root. Or good. Sorry, not root. Good. There's a markup here. Gotta be careful. Okay, and then reads. And I have to adjust for eki, which is onyomi. Ore, mon, how, shiku, 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 so, kan, se, an, sama, ashi, midori, ren, shi, an, in, dai, an, eki, right here, eki, goku, i, shi, ryo, tatsu, zen, netsu, ka, sho, rin, sen, agami, yo, sha, i, mina. And we're good for today. All right. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Feel free to follow along. Always welcome the opportunity to share and exchange ideas with how you know, the different methods of learning language, right? It'd be kind of interesting to hear how others complement or supplement WaniKani, like in more detail than, oh, I did this, I did that. More like, how do they consider the decision making process in complementing? Like, did the deficiencies or troubles, like how did they spawn or lead to the ideas? That's probably what is very interesting to me. How did you realize there's certain weaknesses or things that don't jive with you? Like right now, I'm in the process of basically turning over a very specific type of mnemonics. Gruesome, gross, or like maybe very particular cynicism. I don't resonate with that. I typically don't make examples too frequently about that. While occasionally I would save some of those for spotted use. I think um something vivid, something vivid must also have resonance, and that's, I can kind of appreciate how others would go about their day unless it becomes useful every once in a while. So WaniKani is no longer, WaniKani has one of the weaknesses I do feel about WaniKani for myself personally, for my personal use, for example, are that its mnemonics are not mechanical enough in order to offset the heavy reliance on subjectivity and resonance. HanziHero does not suffer from that, largely because there's a mechanical foundation too. And that mechanical foundation still continues to reinforce its foundations while offering your ability to change the meaning. So there's no very foundational way of changing the mnemonics at your whim. You have to be quite adept and cultured enough or creative enough to do it yourself, and it's a larger gap than that. So for example, the NASA thing, nasate, right? Nasate for pity. The only way I'm remembering it right now is I would have pity on people who want to be successful at NASA, like get into NASA. There's some sympathy there. It's something to aspire, but also some sympathy on their mission statement. It's not even close to the mnemonic where you're implementing and depicting NASA people as a bit sadistic and like you're in a situation outside your control. While that can be very vivid to a lot of people, right? Being trapped in space, and that's a very vivid. It's also incredibly vivid when you're aspiring to join NASA and you have this anxiety that they would reject you. That's something a lot more closer to home. It elicits very similar feelings, and I think that kind of masks a lot of a lack of mechanical flexibility. Like none of that actually reinforces a mechanical thing that is agnostic, a bit agnostic, no structure in it. So coming up with the mnemonics lack structure that is agnostic to the mnemonics themselves. So the mnemonics don't hit, then good luck, right? And in my opinion, that's kind of what you're paying for in a sense, because outside of that, then it deviates straight to this is SRS. It's the baseline SRS, so Anki comes into the picture then. So I do feel that's kind of one of the, to give you an idea of what kind of ideas and discussions that I'm welcoming. I would love to hear other people's compliments or other alternative ways in exchange, like how they complement these type of weaknesses, or any weaknesses that they may have, in order to encounter new tools or new ways of experimentation and ideas. HanziHero presents a very different strategy, and that strategy has in the last couple of days very tested to overpower WaniKani. Like when a character comes up, I think I would give it 70 to 30% odds that the HanziHero's thing comes first. Largely if it's the same character. So we're getting to the point where the same characters are going to incredibly overlap substantially in terms of its vocabulary and whatnot. So definitely, in my opinion, when you're introducing something, having some sort of foundational consistency, that mechanical foundational consistency creates an agnostic bottom line while having more complex things thrown on top. Like obviously it can be a balance because HanziHero also has trade-offs in which WaniKani does not, which is to make the mnemonics less awkward. Right, so HanziHero has a weakness, which is that the mnemonics can get really awkward because you have to incorporate all those things. And WaniKani gives you liberties on how vivid the imagery can become. Like the NASA thing, it's very vivid. Or Korosu, which is to unalive someone, but they depicted a huge scene with the nuclear reactor and whatnot because there's no rigidity, there's no foundational mechanics that restrict how elaborate the mnemonics are. So in a way, HanziHero illustrates a bit of discipline and WaniKani does not, for better or for worse. I think for myself, I like a mix of both discipline and creativity at the same time. And I don't think WaniKani, in my opinion, has much discipline. It will resonate a lot with people who have looser mentalities, as in, oh, okay, well, I don't really have to follow this. If I can remember it, I don't really need to follow it and whatnot. So you get to the idea of meeting people who say, well, I already know this, so it's no big deal. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Which is the type of comments that I get when I'm using HanziHero. When someone says, well, that seems overly complicated, for example, like why would you invest extra effort into disciplinary agnostic foundational work when you can just remember the characters? I'm like, well, yes, from a top-down approach, you would. If you already know the top things, you don't need to know anything that bolsters the top thing, if that's what you're using. That's kind of like vibe coding. You can vibe code until you need to know the foundations. So you can use your phone until you need to figure out the parts that make the phone work. You can buy a computer, and as long as it works, you don't need to repair it. That's kind of the difference here. So some things to share, right? Some things to share. It'd be interesting to see how different perspectives have different solutions. All right, with that said, I think we're gonna go straight into HanziHero today, right? Got a time crunch for today, unexpected time crunch. So for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. And give me a sec to switch. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第132天。It is day 132. I think we're okay with weak things. Yeah, we're okay. Yesterday was slightly rough. There was a few things that might have made the cut. Okay, let's hop right into our lessons. Oh, but yesterday's characters are rough. We'll see if they come up again.
船员
船员, crew members. Oh yeah, now we're getting into synonyms in both Japanese and Chinese. 船员, right? 船员, sailors. Okay, there we go. 船员. 全体全体船员船员很 something 了 rescue 救 Do I know that 救? No, I don't. Oh wait, no, I don't. 得救得救了
全体船员得救了。
得救了 Interesting. 全体船员船员得救了他在船上他在船上工作是一名船员名 as a counter
船员
船员
世界
One Piece crew member 世界世界世界今天都在变No, that's not 变 Yeah, that's 变 Changing. So world today all is changing. The world is changing every day. Oh, okay. Oh, 每天 whoops, every day. World every day all is changing. The world is changing every day. 世界 something. Do something. 冠军
世界冠军。
冠军 Oh, it's Jin. Oh, that's right. Because of Ji. Jin. Yeah. 世界冠军世界插图 Oh no, 地图地图
世界地图。
Yeah, world map. Makes sense. 地图
世界
世界 Okay.
特产
特长 I don't have 长 yet in Japanese. Actually, I'm not even sure. No, this seems simplified enough. Yeah. Yeah. We have the top, the bottom, and the mid, yeah. Specialty. Do you have a different word for specialty though? Like local specialty. 特长 Toku, right? Toku. So special products, specialty. Local specialty. Yep. Okay. 特长 Chang, it was a weak one. We kind of bypassed it yesterday because a vocabulary word. 特长地方特长我带回来许多特长
我带回来许多特产。
特长 Well, not 太强，特强。You know, I apologize for not replying. I did read them the next day, but at the time you had to go to end of year uni party. How was it? How was the end of year uni party? No worries. You don't really have to reply to everything. 特长。
特产，传真，
传真。传真。So pass on the truth, right? Pass on truth to facts. A fax is the best way to pass on the true appearance or copy of something to someone else. Yeah. It was good, thanks. It was a joint party between two neighbors, and it was open invites, so about 200 people turned up at a place. Dang. Then there was a big fight, and everyone left. Well, that escalated. I'll read in between the lines for that one. 200. You know, I know you're not trying to intentionally reinforce a stereotype about British people and pubs, or like drinking, social drinking and rowdiness, but I don't think I think that case that the example you're painting is reinforcing that stereotype, like over across the pond. After the fights, the street was blocked off by just a mass of people, which I felt bad for the driver trying to get through. Yeah, it was a bit crazy. That's crazy. 200 people. I don't think I've been to such a thing before. Usually when it gets like 200, a public disturbance comes up. Like neighbors and stuff will most likely put an axe to it because of public disturbance. Sounds wild though. You're living it up. Party like a uni party. To be honest, everyone was just shoulder to shoulder, so the crowd wasn't enjoyable for you. I see. The police did come and go a few times. Okay, to like try to keep it disciplined. I still can imagine 200 people working out. To give you an example, Otakon is coming up soon, and Otakon used to be in a convention center that did not have enough room to house all the people, and that's why it was moved a couple years ago. And I believe the convention capacity was something like 2,500, so 2,500 people. Otherwise there would be fire hazards, and I'm pretty sure at some point the emissions were like 4,000. It's not like all 4,000 people are there at the same time, but generally speaking, when you're moving, you're always shoulder to shoulder to everyone. And there was one time someone the fire alarm went off. I forgot which year it was, and everyone had to like vacate the convention center, and there were so many people in downtown Baltimore was where it was, downtown Baltimore, that everything was gridlocked. It was already Baltimore, that region is a harbor area. It's the inner harbor area. It was already gridlocked most of the time. It was so crowded outside, like to deflate all the people from the convention, that there wasn't enough standing room in the roads or the streets or the sidewalks around the convention. So the whole place was gridlocked. And then, you had to somehow weave all the fire department has to get to the convention center to ascertain if there's an actual fire and to reset the fire alarm. So you just watch everyone just standing there. I still remember taking pictures of it. You're just watching and it's a one way, by the way. So like it's in the inner streets. I'm not sure how British inner streets work, but lots of older city areas in the United States, they do like every other street. So the street that is like a 4-lane thing is a one-way 4-lane thing. So just imagine fire trucks trying to get in when it's already gridlocked. Gridlocked on a normal day, it's practically gridlocked all the way to like the outside of the inner harbor. I couldn't even imagine what it's like for a firefighter at that time. And to top it all off, I'm not sure if you find this relatable, because I'm not sure how dry and hot it can get, but Otakon happens at peak summer day. So on that day, it was like 100 degrees Fahrenheit, or like, let's say 39.6 degrees Celsius. So it was hot as heck. So all I can think about is, man, kudos to all the civil workers, right? People who work for the public government. Crazy. So I think that's the closest. It's a little off to the deep end, but that's what I'm picturing when you're saying a joint party, open invitation, and suddenly just 200 people show up to a place. I can only imagine how cramped it was. There's something very humorous about it. I'm not sure how well you do with squeezing into a place. I always thought, the thought crossed my mind a lot of times when you're in a place and everyone's shoulder to shoulder. Like, what happens if a fire alarm goes off? Which, by the way, by sheer coincidence, I was outside the convention center when that happened, when the fire alarm went off. We were like two streets down, like eating, and then when we came back, everyone was just like outside. And we were wondering what the heck was going on. Nowadays, the convention center that it is at now can house like 60,000 people or something like that. It's a lot, much like, it's double to triple the size, and haven't filled up yet. Like, admissions is not big enough. I think we crossed like 45,000 or something, but not big enough to overcome the capacity of the convention center. I hope it doesn't, really, but at the same time, it would be kind of cool if it did. You ended up just staying at the edge of the crowd with a few of your friends, so you could actually move and somewhat hear each other. I see. 45,000 stadium size capacity. Yeah. I think like one of the conventions, they had 2 buildings. The largest anime convention, like, debatable, but the largest is they house it in 2 places, and it's on the West Coast. I would say probably Anime Expo, which they get turnstiles up to like 100,000, something like that. But it is like packed to the brim. Over here, in the old place, the place I was describing had technically 2 locations, but one location was only used for a particular time of day, and then this one, everything's in the convention center. But yes, stadiums, I would say stadiums are like 100K, right? 100,000. I don't think there's that, and more like stadium as in you have the people around and then there's just big mass. I would be interested in seeing what it would be like, but I can imagine those type of stadiums would be unhealthy for the middle section, right? Like, all the stuff would be in the middle section, and that would probably like destroy destroy the field for like sports events and whatnot. Because we have to remember that the capacity for conventions also include all the floor space for displays and movies and stuff. Have I ever been to a sport? I have. I've been to some of the largest stadiums in, at least in North America. Actually stood in the middle of a stadium in Canada, the Blue Jay Stadium, and it is dwarfing. Like when you stand, what was that for? Because we could. It was in high school. We went to Canada to perform as the orchestra. Like we were invited as a regional orchestra from the United States, like to perform because of excellence. And one of the things to do was to have it. There's a really long story about the Blue Jay Stadium that makes it memorable. But we're not gonna go into that today because of time crunch. Today is another one of the time crunches. But long story, I'll give you a teaser. Maybe we'll save it for another time. I had to go to the bathroom, like really bad. Not because I had to go to the bathroom. It was something else. It was a foolish hot pepper eating thing that came the day before. And also this Blue Jay Stadium was not operational at the time. We got a tour of the Blue Jay Stadium. And there are no bathroom breaks during that. How I survived that is beyond me. But I still remember going onto the field, standing in the middle of the field, and they have a AstroTurf. So synthetic grass for their entire field, right? AstroTurf. And you just standing in the middle, like right in the middle of the stadium, and you look around, it makes you feel absolutely tiny. It's one of the Blue Jay Stadium is one of the like centerpieces of Canada when it comes to sports event. It's one of those like fancier like open close like mechanical things, but absolutely dwarfs you when you stand in the middle of the stadium. I can only imagine what it's like when you're playing on the field, but it was really cool. Like the whole place, it was, how many of us were there? Like 50? No, I want to say like 100. I forgot how large the orchestra was, but I don't know how many of us were traveling. I think it was like, I want to say like 50 plus the tour guide, and that was it. There's 50 people standing in the middle of the field looking at the stadium. Absolutely tiny. Yeah, stadiums are a whole scale, so it's pretty cool. It's weird to say this, but it's also a weird flex that if there's anything I would say that I have done before that a lot of people might not have, is stand in the middle of a stadium with no one around. Oh, well, except for like the immediate group, but stand in an unoccupied stadium. Yeah. While feeling needing to go to the bathroom really, really bad because of other things. I had to go to the bathroom really bad, but it had something to do with eating like 30-40 hot banana peppers the previous day. Because I was a high school kid and I wanted to fit in. So naturally the thing to do is to eat a lot of hot peppers while some people challenge you to eating hot peppers the previous day at an Italian buffet. There you go. A story for another time. I shared it a couple of times already. Hard to forget an experience like that.传真
传真
传真
展示
展示 I think the tour was 45 minutes to an hour. I don't know if you've ever consumed a lot of hot things before, and then the thing about the hot thing is your like stomach lining still feels like uh a pain, like a contraction pain. So you don't actually want to. You don't. It doesn't feel like you actually literally need to go to the bathroom. It's just it has the contraction feeling of wanting to go to the bathroom. That's what happens when you eat a lot of spicy food and nothing else. Um, your stomach and your colon does this thing where like you really need to be next to a bathroom, but you're not. It's kind of like dry heaving, actually. Only dry heaving sucks too. It's painful for the throat, but it does the same thing to your stomach when you're like agitating it a lot. So if you're eating lots and lots of spicy food, you might not have anything in your system, but your stomach lining just wants to push something out, but there's nothing there. Very odd sensation. Not great. Not great. And you can't control it either. Kind of like dry heaving. Yeah. Yeah, I still remember it to some extent, and it's already been what, over 20. It's over 20 years. By the way, I won by a landslide. You know, back in the day, the other person taps out, right? Like, nah, everyone's getting into it. Let's just shove even more. That's what happened, basically. Like, I didn't do it just to win, like enough just to win. I had to arrogantly and egotistically crush the competition. I was in the. It was one of the few things that I did in high school. One of those few moments like, oh, it's something I can do to stick out, you know, but stick out in a good way, as in stick out doing something other kids were doing. So it's like the moments where, oh, I get to fit in and be. It's also the same time where I acquired my one of my first stalker experiences as well. Yes, there are very selective high school stories. Yeah, it's not like super scary stalker things. It's more like high school crush stalker things. yeah, not the scary adult, more like the pining and fawning type from high school. I wasn't very romantic, like I wasn't very actively, let's just say hormones was not part of the picture when it comes to high school for myself. So it was more like a one-sided thing. The classical anime like unrequited love deal, unreciprocated love deal kind of situation. 讲是 flag. You know what? Let's cut out Duolingo today. Well, you're oblivious to it or just uninterested. As a kid, let's cut out Duolingo today. We keep going. I can do. We can cut Duolingo short. As a kid, I'm not sure if I already shared this stuff. I was not emotionally intelligent as a kid. So, more so the former, but also part of the both. I would say maybe like 70-30 split. Oblivious because it's the consequence of intentionally focusing on other things that doesn't deal with romance. So like as a kid, you know, discrimination, racism, being high functioning, that stuff that stuff occupies the mind far more than like emotions, right? It's one of those things that makes it seem very obvious in this day and age, right? When you think about like high functioning people or people on the spectrum nowadays, you think of them as incredibly high functioning and often preoccupied, not focused, but preoccupied, or the opposite, which is incredibly hyper focused. But this is being very reductive. It's more like hyper focus on being active, not hyper focus as in singular task focus. So I don't as a better way to describe this a little bit in more detail. I think there are two schools of thought. A lot of time is a very reductive, and I'm not saying this from a professional standpoint, so grain of salt, right? As a kid, this is retroactively my state of mind when I was a kid. I'm not self-diagnosing myself, but this would sound very familiar to a lot of people today, kids today. But as a kid, I was very high functioning. Now, oftentimes when people think about high functioning these days, they think either a lack of focus or a hyper focus. But to me, it's actually both, from a personal standpoint. I'm not sure if this is true for everyone, but generally, on the surface, it looks like a lack of focus. But it's more of a hyper focus, preoccupied with a lot of things that requires a central core. So for those who feel like they have hyper focus because they're high functioning, they have a central core that connects all of the lots of things, in which gives them the depiction of a lack of focus. So the person I am today don't look like, in my opinion, personally, in my opinion, not professional advice, the person today that I am, I consider myself extremely high functioning because I manage to juggle a lot of things because I have a lack of focus. But those lots of things end up being trained with discipline to have a central core, which then to many people would look like sustained focus. But that's not how that works, in my opinion. So that was what I was like as a kid. And what was this central core? Central core was academics. Jobs, right? Legacy. So because of that, this central core does not allow emotional exploration. Not only does it not allow, it reduces the occurrence of it. So when it occurs, I'm either oblivious, so it can look like I'm oblivious, or I'm uninterested. So it can be both. I'm uninterested because something else is more important or is occupying my mind, and I can look on the surface oblivious to everyone around, because it's both. The way I like to frame this is because it's relevant. Oh, there's the Twitch bot. All right, thank you, Daily Twitch bot. I already know that my Twitch feed is working. Thank you. So this is kind of closer to what I want to write about when it comes to the classical, like 90% of people feel like they have autism these days, or 90% of self-diagnosed kids who read a lot of things on the internet and then realize that they are, and then have a placebo effect when they go to see a specialist to convince perhaps even the specialist that they might be high on the spectrum. This is the combination of the mixed things that I take from my childhood. Again, not professional advice, but yes, it's both being oblivious to emotional interest and also being disinterested at the same time, but not necessarily disinterested as an active disinterest, but more as a coincidence. My coincidence is when I was a kid, it was very difficult for me to focus on any particular thing. In order to help me focus on things, I took all those things that I keep bouncing back and forth that occurs with high frequency, and I form a central core. That central core unites all these random things and makes very little room for anything that's extraneous to it. So by that happenstance, and this is adult me looking at what happened when I was younger, not the younger person doing these things with this understanding. So that's a difference here. By coincidence, all of these things happen in order to make me the person I am today. Basically, I was able to do this, and then because of that, everything else is historical. I look like I don't lack focus because the biggest thing that people see is the outcome of managing that, not what is actually going on. Like, someone like myself is more likely to learn multiple languages at the same time, for example, than someone who is low on the spectrum. So I don't compartmentalize things with singular things. I have to tackle many things that are related to a singular thing, so that when people step back and look at the single thing, then it's good. As in, cue all the people who have trouble sticking to one particular method to learn a language, right? Even if that language is comprehensive enough to give them fluency, they're rarely going to stay with that, because the internet nowadays normalizes hyper engagement. So many forms of engagement is necessary now, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're autistic or you're high on the spectrum. But then again, it might be the very criteria to evaluate high functioning. Does one become high functioning because they're born high functioning, or can they be elicited to be high functioning because of the changing forms of interaction? Back in the day, I might have been considered high functioning largely because internet didn't exist. Now the things I'm describing sounds like everyone else on the internet. So the problem here I see a lot of times, or at least in my opinion, is that now we have different stimuli and different normalization for forms of engagement, and that deals with learning and critical thinking and problem solving, which is my favorite topic, one of my favorite topics. How do you encourage people to do critical thinking and problem solving when you're hyperly engaged? So I don't think evaluating autism and high spectrum things based without the context of today's engagements and normalized behavior, and use that to compare it to previous ones. So catching up is the name of science, right? Catching up with the new stimuli. So nowadays, what I'm describing is what happened to me was as a kid when most kids were not hyper engaged. So I might have seemed high functioning back then, but back then I was high functioning without stimuli. Nowadays, most kids think they're high functioning and or high on the spectrum because they're comparing it to the anecdotes and the environment that was established over 20 years ago or more. So this raises the question, do kids today, younger people, like I see it, lack emotional intelligence when they're speaking and communicating online? Is that what I see when I was a younger kid actually high functioning? I do see that. And some of the strategies and many of the strategies I talk about today, like nowadays when I'm learning language and stuff, becomes relevant because I don't think those things are permanent. Like they're not non-manageable and whatnot. But if you see, you mentioned this before, like the stereotypes and the corollary behaviors of high functioning people. High functioning people tend to not have that very unusual stereotype of being emotionally agnostic a lot of times. And I don't necessarily think it's because they're disinterested or oblivious, but it's more like something else is occupying them far more regularly. So if you happen to be a high functioning person and both someone who likes the internet and hyper engaged, it's not a coincidence that you're going to spend more time alone. Also having poor coping management, lack of relational skills, lower interpersonal communication, emotional intelligence, largely because so many things are taking its place. Like it's far more exposure for certain other things. So with all this said, and this like exact discussion here, I think that's what's happening in a very reductive way. This is very reductive, but I think that's what's happening online right now. So yes, like your reference to that one, a few like hot takes studies regarding like early retirement, for example. You mentioned that correlation between early retirement and health, right? I think that was it. There's a very strong correlation with deficiency in emotional intelligence on the internet, where engagement, parasocial engagement is heightened. At least that's a correlation that I tend to prescribe to. Why do I use this, or why is it important? It's important because then you can kind of try to experiment or suggest how people can become more connected with their emotional status, largely because it's what comes before being emotionally intelligent to another person is also becoming emotionally intelligent to yourself. So for me as a kid, so going back to the first question, for me, I was not emotionally intelligent to myself. I rarely ever considered if I was happy or not. I as a kid, I didn't even say I was happy. I don't think I've ever said I was happy when I was younger. The idea is you explain it in a different way. So when someone says, "Oh, are you happy?" It's like, "Well, I got a good grade." You don't answer if you're happy about your grade. You answer what is true about the grade. Like, "Oh, hey, how'd you do?" "I got an A." That is what happens, in my opinion, when you can tell someone is more concerned about something else other than their emotional well-being. So nowadays, that's what the internet emphasizes. Not intentionally, again. It's more like by design. businesses, learning material, comparative analyses, that type of thing, objectifying and becoming far more agnostic about people's emotions and treating people like humans comes with the territory of being hyper aggressive. Hyper objective, sorry. Hyper aggressively objective. When you become more objective, you can fill most of your time, you can consistently, and I tell you, the internet is far, far more powerful than when I was a kid. Like, I was already preoccupied with what my parents given me, a career, like I had to worry about my career, academics, that was already sufficient. Now, kids are raised with both the formal academic standards pressed on them, as well as anything anyone says on the internet. So now you're objectifying every aspect of your life. And there is far enough stimuli on the internet to keep a kid thinking about everything other than their own feelings and their relationship with other people, like actual other people, the people that they have in their lives already by default. So when you're born into a family, you have less and less interactions with them. I had interactions with my parents, but they're both chronologically and geographically not accessible. My parents worked every single day of their life, on nearly every waking hour of my waking adolescence working, right? It was only after they retired from the restaurant business, when I'm well into my adulthood, that we had slowly worked on our emotional relationships with each other. But that is also a consequence of the Chinese culture as well. And sure enough, it's a representative of many of the high functioning, pragmatic Eastern Asian cultures. You often get that stereotype, that lineup like, oh yeah, you know, not very emotionally forward. And it's like, yes, that's true. However, they have a society that's built to accommodate that. In the United States, that's not true. Like, for example, the best, most qualified, high-functioning person does not occupy the most lucrative and high areas of employment. It's those who have emotional intelligence, charisma, and ability to speak and interact with people that occupies the higher echelons of leadership and whatnot. In China and other places, that might not be the case, largely due to pragmatism, right? And now the internet comes into play, and now kids believe, at least in my opinion, that objectivity is the GOAT. And you can achieve that because the internet has basically reductively changed all of the landscapes of how to evaluate the value of a person, right? Is your number bigger or better than the next person? Well, if it isn't, that's the truth. It doesn't matter if you feel bad or good about it. You're not even concerned about that. You got to raise that number, chief. So, things like words, even arbitrary words like fluency. The last time I checked, if someone comes up and they tell me they're fluent in Spanish, that doesn't make them a better person than me. They are a better person than me is when they treat other people better than I treat other people. That's when one can truly emotionally be a better human being. But that sounds like a super hot take nowadays. But back in the day, that was like the holy grail. You do everything to be able to foster human relations. Nowadays, people think that being really, really good at a language makes them better and better at communicating with other people. It can help, but ultimately, it can also be misused. And I can't tell you how crazy it is nowadays that you have brilliant people, brilliant kids who know so much, and yet they talk to other people like they're not even human anymore. It's wild. That's how I used to talk to people when I was younger. So it's a coincidence. I don't actually think my classmates and the people around me at the time had the same deficiencies. Yeah, and I use the word deficiency. I was emotionally deficient when I was younger. I still kind of think as an adult I'm a bit more emotionally deficient in very specific areas, largely because as a kid I didn't experience them. So romance would be one of them. So when someone talks about romance and stuff, I approach it from a vicarious standpoint, like a parasocial standpoint. I rarely could ever provide adequate empathy for individuals who are engaged in like early childhood decisions or adolescent decisions about romance. At most, I can tell you what it's like to be 30 or 40 years old trying to engage in romantic conversations that are largely probably incomprehensible or very difficult to empathize with from a younger perspective. The irony here is there is an artificial conditioning for younger people to have older perspectives on romance because of objectivity. Like, for example, when someone thinks of romance, they think of ideal situations. Ideal situations only occur after a long interaction with someone else. Like, for example, oftentimes people get together based not on idealism, objective idealism. They're based on subjectivity. Two people, they fight, they argue, they overcome time, and in 20 years, like in your 40s, when you're with someone for over 15 years to 20 years, it inevitably emotionally becomes ideal, not objectively ideal. Like you love someone for so long because you fought, you argued, you sorted out, it ultimately becomes ideal. However, if you remove all of that and use objectivity, then what happens is you basically encounter 20-year-olds like I do on a regular basis who view that they can objectively determine their desired mate for life without having any emotional experience with determining that in the first place, or even having problem-solving skills and communication skills to resolve anything that can produce the ideal situation. In fact, most of these kids don't actually even think that the skills involved in talking to people, any stranger online, and or making friends online has anything to do with finding a romantic partner. When, in my opinion, it's the foundation. Even your relationship with your sibling and your parents form foundations and testing grounds and experience for forming long-term relationships. But those are objectively optional now. They don't need that. They can have, in my opinion, they can have metrics and machines to tell you how to do that, and you hope that the next generation of people are bonded based on that. It hasn't happened yet, and I do believe it can happen. Basically, like, if you have someone who is also mediated by the same structure, maybe that compatibility is good enough. I don't think it's happened yet, where, like, oh, if you trust a matchmaker, which is an objective metric thing, right? And then you are matched on that, and then somehow sentimentalism is built into that. That can be it. It's not there yet. So society didn't change around the internet on human behavior. Human behavior is adapting to society on the internet, and that takes a very long time, right? Human behavior and like social norms and behavioral norms trying to adapt to how fast technology moves, that is like asking biology to keep up with technology. That's going to take a while. So it goes by default that the soul takes a while to catch up to the mechanics of what's happening now. And to me, that's how I felt most of the time so going back to the kids thing, I was already in my 30s and 40s. I wasn't joking when I said that I often feel when I was a kid that I was born 40 or 50 years old. because I did not have the classical concerns of an adolescent during my generational time. Like, I didn't go out wanting to take pictures of flowers and like partake in dancing, and like I didn't partake in those things. What I did was I got home, I escaped to playing video games, because video games are the source of unadulterated, objective, agnostic entertainment, because it's not dependent on another human interaction. And then when I go to do human interaction, they are to forward my status and like academics and notoriety. Like, for example, I joined clubs originally and be part of honor society and stuff as a form of mechanically networking. I joined clubs to network because these people might be of use in the future. This is what looks like on the internet every day now for kids. For younger adults and even older adults, this is what is normal now. Before, it might seem like opportunism, like I was an opportunist, as in I knew what I had to do to get my success. I would do everything possible to be successful, objectively speaking. If I need to start a business, I need to network to have someone manage the business. That kind of thing. You get into honor societies because it's great for your academic enrollment. All those things, like you check those boxes. Here's another thing. I do talk about it anecdotally, but I never reveal what the motivations are. For example, I went to soup kitchens. Like, I volunteer at soup kitchens. I volunteer doing like charity work and whatnot. But what does that sound like? It sounds like a mask for opportunism. What do content creators do? You might be thinking, yeah, it's great, they're still doing good, right? They're still doing charity. But if you ask them, lots of the underlying motivation is the objective value. It's a win-win situation. That's how it's viewed. Not for the active passion of helping other people. It's part of the picture, but it's not the whole picture. And now it's different. Like, I do it solely out of the enjoyment of seeing other humans be happy. And you still have that for some content creators, but those are largely older people, like people who are already experienced outside. So it's very, very difficult now to separate. And I don't think it's because of the nature of the people. Like, this is not trying to apply an ad hominem argument. This is to be more realistic about the human condition. When humans see win-win situations and then they are normalized to exist or be successful based on mechanical output, right? Like how much viewership you have and whatnot, they are very good at doing it. So it's not that the people were born rotten, in my opinion. It's that unintentionally lots of the stuff supports certain behavior. So when you see someone stream, like deliberately grow their community by doing an unhealthy, unmanageable thing, they aren't considering their influences and disproportionate public opinion, but more considering the opportunities they may have if they stream for 46 hours and do a subathon and then donate half of that to charity, and it may or may not be true. That is the classical nature of things. So it can be unfilling. Some people might find it as an afterthought, like the feeling you get from actually donating to charity, like, you know, talking about the charity. Like, for me, it's the difference between someone who's playing games and saying, oh, this half of this is going to go to charity, and that's all they talk about, versus someone who spends like 80 to 90% of their time talking about the charity and the people they meet about the charity, all the organizations involved, and then spending 10 to 20% of their time doing other things that was in support of the charity, right? there is a difference here. The people that I see, there's a mixed bag. Like, for example, Hank Green, for example, and John Green, they disproportionately talk about the charity and the projects that they're working on. They don't do it for charity because it functions as a process of inducing clout for their career. And that is illustrated through how much time they divest in it. Like, I can't tell you how many videos John Green and Hank Green spend talking about their initiative for reducing infant mortality in Sierra Leone, right? And it recently reached a milestone. They dedicate an incredible amount of empathy and sympathy for that effort because that is emotional intelligence. Versus, hey guys, don't forget to donate because for every dollar. Now here's where the journey begins, though. You have to start somewhere to develop emotional intelligence. Oftentimes a tragedy, often grief, flare-up, scare, overcoming grief and stuff can initiate someone to be more invested in charities. Like, for example, cancer studies, heart disease, breast cancer, that type of thing, because it initially affected them personally, and that allows them emotional explorations, and that leads to great fruitful things. So there's no enemy here. Like, there's no, in my opinion, villain or something. It's coincidental, in my opinion, that certain things lead to exaggerating certain human features, very human conditional features. And this is how I rationalize what I was as a kid. I was emotionally stunted. And if you wanted me to care about you when I was a kid, you had to serve a basic opportunistic function for me as a kid. So, like, what does that sound like? Helping someone, expecting to get help back. Reciprocating help. That is what was like as a kid, which makes sense because it's very appropriate for a kid. A kid is not independent on their feet yet. So obviously helping someone, you're expected to be paid back, reciprocated in some way. I no longer have that issue. So, or not issue, but differing opinion. I no longer have that differing motivation. And yet it doesn't stop like a 16-year-old to like a 26-year-old to come by and say, whoa, you're streaming, obviously you want to be popular. You're streaming because don't you want viewers to go up, because isn't that the whole purpose of streaming? Like, no, it's not. And I dare I say that is, if before language learning, that is far more the common comment. And they're like, but you're doing it, so doesn't that prove the fact? No, I've been doing it for 6 years. Plus, have you not noticed? Because if you didn't notice, that's the point. There is no motivation for clout, or there's a lack of motivation for clout. That is different, again, to emphasize the uninterested. I am not uninterested or disinterested in clout. In fact, I'm very human, so I love clout. If someone comes around and say, you're doing great, and here, I want to invest $100,000 into your endeavor to spread this thing, I would say, yes, I can make that 100,000 into something else and further the case of spreading well-being around. That's perfectly fine. Is it my honest focus? No, it's not. It's not even close. I would look very, very different. I would look like pretty much all those kids who gives me hot takes on how to like grow my community and grow. Yeah, I know those things. I don't think it takes a very well-educated person to spend 7 years streaming to like 1 or 2 people to recognize that they're doing something very odd to not grow their community. But it doesn't stop an ignorant, unemotional, conditioned youth or adult from doing that if they spend most of their time online. That is the social norm. People see numbers, they don't see human value. So what is the value of streaming to someone who does not weigh value in metrics? That is a lifelong journey for a lot of people. And it was a lifelong journey for me, and it will continue to be a lifelong journey. But at least I know that I rarely ever weigh someone other's opinion and a number and a metric to develop self-satisfaction. It's a welcome thing, though. It's a very welcome thing. I'm absolutely human. I love seeing the number go up and whatnot, but it's like a drop in the bucket. It's like maybe 15%. It's an extra thing. When the number goes up, I get happy, but it's like 0.1% of my happiness. So nothing is stopping me from coming online on stream and having a long conversation with you, Procall, every day, because it's not dependent on those things. When someone says, oh yeah, this guy's just yapping, I don't have time for yapping, it's like, go and find your thing that works for you. I didn't come on to be the ultimate people pleaser. My happiness is not dependent on that. So it is welcome, though. I would take anything that's offered, but it's really extra. Like, I'm an exceptionally happy person now. If you ask my 18-year-old self, not so sure if that person was ever happy. Not because they were unhappy. Not sure if that person was ever considered a happiness as an end goal. Like, you didn't measure happiness. You didn't say, does going to school make me happy? I can tell you what created those consequences. Being bullied makes me unhappy. That didn't stop me from saying that, oh, I'm unhappy, so I shouldn't go to school because someone's bullying me. It's like, I have to go to school. School is objectively something I need to do. So the bullies are just a roadblock. They're not even human yet, which is terrifying when I think about it that way. As a kid, I don't view my bullies as human. And that's how kids go about back in the day. And now, online and normal, that's normal today. That's like, that behavior is so unfeeling. It makes you do things like, oh, I hope the worst for my bully, because they're not even human to me. They treat me like not a human, so I treat them like not a human. That's internet today. Someone comes in, it's like, I'm more important than you. I'm just gonna insult you. Goodbye. That's the standard internet interaction. You are a number. You are a name. If I don't see you anymore, I obviously don't have any consequences at cursing out this person. Ban me if you want. That kind of thing. That is absolutely not normal to me. But I understand and appreciate that it is now the normalized behavior in today's society. Online specifically. Yeah, you've had similar thoughts, as it's quite clear the stimuli most people are exposed to nowadays is far greater than a few decades ago. So what could qualify as high functioning seems to be different. Exactly. It's so difficult to quantify the average functioning if studying humans as a field of study like psychology has to catch up with the effects. So you can't study something that hasn't been studied, like kept up with yet. And sure enough, if this changes rapidly again, whatever we learn from now, like 10 years of study now, will may be not as relevant in the future if things dramatically change, or it can adapt on its own. But generally speaking, one has to remember that studying something requires the data to be collected in the first place. So nowadays, it's so tough. I don't envy people not knowing, because knowing is great. It helps with steps. But high functioning in autism is often evaluated based on a scale that is at least a decade old, if not more. So all of this stuff is being redefined as we speak. Yeah, that is quite concerning. You've thought about that recently in terms of the looks maxing trend? Oh no, what the heck is a looks maxing trend? Where people categorize you based on your physical features and treat people who they consider ugly as some disgusting thing. Yeah, not another human being, of course. Or some poor thing whose life is going to be heck no matter what due to their looks. Yep. And then that either garners pity, which it can reinforce a feeling of being pity is a normal, acceptable stimuli of that person. Like, yes, it can foster like compensation, like lots of sympathy and whatnot, but it can also foster an entire generation of lack of empathy as well. Takes the soul away, yeah, so to speak. So were you ahead of how mature you should be at that age when you were younger, until your emotional intelligence was more than you went back to how you should be? I was what other people would consider as more emotionally intelligent, because when I was younger, that's how older people behaved. But that doesn't, it's difficult to say I was more mature in the sense of I matured through having the experience of emotional intelligence. So in essence, I am the least mature person now. Well, I was technically the least mature then, because everyone else had it felt like most people had a gauge of their emotional intelligence. They had the experience of their emotional intelligence, but I behave like an older person. Like, what does an older person look like? Well, they concern themselves with finances and business, duty, good grades. I worry about when I'm moving, how do I budget for a house? I was 13. So it might seem to an adult that I was emotionally mature, or I was mature, but I wasn't emotionally mature. Like, what do adults don't talk about most of the time? All the things that they learned as a kid before the internet. So all the things adults take for granted when I was younger. So the adults before me take these things for granted. They know how to be compromising. They know how to be nurturing. They know when you feel bad, how to feel better. They know that other people hurt, and so you know how to be consoling. Those are the things you do automatically, because before the internet, you have to experience those things through high school and interaction with other people. So you get all those things. But as an adult, what do you learn? As an adult, you learn how to budget. When you become an older adult or a younger adult, like older, becoming an adult, the process, you learn how to budget. You learn like insurance policies and career development and like professional networking. They learn those things then. So when I was growing up, I had less trouble empathizing with the plight of my teachers and like what they have to deal with, like bills and managing family dynamics, or like putting food on the table and that type of thing, insurance, working for retirement. That stuff was already in my skill set. Like budgeting, by the time I got to econ class, which was like 16 years old or something, we had to like write a budget. I already did that when I was like less than 13. So mature is in the eye of the beholder. If you are developing a skill in which someone younger already has that skill, that would seem like they're more mature. or ahead of the time. But at the same time, the skills you have for granted are not mature because you don't think about them anymore. So language learning, we can take it back to language learning. It's easy for someone to just come up to me and say, oh, I don't need to do all this complicated stuff. I already know the character, so therefore I just need to do this. That makes them sound like they're more mature than someone who's working on getting the character in the first place. So yes, technically they are more mature because they reached a state in which they believe they don't need to work on it anymore. That's maturity. What did I look like, or what was attractive about me when I was younger? I was most older people found me more attractive, as in like attractive in terms of personality. Like they want, I'm more associated with older people, and sure enough, that usually happens now. Older people who talk about like health and like rich stuff, you know, making a lot of money, those are more resonant for younger adults, because what do they want? They want money and like pragmatic hot takes and life hacks and whatnot. Well, those life hacks come at an expense. They're assuming you have all of the experience that they have. So that's my major gripe. One of my major scary gripes. When people look at hot takes and forget that the people giving those hot takes also have years and years on them of things that they no longer pay attention to. So I don't go around spilling hot takes because I'm often concerned that I don't think there's anyone who's 20 years old who knows what my childhood is like. Now, I can do my best to describe my childhood, and coincidentally, there are a lot of things growing up that's very similar. Now, hear me out. I actually think I'm more relatable by coincidence than the vast majority of adults who are giving life hacks and advice to kids of this age. Because those people, in fact, I actually feel like they're far more emotionally intelligent back then than now. The downside is I don't think the internet generation find that relatable. Now, it's not that they can conceive that there's a gap between someone who's 40 now saying, here's a life hack, network. And then you start talking, what do you mean network? Just make friends? Okay, but I can't make friends. Well, that person saying the life hack is like, well, I could make friends back then. So that's the life hack. Go make friends and you'll succeed. That kind of thing. It's a human condition. When you do it naturally for a very long time, it's not like you're forgetting or trying to be malicious or skipping. Sometimes things you do very, very well and very, very often are no longer important to mention. Like, do you remember how you formed your first words? Like, do you remember how you first learned to run? I mean, you run all the time. Clearly, you must be able to explain how you first learned how to acquire running, right? That's like saying, oh, I'm not human, so I don't forget these things. I just do it. It's kind of like asking a specialist, how do you get so good? And they're like, practice. So what does that even mean? Like, well... And then they'll tell you all the things mechanically that they're doing now. But how to get to that state is void of emotional... a lot of emotional connection. So like, what does it look like to become fluent in Chinese? Or what does it look like to become fluent in Japanese? A person selling your product would say, here are all the mechanical steps to getting there. And we hope that, like myself, you have 20 to 30 years of emotional experience ahead of you doing this that will also lead you to my success. And now it works if it works. Like, what I mean is, if someone does it and they have the emotional intelligence to keep on doing it, nice, you'll end up there. And for everyone else who has a different emotional attachment, they'll probably find it somewhere else. You hope that they'll find it somewhere else. And that's why I dislike, personally, that's why I have reservations. Not like a strong dislike, but I have reservations when someone presents only an objective case for any form of life skill development. The part of life that it's missing is actually the emotional side of things. So when you go around saying it's about the journey and not the destination, and you use your product and you describe your product like it's all for the destination, then in my opinion, the most immediate thing I would do is I would take a walk and go find out how to contextualize the journey from what they're advertising, because that person no longer is connected emotionally or spend their time teaching anymore, or in any emotional state in which it has anything to do with the journey. It's a destination. So when you have a product and someone says, oh, this is all the benefits of using our products, and they're all end goal products, right? Like, oh, if you do this for 6 months, this is what will happen. If you do it for 9 months, this is what will happen. And then they say, remember, kids, this is a life skill. It's a journey. It's about the journey and not the destination. That is hypocritical. All I see, most of the time I see, are bullet points of the destination and no accountability for any part of the journey. Like, rarely do I even see self-assessment, encouragement of exploration, consistent discipline to evaluate one's own emotional state and motivation, how to troubleshoot and critically think when certain steps fall apart along the way, consistent feedback, and accessibility to people who can provide third-party feedback. What does that actually sound like? That sounds like formal education. Now, not all formal education is created equal, because one teacher is often assigned to like 30 students. But at least even that has more feedback than someone saying this is how you become fluent in a language, and they rarely ever prescribe something that has any semblance of emotional upkeep and or self-imposed emotional upkeep. Like, hey, all right, you've been through 1 month of my program. Now let's do an exercise in emotional management. Write down all the things that you're happy you know now. Write the things down that you are upset or find that are weakness. And then I hope that that person then have a program that says, okay, so if you have these following weaknesses, try considering doing these things along the way. No, it's usually something reductive, like, oh, just don't worry about those things. They'll iron themselves out. Follow the program some more. That's a scalability issue, obviously. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or something that's easily overcome by another person, but it's one person's product scaled up to millions of customers. So obviously you're hoping that your customers have years of emotional maturity and critical thinking and problem solving skills as a result of emotional maturity. Nowadays, products are not targeted that way anymore. They are targeted to increase the frequency or the chance that the consumer you're targeting has the appropriate emotional intelligence and motivation to buy your product and use it unconditionally. So there's another way to compensate. Engage them so hard and promise them so many destination-oriented goals that they no longer can consider what their emotional state is anymore. Just convince them that they're having fun all the time. Convince them that they're having progress all the time, and your product will be successful. It's not malicious. I don't think earnestly it's malicious in the sense of I'm deliberately going to go out of my way to warp the expectations of these people, but more like, how do I make money? That came first. How do I make my product successful? So optimizing for product placement and businesses inherently exacerbated that at the cost of possibly not encouraging emotional maturity, right? Or assuming maturity, or knowing what is happening in the greater scheme of things when it comes to your consumers. So when I think of that, what do I think of a lot of times? Live service games. Live service games are used when adults who have emotional maturity and grew up in a different way assumes that kids and the people they target for their products also have gone through the same emotional maturity that you have once. So when you design things, the last thing you're concerned about is, wait, if they don't like the service, they know to cancel, right? So if they don't like my product and can't afford it, we assume they're just gonna not pay for it, right? No. That's negligence, in my opinion. And right now, nowadays, what are we concerning? Well, biology and society is catching up, where now we're concerned about who's negligent in here. So negligence is different. Maliciousness and intent is opportunism, as in people intentionally, predatorily design things, and that still exists, by the way, but they intentionally, despite knowing the dangers and idiosyncrasies, they do it intentionally. Now, negligence is when you do it unintentionally, as in, oh wait, oh yeah, we didn't do our background study. Like nowadays, people on the internet don't have probably didn't encounter budget concerns and juggling own emotional intelligence to know that I don't need this, I want this. The differentiation between I'm depressed, so I'm buying this as a coping mechanism, and that coping mechanism is becoming hyper dependent and I can't quit it anymore. So instead, I want to lash out at everything I buy voluntarily. And now it's feeding on itself, in my opinion. And older regulatory things are coming into play. So now you have generations of people who think they need something, but they don't actually. And then you have older developers and publishers who think that they're doing a great thing to entertain, assuming that their target audience and their consumers know when to stop using their product, no matter how engaging and useful their product is. As in, like, do you need that Netflix subscription? Well, I'm going to tell you, there's probably a substantial number of people who believe that they can't function without some sort of subscription operating. And then you go into that side load about Caleb and the people he interact with on a daily basis. Those are the scary but sobering depictions of rational human beings who have a process of motivation, opportunism, and also understand that they have a problem. And to me, I don't even think the people on Caleb's show, is the scariest version. I think anyone who don't see that they have a problem or not a sustainability issue and continue to do that are far more vulnerable than even the people on Caleb's show who know they have a problem and they're trying, if at all, their best to try to address it in a really equally, Caleb is kind of like unstoppable force, and their baggage and their emotional pit is almost an unmovable wall. So it's like taking an unstoppable force and challenging the unmovable wall. There are people who don't even think there's a wall anymore. Like, you go around and you go sit on your keyboard and say, oh, this person's garbage. That I don't have that problem, right? And in fact, if you end up having that problem, that's exactly what I mean. Like, hitting a thumbs down, for example, on someone's video when they're talking about thumbs down and thumbs up, and say, oh yeah, I disagree with this, so it's not my problem. That is exactly what I mean. That thumbs down doesn't hurt my feelings. I mean, it informs me on things, but that's perfectly fine. When you go and finally produce your own products and your own thing, and someone gives you a thumbs down, ask yourself, how much does that mean to you? Because honestly, the ones who make snap judgment are ultimately the ones that are going to be having emotional intelligence and coping problems when they themselves are the receiving ends of that. I don't have problems with this because when I was a child, there were enough people to tell me that I shouldn't exist in this world. That paints a very, very strong picture, but it's the truth. Nowadays, you don't even have to entertain the idea that someone dislikes your presence. Nor do you have to contend with the consequences of your actions. It's so ironic that the internet holds people accountable almost erasably so, like trackable in all of its sense, but at the same time, the emotional intelligence to even perceive that is non-existent. Like, I still have, by the way, which most content creators do have, very emotionally intelligent content creators actually, I have a whole inbox of deleted comments on my YouTube videos. They're there to remind me what I can improve and what I can change and what I can address. But do the people who post those video comments even know that the internet holds you accountable? It's up to the person who pursues you for your accountability. So when I write things and record things and publish them to the public, I stand behind those words. Like, I know that it's whether they see it or not, one day someone with emotional accountability can hold me accountable for those things. If it doesn't happen, that doesn't mean it's safe. I think also existence, like critical thinking is so lacking nowadays, where if you don't see it, then it clearly doesn't exist. So if you don't see me speaking Japanese, I obviously don't speak Japanese. Like, what I mean is, if you don't see me practicing speaking Japanese, then I obviously don't practice speaking Japanese. That is, in my opinion, more of the normative worldview nowadays. Humans don't exist and their qualities don't exist unless it's literally presented to them. That's a hyper-objective world, right? Subjectivity would be thinking that the person you're watching has other things that might be subjectively variant from what they perceive. Like, for example, someone said this earlier to me, actually, maybe like 3 days ago or something. They told me, I bet your favorite color is red. And I never asked them. I didn't get a chance to ask them, like, what makes you think that my favorite color is red? The actual thing that happened was like, well, no, my favorite color is not red, it's green. But I didn't get a chance, like, they didn't stay long enough to even for me to ask them what makes them think that my favorite color is red. I actually said something like culturally relevant, like maybe this person considered that I'm Chinese, like I'm part Chinese, right? My parents are Chinese, and red is an auspicious color for my culture. I actually try to think more about the person, like what could the person actually attempted to, but I doubt it went that deep, right? I honestly, in the back of my head, it's like, no, but it doesn't matter if it's not that deep. I want to be portrayed as being that deep. So I imagine that person thought about red because maybe I play video games, which coincides with the red theme. My backlight is red. It's actually not red, it's orange, but the camera tech is limited in that range, so it looks red or pink, right? It's actually a very yellow orange. So, but you know what they see, or they went even deeper. Chinese, red is a very auspicious color, but do you see me wearing red? Right? So some people might say my favorite color is black. It's because this kind of looks black. I'm sure on some screens it looks black, but it's actually blue. So is it blue? And that kind of thing to me is very important. And not because it's right or wrong. It's because someone is able to express how they thought that, why they thought that. And then I can explain why my color is green and not red. Yeah, I would imagine that applies quite well to someone like Mr. Beast. Yes, exactly. I think content creators, the very resilient people, they have different, like, they contend with a lot of things that aren't shown. And with that means that there's an absence of that feedback. I think things have changed though, Procol. I don't want to make it sound like it's doom and gloom. It's not. This isn't fatalist or deterministic. It's more awareness, because awareness is happening. Like interviews, people talking about their career in retrospect, because their career has to happen in the new age before you can get retrospection. So like people like Stephen, right? Stephen He, his career has to take its course, and like certain milestones have to take its course in order to provide that wisdom, right? Now you need representative, like humans need literal representatives of the current generation, but it often comes after the fact. So nowadays, the ones that grew up maybe like around my time are old hats now, and then those who are 30s, in their 30s, have a good 10-year career under the influence of the internet. Now you get to hear all those. But the question is, has that changed so dramatically that people have enough critical thinking to adjust to the change? I don't think the internet is responsible enough yet. I don't think at the moment. There's one thing that dwarfs all of this, and that is, regardless of the context and the feedback you have, are adolescents into adulthood given enough opportunity for critical thinking and problem solving, which is one of the consequences of navigating emotional intelligence. One of the largest sources, in my opinion, about growing up that educates one on pursuing how to solve problems and critical think is often emotional intelligence. It's not the only source. Oftentimes that can also come up as intellectual challenges. However, on the internet, you can remove all of that. You can remove the necessity for emotional intelligence. You can remove the necessity for intellectual challenges, because you can be told what to think. You can be told what will happen. And that usually, despite all of the kind-hearted, retroactive hot takes, you know, very caring adults, I genuinely believe when people put out products, the vast majority of people, not the minority like bad actors, the vast majority of people, they are releasing products in which they truly believe will improve the quality of life of their consumers. As in, buy this product, it does this thing, and they truly believe that. honestly believe the vast majority of people believe in their products that they sell, right? And despite that, you're making a gigantic assumption. You're assuming your consumers know exactly what they want so that they can compare and contrast with your sell, right? If I'm going to say, I'm going to sell you something, I need to know what my audience is, right? That's how business works. You think about your target audience and what their counter arguments are, and then you use your persuasion to sell. In my opinion, nowadays, the easy sell is emotional, because emotional intelligence, in my opinion, is disproportionately underdeveloped compared to intellectual intelligence. So what do you sell nowadays? You sell stats, you sell facts, and then you attack their emotional intelligence. Not like attack literally, but you leverage the lack of emotional intelligence. So how do you do that? Well, you could start by saying your product can reduce your morbidity when you're 70, and you don't want to miss out, because if you don't start now, then you're losing years in your 70s. The facts are, morbidity does increase when you get older. That is a fact. And it's increasing morbidity. Those are facts. And then you attack them emotionally and say, don't forget, if you don't start now, then you're losing years at the end of your life. Does that even make sense emotionally? Not really, honestly. Like, I don't even know if someone's thinking, well, I might not feel the same way when I'm 70, but right now, I think I'll pass on this. It's a promise of something that I'm not concerned with. Like, there's no navigating that. You're just thinking, oh yeah, that's true. Growing old does have increased morbidity, and I kind of don't want that. I might as well start now. If I don't start now, then I'll miss out. That, in my opinion, is the consequence of good business practices. And what I mean by good business practices, I mean practices good for business, good for content creators, good for many things. So selling a product, how do I grow a channel, right? For example, when someone says, oh, you don't understand how to grow a channel, you should hashtag things so that you get more exposure, because the algorithm is based on search tools and search tools identifying specific keywords. Is like, yeah, that's like the basic level, in my opinion. Like, this sounds very aggressive and arrogant, but it is. You don't grow your community, in my opinion, most efficiently, which is what these people say. It's most efficient if you like spam hashtags and stuff. There's actually YouTube moderation against that, but I don't want to talk about those type of hot takes. But yeah, you can do all of these things objectively to increase those things. And my only thought was, what kind of audience would I attract if that's how they get to my content? I mean, do I want to deal with that? Personally, my answer is no, so I didn't do it. So when someone's saying, oh, you could just do this and this and to grow up your community, it's like, yeah, but what kind of community? You're offering advice as though you have zero emotional intelligence for me and anything that comes after. My only thought is, if I put in a bunch of hashtags and I play all the trendy games and I only say certain things and I do react videos to controversial topics, what does that mean for me as a person who needs to negotiate all of that stuff and the people I talk to and the people that I would have to navigate in the future? Because to me, I'm 40 and I don't cater to emotionally, in my opinion, emotionally different people. So all of that tells me that this person doesn't actually even understand my motivations. So that, to me, is a great example of how people provide advice most of the time these days. They project at most the things that are important to them because unintentionally that's the best thing they know, and they project based on things that are objective. So when someone tells me what is important to me, my first guess is, I bet you're going to tell me the most important thing to a streamer is their viewership. You're going to tell me that the most important thing to feeling satisfied with learning Chinese is how fluent you are. And even then, you can't even quantify fluent. So the person will be like a little bit smart about it and say, oh, I know that fluency is more of a subjective thing. It's like, no, it's not. It's actually more of an objective thing. There are so many things about the satisfaction of learning a language that's incomprehensibly not measured by fluency. It's the idea of sitting down and watching your show and you picking up a word and like, that's one word more than I've ever known. And it's changed my outlook on the way I interact. Those things, you can't even quantify those things. You can barely express them to other people. And yet, what I see is people's satisfaction based on how many kanji characters they know and Hanzi characters they know, how fast they're learning a language. What is the fine SHYT? Hello there. Ni hao. Let's see. We've talked about something similar before, but do you think someone who thinks in terms of doing good? Oh, is that what that says? Oh. Oh, is that what that means? Who in terms of doing good because that's what they should or do objectively without much of an emotional investment would be a better characteristic for a leader than someone who is more emotionally intelligent, has more of an emotional investment issues? That sucks. That's a really tough question. We'll call. And you pick the two spectrum ends of it. As I could imagine that this passion for it while still committing to helping as it's a duty they could fulfill could eliminate some emotional risk. Yes. It's a $1 billion question that you're asking that I think since the dawning of humanity in which leadership was a thing, that question has often ebb and flow due to its consequences in retrospect. It's good when it worked and it's bad when it didn't work. So the question is, are you thinking of the bad things to disprove one thing, and you're thinking good things to prove the thing you are, or you're thinking about bad and good things from both ends and realize, I can't answer this question without reservations, because this is kind of a spoiler, but I'm more the latter than the former. As in, when you think of someone who's unemotionally intelligent, what kind of government do you think that is? And then when you think of something emotionally intelligent, what kind of government it is? Think about when that government was successful or unsuccessful. And then you'll probably come up with enough examples in which you have a counter argument and a support for both cases. And then you're thinking, how can I do this ideally in which it always wins? The answer for an emotionally intelligent person is it doesn't always work. And you work through when it doesn't work out. Because a body of people and a body of humanity go through ebbs and flows. They don't stick strictly to a static structure that somehow is always consistently ideal. Now, you could view it from an objective standpoint and say there is an ideal, purely objective. You can think of it as there is a purely idealistic way of guaranteeing that a form of leadership always works. And now you're thinking like the internet. Is that a good or bad thing? I don't know. I'm not intelligent enough to conceive the permutations of the idealistic government or leadership. So I have no way of even conceptually determining if it's good or bad, largely because I can't even conceptualize an ideal case that would happen. If I could, I would at least be able to say an example of it, right? Humans are retrospective. So if you're telling me what does that look like, you can always pick the worst case for something and the best case for something. What's a great show? Travelers. Protocol. Travelers. I'm not sure if you saw that show. It got canceled early, so they had to wrap it up, and they kind of like ceremoniously did a retcon. But the twist of Travelers, the show Travelers, is a great example of the whole, while still committing to helping as a duty they should fulfill, could eliminate some emotional risk. Why not just eliminate all the emotional risks? I'll spoil this for you because it's a great show regardless if you know it or not. But the overarching government in the future is an AI with no emotional intelligence. And in that dystopian future thing, people utopianly believed in that decision making, and they developed time travel. So now the AI objectively order the human race, the time travelers, to objectively correct all the errors of human error. So it presents a situation where humans time travel back to correct all these subjective problems that led to the creation of that future in the first place. Pretty fun thought. Pretty fun thought. All the decision making is made by an unemotional, non-human, sentient creation, which happens to be a product of humanity as well. So, imagine an entire show predicated on that. And then, how do humans navigate that acceptance? Kind of like the directive, like the directive. So, the funny thing is, would you prefer the ebb and flow of being human, or remove the humanity from human and expect that all humans would obey and create no strife? So yes, a leader that completely leads without emotion. Well, are they leading a group completely without emotion? You can try. You can try. There are plenty of leaders who try to evoke such a strong sense of loyalty that it voids all their moral decision making and leave it up for the leader. What does that look like? You can have a brainstorm of various leaders in history that may fill that role. I'm gonna cut out Duolingo Spanish today, by the way, because I really like this topic. So I'm gonna try to complete the review for today for the thing. Or I have to stop in like 10 minutes, but I haven't started. This is a really fun question. Something came up yesterday. We were gonna watch anime yesterday, but someone decided on Sunday, so we have that's similar to the Kohlberg's first stage of moral development that we mentioned, where moral decision making is solely based on reward and punishment. Yeah, first stage. Yep, first stage. And it's possible. The question is, you're a leader, right? Protocol, you're a leader. So who are you leading? In my opinion, leadership is appropriateness. So on the one hand, you can ask a Chinese person, how would you lead? It would look very different from a Japanese person, and it would look very different from an American. The question is, a leader is leading what? So my question of empathy, if you're saying, do people lead with emotional intelligence? Is there a leader that leads with no emotional intelligence at all? Like, in fact, I would even argue, can a human leader lead without no emotional intelligence? At the cost of, at the profit of reducing emotional risks. Leadership is predicated on the conception of charisma and empathy. One garners a following due to the inherent nature of that leader's emotional intelligence. Now, there are times when leadership can be void of emotional intelligence. And I truly and utterly hope that those situations do not come up in my lifetime. And that is when another entity, being it sentient or not, causes a potential human extinction event. So the extraneous, the times when things are void of emotional intelligence in leadership are the times when something is universally evil or deleterious to the extent that it is based on objectivity in order to overcome. And for me, as a little, side note to my favorite topic in science, viruses. When a pandemic happens, that's when emotional intelligence can be reduced to non-existent because of the pure objectivity of the endangerment, the universal endangerment to the entire human species. So I really hope those moments are few and in between for the human race. So when you're thinking about those emotional risks, what are you thinking about? Climate change, greenhouse gases, global warming, recycling, fossil fuels, things that are absolutely, uncontestably, universally undesirable. But then, are you making an emotional decision anymore? Because the people who believe in those things are not the people that lead for those situations. They use them as platforms to represent their bottom lines. But the ultimate winners are the people who elevate both emotional intelligence and those things. So, yes, I agree on the issues when people talk about duty, right, for the human race or duty for the welfare of their country. When they're referring to platforms that ultimately are universally deleterious, those may seem like the perfect examples where, a leader must operate objectively at all times. If you're only looking at things that are nearly universally objectively undesirable for the time being, and even those are arguable. So, in my opinion, no, I don't. It's very unlikely for a leader to be objectionably void of emotional intelligence, because a leader would not be a leader without that charisma. Without some form of emotional intelligence, they cannot garner a following, much like a content creator. So, hear me out here. Does that mean I'm an unemotional windbag of a content creator? I'm not, because even I, using this type of approach, still have people that I bump into. I could purely do this without bumping into anyone. And that's because I have an emotional intelligence of myself. A party of one. But some people can join me too. So, does that qualify as a leader? I have notoriously said this over and over again. I've never considered myself, even to this day, maybe it might change in the future, but for the time being, retroactively, I've never considered myself a leader. I know that I can meet the requirements of a leader when that situation occurs. in which there are no other options for a leader. Like, it's one of those things like, I am not qualified to deal with grief. I'm not qualified to lose my parents in aging. But when the time comes, I step up. That's emotional intelligence. That is what makes humans so pricelessly awesome. It doesn't have to be logical how you solve objective problems, because humans step up. They may not even conceive what they are objectively possible until they are challenged emotionally. So when a human being says, what is a great way, an example of objective situation where to do the impossible is to remove all your emotional baggage, is to make decisions that are entirely void of emotions. As a leader, it is one of the hardest tasks to ever do as a leading politician, general, any form of leadership. The hardest task they have ever done in their entire leadership is to make a decision that is void of emotion. When you think about all the hardest decisions that a leader must make, or clear obscure is a great example, is any moment when they have to stop being human. Because when they are doing the other stuff like global warming and fossil fuels and stuff, those are win-win situations. So those are likely the easiest tasks a leader has to do, because they're, as far as we know, universally negative. So it is easy to think about when objectivity wins, is when objectivity is ideal for them. Like, dying sucks for the vast majority of people. So if you can stop people from dying, it is objectively the most. So when you take a utilitarian approach, right? War sucks, period. If you can solve conflicts without going to war and everyone wins at the end, you would choose that. So if an objective decision makes that so trivial, then yes, it would seem like leading without emotional interest would be ideal. And I think there are plenty of those examples. And they usually offer as foundational platforms for politicians. More money for everyone, for example. The promise of more money for everyone. That's still emotionally intelligible, actually, a lot of times, right? Tax cuts, increased quality of living, whatever that means. Universal health care. Quite a lot that are objectively sound. So as long as they are objectively sound, it sounds great without emotional intelligence. You know how universal healthcare came about? Probably motivated by emotional risks before it was objectively sound. And even then, these are still contentious points. So, kind of tough. But even all with all that said, like saving animals and stuff, right? No, yeah, that's that kind of complete dissipation could end up leading to a stale, unchanging structure to laws, which is risky. Yeah, I doubt it's possible. Yeah, the whole hypothetical situation about emotional leadership, emotionless, completely void, emotionless. Utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is a great example. If you watch a video on or if someone, I'm sure someone did an essay on the most utilitarian leaders in history, and you can probably find some creative situations in modern society today that the complete utilitarian approach can fall short. And while I wish that people don't have to make that, oftentimes when you think of utilitarian approaches, it's like an ultimatum. Most of the time, leaders that come about that are purely utilitarian, it's because no other leader wants to make the decision that's void of emotional risks. Like, what I mean is, utilitarianism, when those people come up, is because no one else wants to make that tough decision. There was a whole class, I took like 2 whole classes about World War II, and not even about all of World War II, about the Manhattan Project, like the United States Manhattan Project. That is when utilitarianism came about. Like, that was one of the situations where utilitarianism was used as a form of decision making. So yeah, you can make that argument a lot of times in war where, well, the sacrifice of a few means the safety and prosperity of the many, right? And that is utilitarianism. How many people can you save on the prospect of indiscriminately and emotionally annihilating a magnitude less? That reminded you of a video about ethics, when someone says a statement like chocolate tastes better than concrete can be considered an objective statement. Yep, even if it's not under the strict definition. Hey there, don't judge me. I'm doing well. How are you? Yeah, long time no see. I do remember you. I mean, your name is very recognizable. Not a lot of people go and use their name and say, don't judge me. You did philosophy A level, which included a lot about utilitarianism. Yeah. Your teacher gave a good example of this situation. There's 10 sadistic guards and 1 prisoner. If they all beat the prisoner, then that would result in the most good for the most people. Yes, as a critique of it. Here's one that I use, and it's part of one of my favorite game series, Lost Judgment, or Like a Dragon series, basically. Lost Judgment tackled the high school bully problem in Japanese, which is very similar to my low income experience in the United States. When the nail sticks up, you hammer it down. It's for the betterment of society. Conformity is a great example of utilitarianism misappropriated without emotional intelligence. Conformity is a great example, a side example, evolution of pure utilitarianism. If you're not like the rest, stay in your lane. And one of the topics in Lost Judgment is about high school bullying, where some of the students, if a student sticks out, they get hammered down. That's how bullying works in other places. When it comes to strong conformity, like societal pressure versus societal appropriateness versus, and it does, that consequence is not, the motivations are different when I was growing up in the United States, but the outcome is very similar. So for me, my racism and discrimination experiences are because I am different. So when you're different, you're excluded. It's for the betterment of coherence of the social order. When someone is different and the majority is the same, then you either excommunicate them, remove them, or make them conform. Yeah, and this can be a social bias personally, because I grew up with this. At the same time, I also grew up with the euphemism of mosaicism, or like eclecticism. I don't know what you would call it, but mosaics, right? The difference between viewing the United States as a melting pot versus a salad bowl. You know, a salad versus melting pot has been a great example of a consequence of utilitarianism versus emotional intelligence. One is often seen as a lot harder and spurious than the other, and that's a double standard in my opinion. And it's a weird double standard because if one spends most of their life doing another task, it's less effort than doing another task. So when someone says, oh, isn't it just easier if everyone conformed? So there's less thinking to be involved. And then isn't it harder for everyone to empathy? Well, that's the thing about the human condition. If you're consistently empathizing with a group of empathizers, that may seem less difficult than conforming to a group of non-sympathizers. So human, it goes back to being human again, right? Is it harder to make a decision in which it benefits everyone, or is it harder to make a decision that it benefits some people? Or someone who lives in a world that only idealism exists, then the least ideal situations are probably the hardest ones that they can contend with. The person who's more consistently negotiating the problems that have inconsistent outcomes may actually find it hard to believe oftentimes that there's an ideal situation in the case of everyone winning. So humans, relativity happens a lot. Not conforming is often one of the two extreme ends of how they perceived by people, either looked down upon a lot or looked up to a lot. Yes, they're all double-edged. And to me, I sound like a proponent of something, but I'm not. I'm trying not to be. I'm raising the idea that there's a strong absence of one versus the other. So I'm trying to not give you the impression that emotional intelligence is goated. I'm saying there's a lack of emotional intelligence. Like a lack of sufficient emotional intelligence in order to give humans the flexibility of elevating all the things that make them human. At the moment, people don't treat other people like humans because they themselves try to behave like a part of being human. If you're trying to constantly be objective, then it follows logically that you would not be subjective about the things that are subjective. As in, if you're constantly being objective, naturally you're not concerned about your happiness. Right? You hope that underlying all of that, you still continue to pursue your own happiness. So it's still there, but you spend most of your time trying not to think about that. So I can spend all the time saying that I don't need the love of another person. Like I can spend all the time saying I don't need to talk to other people, right? I could be happy alone, and that might be sufficient. It is. Humans are great at being sufficient, right? There are opportunities. You can exercise enough self-love in order to not desire another person or talk to another person. That's perfectly sufficient. And we're talking about sufficiency. So for me, all this digression today is that when I was younger, I lacked sufficient emotional intelligence to make me successful in the way that I am today. Not about how much of it, or like what's too much. I was actually just largely talking about the lack of something. And I think humans are normalizing that. So nowadays, I think still it's not like it's a irreversible situation. However, I do believe that a substantial number of people that I interact with, and it's a very self-selected case. Like we're talking about people who chronically spend all of their normalized behavior being unaware and then emotionally compliant. So that's still a significant number of people, but not everyone. I would say it's still like 20%. Because you have to remember there are also older people like 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s that you still find on the internet, and people who spend some of their time on the internet and none. But we're talking about the people who self-select themselves into certain behavior are almost unemphatically coinciding with that type of behavior. So anyone who goes out of their way,
like immediately taking 2 seconds and thumbing down people because they don't have time for it, or put the fries in the bags, chief. Those people, they would line up with most of the coincidences. Again, correlation is not causation, but generally speaking, most of these things correlate. So if I meet someone with those patterns, I try to ask them why and how do they come about this type of thing, because genuinely I want to believe, I solely want to believe that whatever I'm saying now is not true. That's how I null hypothesis tests, right? The stronger your conviction is when it comes to corollary data, is the stronger you try to poke holes in your theory. But this is not something that was easily refuted. I have yet to consistently refute that when someone comes around and they say something like unequivocally selfish, and then go away and say that they're upset and say, bye, I'm announcing my leave, that those people do not coincide with a lack of emotional intelligence, and that they are probably have fewer relations and might need someone, might want anyone to say, yo, you know, that's okay. Like, I want you to stay. Do you mind staying? Let's have a conversation. You seem like a particularly detached person. Not particularly angry in any way. You're just non-discriminately indifferent to a lot of things. How about we try getting you interested and being attached to something? Because someone who ever has come to form attachments to things, regardless if it's another person, hopefully another person, generally speaking, they do not trivialize these actions, in my opinion, unless you're a sociopath, which may happen in like 0.1% of the population or 0.01% of the population. Despite that, when someone knows of loss and attachment and experience those things, unlike myself, I did not experience these things. So it took me way later into my late 20s to really understand how much I can hurt someone by saying I'm not interested. Right? Like in high school, you kind of learn that, but in high school, I didn't even know that. I joke around a lot of times because I have been in dates that I don't know I was in dates, right? And before it was trivial. Now it's not. I'm like, yeah, I wonder if I still do that. I don't know if I still do that. In fact, I feel like I still do that sometimes, where my comments are predicated on objective things, like corollary things, and I'm not aware that this person is suggesting otherwise. And that is what happens when one becomes emotionally intelligent. They become overtly concerned and or increase concern for things. At first is exhausting. However, with due diligence and discipline, it becomes less exhausting. In fact, it uses up more energy, but it also pays back in dividends. So would I give up the clout that I've gained by expending the extra energy to worrying about these things? Absolutely not. I am here today talking to you, Procall, and suspending whatever I'm doing right now is because that I am not sorry for spending my time talking to another human being at the cost of bolstering my vocabulary. That to me is almost indescribably what I would think about when I'm 18. When I'm 18, I sure as heck do not have time to talk to other people, so I wouldn't ever even be sharing my learning experience with anyone. Because why would I share my learning experience with someone who is my competition? I would do something really well and only sell what I do really well. That sounds like a businessman, doesn't it? It also sounds like so many people who decided saying, "Hi, I'm a polyglot. This is my product." Instead of, "Hi, I'm a polyglot. Let me stream my product 3 years and show you how I interact with my product so that you yourself could see how I use my product." No, it's not that. It's definitely not that. Times are changing though. Times are changing. Like for example, a developer is nearly obligatory nowadays to try to show their development process and answer questions that humanizes their product. That is a normalization of, or moderation of the extreme right now. You often buy products based on someone's appearance, like largely the end product. It's like, hey, this is the end product. If you want to be like me, buy this product. And then there's a lot of technical jargon and explaining and stuff. Rarely does it ever show evidence of someone interacting with it. And yes, that is placed onto the owners of the content creators. So as a stopgap between that and this, you get people to use your product and you hope that is good enough. So the alternative as a band-aid for the owner of the product can manually, if not, commission other people to go and scout for representation of users, and then you have your influencers. So your influencers, how you select your influencers and representation of your influencers will then indirectly impact the appearance of your product. That is the negotiation that the internet world we have today. When you have a video game, you pledge, in order to create great PR, you must go out and collect representation for your video game. So that has become the interface. Not only that, now developers go and one step further a lot of times and have committed developers, like community managers, who they themselves give you an in-house perspective of their product being used and or engaged in. So not all in the end, the world is not going towards a hyper-objective world. It was far more objective 5 years ago or so, and now it's being normalized, in my opinion. It's being moderated. And it's moderated because we're still human, right? We're still human. So eventually, at least I believe, humans will continue to be human. So when something becomes too hyper objective, there are going to be biological consequences and like relational consequences that will push back. So nowadays, there's a huge, like maybe an overcompensation of reliance on human representation of their products. So yes, dev streams are here to stay. Dev updates, monthly updates are here to stay. Every game is launched with a representative group of people who are associated with the product that's being launched, and you hope that that creates enough emotional representation in which people will be like, oh, I don't like this person. This person's a shill for Sega. That creates emotional intelligence. For better or for worse, it might not be very beneficial to that influencer or to that organization, but at least someone who knows or have some prevalence of knowing the relationship between their motivations and another person's motivations, that's still more than saying that thing doesn't exist because I'm not looking at it. So that's pretty cool. Like age limitations raises the question of adult projections, adult awareness. Like when someone says, oh yeah, we should stop serving these things to 16-year-olds or lower, the act of doing it is promising. Whether it should be at 16 or 18 or 14, that's something to be discussed, but at least there's discussion about it. So here's a crazy one. You want to hear a super hot topic? When is it that feedback should be filtered by vetted experience? So that's kind of going into the whole voting thing. When is someone able to be held responsible for what they vote, or what they like? When, like, you know, now we have the balance of censorship, right? Censorship versus public penetrance. Basically, when should people be vetted before they can make a video comment? The question then comes down to utilitarianism. A lot of times, is someone writing? How do you evaluate the quality of a feedback or comment? To me, I'm agnostic, but to a lot of people, you might be thinking of the worst case scenario. What if someone just is non-discriminately calling everyone hot garbage, and then it happens to hit a very fragile person? One of the comments would be like, well, this person shouldn't have been fragile in the first place. They are a content creator. They should know what it's like to be in a public space. It's like, do they though? I don't know. Nowadays, people portray content creation without the drawbacks. For a while. Not so much anymore because of normalization. So, like, if you go ask Stephen He, for example, in his interview, which he gets asked all the time, so I don't have to even make this up. Like, what about the people you offend? Do you have people that you offend? And he has a really wholesome, grounded response to it. He often thinks it's not about what's the worst that can be done with a thing, but it's about what you can do to not give power to negativity and cynicism. And I think some of the most efficacious and consistent content creators out there think of proactive positivity, how to enable, and they just drown the cynicism out of what could possibly come up. So instead of worrying about the racism and discrimination that can be wielded with his content, he flipped the script and led the response and say, it's not giving power to that. It's empowering how to embrace and understand certain things are true and how they may be perceived and be used for humor and comedy. And then he threw in a bit of personal relations in that. So that's kind of what I meant, Procol, when we were talking a little bit about there's a really large emotional gap between someone who constantly asks and frame things in the worst case scenario and or potential for the worst case scenario. And then you hear a charismatic person, a charismatic leader, for example, where every time you present them, or most of the time when you present them with an ultimatum, or you present them with like a somewhat of a unoptimistic point of view, or like not necessarily optimistic and pessimism, but a negative realistic bent, they would offer the alternative, which is, well, with that, I understand the possible risk, but I want to say that emotional risk, what I can gain thinking about it this way is worth the emotional risk. Like, for example, having a child. That having a child is an emotional risk. It's a huge emotional risk. And in an objective world, especially a high functioning objective world, it's not worth the emotional risk, because emotional stability and safety is less important than stability. And oftentimes objectivity and idealism offers stability. The internet offers stability. When you get on YouTube, you know YouTube's going to be there. And when you want to watch cat videos, you know you're going to have cat videos. That's consistent and stability. Do you know if cat videos are healthy for you and are making you happy overall and increasing your quality of life over time as you grow into your old age? You have to answer that question. And it comes with emotional awareness. But you may never have developed that emotional awareness. So, yes, I would say it's a case of negligence when people who believe their products do not create emotional deficits are negligent in the idea that they didn't foresee this and do not, and then when they see this, they turn a blind eye. Then that negligence become predatorial. That's opportunist. So the moment awareness is done and they choose not to address that, that is opportunism. And opportunism can lead to predation. So once awareness is raised, so now the responsibility is on the people who are emotionally intelligent. So if you continue to do it, like gacha games, for example, that's no longer, it's a very morally agreeable situation now with gacha games, for example, where like they put in the safeguards to discourage and raise awareness of the gacha, put safeguards and limitations to create friction to the gacha, as opposed to, hey, we're going to continue to prey on your FOMO because we know we can leverage that. We know that our target audience lack emotional intelligence to compulsively buy things. So we're going to pretend like we don't know that and plead ignorance due to negligence. And negligence is maybe less severe than deliberately targeting younger people for their gacha games. And you could say, of course that's the case. No, there aren't places where they would obviously make gacha games for kids viable, right? Japan. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? But they have different cultural safeguards. They're parents. So, we can take things out of context, but then we can provide that same context back to situate a bigger picture. Yeah, kids, gacha machines are targeted towards kids. Like, I don't know what, like, that's why when gacha games were introduced to a bigger audience, the social cultural context and safeguards do not exist in other countries, like the United States. So then there was an adaptation period. But gacha games, like you put in those coins, you turn the crank. It's not adults that go out of their way to do that most of the time. It's kids. And Japan has it all over the place. In fact, most of the things they stick in those gacha things are for kids. But they have a social order, they have a structure, they have a decorum that makes that possible. So the internet breaks that down, right? The internet is everywhere. So there are certain cultural aspects that are not appropriate. And that's where leadership comes in. And that's kind of going back to your other leadership question. Whether is it appropriate for a leader to lead with emotional risks of the stuff? I would say leaders become leaders because they are appropriate. That includes everything that is required of them. If there is a situation where it requires a leader that is entirely utilitarian, that itself is an emotional decision, in my opinion. Like even underlying utilitarianism, people elect people based on their emotional interest. So oftentimes, the hardest decisions made that are void of emotional risks are also people making that choice and knowing that it's a hard decision to make. So I would say that the people who vote leaders that have to make a utilitarian choice are either grateful that they don't have to make that, or they pity and sympathize with the leader that has to make that decision. cue like Dwight D. Eisenhower, President Eisenhower during World War II, like you may think, oh, I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. Or, man, it would suck to have to make that decision. Yeah, like the debate over what trigger warning should be put on video online. Yeah. My trigger warning, I do have trigger warnings, by the way. But they don't come in like, say, oh no, jump cut incoming. I think the jump cut incoming one is pretty funny. Like that's the world we live in today, where like, oh, splice incoming, right? Even in your shorts, when you're doing shorts, like splice incoming is like, dude, it's 2 minutes long. Like it's less than 2 minutes long. There's gotta be like splicing incoming. But I appreciate that. It's a way to mechanically help with the situation. Hear me out though. I'm gonna provide a counter argument to that. When these things are placed in, I hope that people are understanding why and how this has come about. Like what I mean is, someone could say something like, dude, they pick up their McDonald's cup. This is international, so you can probably see this. You pick up the McDonald's cup, your coffee cup, and you look on the coffee cup and say, caution, hot. Some people might say, well, that's stupid. Coffee is always hot. Oh, really? And then some people like, if you have hot coffee, like you should know it's hot, right? It's like, well, it's a styrofoam cup. A lot of times the styrofoam cup like insulates most of the heat. It's a way hotter than you think that you're holding. So there's a lot of things. And then at the same time, some people are like, oh yeah, I remember that one time when the person spilled hot coffee all themselves and sued McDonald's. So that trigger warning stuff for the videos remind me of that. Now the question is, I'm a little devil's advocate I'm a little bit cynical here. So bear in mind. I hope that when people watch things and they see that things exist, they don't say it's stupid because I don't see a purpose for that, and ask, why does it exist? Because it clearly exists without my understanding. Like for example, when someone says, why does Duolingo exist? It shouldn't exist. There are so many products better than Duolingo. Why would you ever use Duolingo if everything else is better than it? Well, why do you choose to deflect trying to understand why it exists if it does exist? Like the first thing the person's gonna say is, well, based on facts, and I'm like, well, the facts is Duolingo exists. Have you tried explaining that? The moment you can explain that, you can probably explain a lot better why you think Duolingo is bad. Like, it weakens your point when you're criticizing something that you can't explain. So that happens a lot with trigger warnings, age limits, consent, choices, age of consent, blocks, like age limit blocks, like gates, like permit 18 older gates, filtering, censorship, algorithm, why you're not popular, likes, dislikes, video comments. So yeah, lots of warnings. And for me, it used to be by the time you're like 25, you've probably had so many permutations of these things that you're emotionally mature enough to handle these things. And I mean globally. Yes, there are other countries where maturity happens earlier per se, and then there are slight gender differences that deal with emotional maturity, and it's actually kind of related and correlated with the availability of behavioral events that happen a lot of times, and social events like cultural and social events. So despite all these variability, I would say 20 years ago, when I was about to approach my 20s, the natural maturity emotionally was about mid-20s. So naturally, when it comes to like age of consent, filtering, and doing things professionally and whatnot, you kind of get a median, and this is reductive, of course. There are extraneous cases at both ends, but generally you're emotionally available to do these things. What is the youngest age you can be a content creator? Apparently it's 13. To people. And what people? The people they concern. Apparently teenagers believe the youngest age is 13. Like, they believe that there's no purpose in placing a 16-year-old requirement or an 18-year-old requirement for being a content creator or posting videos or seeing nasty remarks and all that stuff. So trigger warning is a great example of that, in my opinion. I'm not sure if it will change. I'm kind of curious what it's like. But for myself, when someone goes around and deliberately saying that they're underage, I actually would probably believe that their emotional maturity is not sufficient for the internet. Like, for example, that has happened a couple of times. I actually, even then, it's not a surefire thing. So I would ask the person, are you being serious or are you joking? Because if you're joking, then probably a much older person making a joke about being underage. But generally speaking, in fact, most people who are old, they don't go around parading about how old they are as like some sort of metric. But then again, the internet has changed things up quite a lot, right? Like, some things that I try not to do. When someone says, "Oh yeah, I see that you're still working on your Twitch partnership." It's like, you must be new. Like, do you want some pro tips about being becoming a Twitch partner? Like, I understand the first year it could be tough, and all I can think about is, okay, so this person's quantifying professionalism with the years someone streams. So this person must be somewhere in their 20s, thinking that content creation is likely the first time someone has been a professional and been invested in more time than working with people elsewhere, right? And so there's a lot of self-selection. And then, I would try to talk over it instead of saying, well, I've been doing this for 7 years. And then what would that digress into? Well, they would say something, oh, you've been doing this for 7 years and you still only have one viewer? Then let me help you out anyways, because you clearly are struggling with getting more viewers. And then it would still go into more data, more things that are not appropriate. So that's kind of conversations that I tend to do not reveal more than I would use, because I don't want to predicate and promote behavior that lacks emotional intelligence. Like, in no way these are common conversations when I was in fact only been streaming for a year or two. Now I've been streaming for over 7 years. So even then, it does not change the lack of emotional intelligence. When someone says, they come in and they're like, oh, I see. So you're in the beginning of your stuff. It's like, no, I've been doing this for a while. It's like, oh, for a while. I see. So I've been told that it's best if you suddenly become a VTuber, because VTubers are very trendy. They can emote and become like, no, that's okay. Like, personally, I would love that people understand what it's like to see a person. No, hats off to the VTubers who want to do the things they do. My personal benefit is the idea that I don't want to normalize what it's like to talk to another person. Actually, I have this very conversation with very real people when they think that seeing the world outside is incredibly it triggers them. Seeing the way other people look is very triggering. Seeing the 3D world is very triggering. So that sucks, at least in my opinion. I think finding the beauty in everything that you have to do is kind of goated. Like, if you hate going on grocery shopping, how do you make it less hateful? Do you understand why you hate grocery shopping? Sometimes just understanding why you hate grocery shopping gives you avenues of making it less gross, I suppose, for lack of a better word. Alright, anyways, that's enough. I should tell the guys I'm gonna be late. Alright. So, let's hope to finish this in the next... $9:30? I think 9:30. Gonna be 9:30, right? 45 minutes? Alright, let's get into this. Thanks again, Procol, for chilling. I was meaning to ask you, is it harder, or like, do you usually find yourself wanting to have discussions on weekends, or are you usually preoccupied then, besides your 200-person party? Okay, showcase. Jiangshi. How did this work? What, as in you mostly join your stream on the weekend? No, like, as in like the boredom situation. Do you usually have things set up for the weekend to do, or? Usually I do not distinguish between the weekends and the weekdays, so it can be a little bit harder for me to relate. Like, even when I was working, I did not distinguish between the weekend and the weekday personally. However, because other people use their weekends specifically, I tend to engage in activities that happen on weekends. So like go out to social eats and whatnot. Those become regular things. However, I still don't use them as a way to make my weekends different from my weekdays. So oftentimes when I have to go to work on Sundays, it feels not discriminately different from going to work any other day. Meanwhile, my colleagues and people around me don't share the same empathy. So most of the time I try to reassure them that, oh, you don't want to go in Sunday to take care of this? I can take care of it for you. I'm already deciding to head in. So that's kind of one of those things that I'm referring to. Oh, like we talk about on Discord, you think the weekend does make you prone to boredom due to the lack. You think the weekend does make you more prone to boredom due to the lack of structure. Okay. Because I was gonna ask you, probably harder, not to use you specifically because I don't actually know, but for other people that I see, like I'm not talking to them, but when I see their like Discord comments and their status and stuff, they get hit harder on weekends when structure disappears. So like that busyness on the weekdays have some functionality, and then you can see their mood and their kind of their overall things that they type, their tone kind of dip on weekends. And I don't think it's because of depression at first. I think it's often due to boredom. Oh, I also have that YouTube short that I remember cutting out. And it was titled, people didn't like it, by the way. I tried YouTube shorts, so I think you might be the one that asked. Someone else asked about you like shorter format stuff. The YouTube short was titled combat boredom, combat the dangers of boredom with friendship, with intercommunication. It was either one of them. And it was me back in when the shorts were still 1 minute. It was a 1 minute clip of a Neverwinter stream that I was talking about anecdotally what is the most dangerous, what is arguably a universal danger, telltale sign of potential leads to chronic depression, is oftentimes a severe consistency of boredom that is not viewed as proactive, and a proactive attack on boredom. Like basically when you feel boredom or think of boredom, it's coming from more of a sense of acceptance and uncontrollable consequence of living, as opposed to, oh, I'm bored now, that means I can do whatever I want. As in, what should I start with now? That's usually the weekends. And it happens quite a lot in different ways. Like for Discord, whoever joins Discord, I read people's Discords, by the way. Like what I mean is, I keep track of people. Like I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. So whatever they share on social media, I have a personal investment in terms of consistency. So people change their comments oftentimes on weekends, and those weekends tend to be very negative comments. Like they would talk about something that's revealing existentialism, or just meandering, numbness, and I think it starts with boredom. Boredom does happen quite a lot. Very healthy, ambitious, high-functioning human beings, when they think of boredom, they think of it as free time, in my opinion. So whenever you see boredom, if you don't see opportunity, that is pretty much what I was referring to in a nutshell. Boredom is part of life, but how you view boredom as a lifestyle choice is very telling to at least someone like myself, when your behavioral pattern reflects to someone who sees it more as an inevitability versus an opportunity. You've often heard a sedentary lifestyle, which is often what happens with people who are bored a lot, can have a load of terrible short and long-term effects on one's mental and physical health. Yeah. And sedentary in terms of its mental cognition, right? Like because someone who's sitting down could be very active. Like someone who's actively meditating is technically sedentary in the sense, but they're proactively addressing their boredom, right? Through like mindfulness and whatnot. So not necessarily the traditional use of sedentary, whereas like sitting down on a computer seat is considered a sedentary lifestyle, but it's more so someone who's acceptant of their sedentary life, right? When you were younger and got bored, your dad always told you not to try and stop being bored immediately. Yeah. Or your dad always told you not to try and stop being bored immediately. Then he would give me a pen and paper and ask me to just wait until I want to write something, then afterwards reflect on how much was able to come from your boredom. Oh, that's kind of neat. That's a different way to go about it. That is definitely a way to go about it. This is it does involve brainstorming though. So brainstorming, some people believe that boredom can spark emotional pushback. Like, for example, Clair Obscur is a consequence of boredom at Ubisoft. That's what the directors said. They were bored at Ubisoft, so they decided to heck with it. I'm gonna start Clair Obscur. It wasn't Clair Obscur when they started, but they were like, I want to make a different game, a different type of game. And that was the same, it was from boredom. So hear me out. It works really well when your father knows that you would push back. That's probably what I would say is something that I might find a little disagreeable. Is you're assuring that the person you're talking to, which might be a kid, have plenty of stimuli that evokes creativity, so that boredom can create an emptiness in which you want to fill. And that's still opportunism. That's still opportunity. So your dad, in my opinion, so I'm not saying that is exactly what your dad is thinking, but they're describing a healthy individual, a person that sees opportunity when there is boredom. So when you sit there and you're bored, you're hoping that it elicits a call to action to fill that boredom. However, depression, when boredom is ever present, depression can set in, where then the void becomes acceptance, and that acceptance stays boredom. Then it becomes non-productivity, and that can happen still. It just, in my opinion, it does rarely happen in younger people because they're usually hyper engaged. However, nowadays the way they hyper engage could be void of creative input. So like TikTok scrolling, doom scrolling can be void of creative output. So when your father said, grab a pen and write the things you can create on a piece of paper, that is definitely not the same as someone telling you what's not boring. Because then you're not actively doing any of that. So doom scrolling ends up being a place of boredom nowadays because it creates structure without active participation, at least in my opinion. This is an ongoing like corollary thought experiment that I have, where if you're not actively carving your boredom, that is a band-aid. It's a stopgap. Entertainment is a stopgap that is supposed to, in my opinion, inspire creative creative exploration to addressing your boredom. It cannot substitute for the complete lack of creative input. So like whenever you're bored and you're using something to take the effort out of carving the boredom, then rarely are you exercising creative thinking or problem solving to invest in your own development. So things like carving boredom with drinking, for example, becomes sustainable in the short term, but it is not sustainable in the long term because those things may not be particularly tailored to you. And the closest thing that seems harmless right now is doom scrolling, TikTok content. Before that time, they were substances. They were physical substances that are still sustainable to this day if you manage with discipline, of course, right? Drink responsibly, that kind of thing. But at the same time, I still think it pales in comparison to having a creative outlet. Like whatever that may be, music, art, your job. My creative outlet was my job, by the way. Like when I'm bored, I go to work. I mean, my body didn't like it, but when I'm bored, my first thought is I could be doing an experiment. So let's just go to work. Or here's it has its own like devils and vices. But back in the day, when I say I gotta go home, it's like, well, if I go home, I'm just gonna be bored. I might as well just stay at work and continue working. And that's what I did. So I was still happier, but here's the difference now. I need to rest, and I know I need to rest. So how do I make home less boring? That is what I ended up doing in the future. So now I try to sleep well, or far better than I used to. Before, I used to think, well, my place of boredom is not worth the investment because it's void of opportunities. And I stick to the things that are not void of opportunities. So I stay working. So working makes life less boring, but I can't make sleeping less boring, eating less boring, because they're not worth my time. Internet. That is the internet age as well. Your life is boring because everyone else's life is not. That's a big deep cut, in my opinion, for lots of younger people. Their life is always seen as less entertaining or important than others. And even to this day, I get that from older adults because at least they're okay with it. At least I think. But you still get that. Like, hey, so what do you do for a living? And the first comment is like, oh, it's this is more like courtesy as opposed to the real things. But when you're talking to someone older, they would like play it down. They would say like, oh, I'm just a mechanic who's like, tell me a little bit about it. And eventually they do. But when you're talking to someone who's much younger, they really mean it. They're like, oh yeah, my life's not, my life's boring. And I was like, well, try me. And they can't. They just say nothing. They're like, well, I do this. Like, it's so disinterested. They are so disinterested in telling someone else what they do in their daily life. It's very different than being modest. I think being modest is a natural inclination online, and also privacy. So an older adult who has a lot of things to share, but they're like reserved and modest, you can tell. It's very different from someone says, yeah, nothing happens in my life. It's absolutely boring. I spend most of my time hating myself. Haha, joking, that kind of thing. It's like, I'm going to tell you now, people who joke like that, most of the time they mean it, because healthy people don't actually joke in that manner. It's like a little bit different. There's a lot of nuance to how people joke about how disinteresting their life is. So that's kind of the dangers of boredom. And for me, I had this spiel for like 3 hours when I was playing Neverwinter, because Neverwinter is supposed to be an MMO, right? And you're supposed to play with other people. And I was talking about how like I circumvent boredom when I'm basically playing by myself most of the time. And I was thinking, you form relations, but not just any relations, the relations that you are actively invested in. It's not whether they reciprocate, but more so your investment in it. You know that even if you don't end up making your friend in the end, that you can transfer all of that effort into your boredom to the next person and the next person. And one day it would become effortless, or at least less effortful, to interacting with people, which doesn't happen. And that was what I was addressing. It got like maybe a couple of thumbs down, but like YouTube shorts just don't work for me, because people are forced to make snap judgments, and that's quite literally the opposite of what I find efficacious or informative to me. He was trying to make the point that boredom isn't and shouldn't be viewed as a void, but rather an opportunity, similar to what you're saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's often an opportunity. You have to believe it though. And there's not a lot of people, like there are very few people in one's life that can answer that question for you or help you with it. and it's probably the people who know you best. So like your father, right? Or your significant other, your sibling, your friend, especially not a stranger online. So that's kind of, so when someone asks like, how do you carve boredom? I like to say that you can go back and kind of step back further and say, boredom is an opportunity. Your life is filled with opportunities. So whenever you're bored, it's time to pursue those opportunities in any way, shape, or form that you can. Unfortunately, I think mass media and social media and internet stuff has made it so that it doesn't seem like that. Like, it even makes the things you conjure up in your void less consequential. Like, why bother spending the 5 minutes you're bored strumming one chord on a guitar when you know this kid spent like 3 days becoming a master of guitar work? And I'm like, okay, because you can. You spent 5 minutes strumming on a chord, being able to play a chord that's pleasing to you. Imagine strumming one chord a day of your favorite song, right? A lot of songs are composed of 4 chords in one sequence. So if you pick up a favorite song and you decide one day, whenever you're bored, you're going to practice one of those 4 chords, and then you decided over a month to practice 4 chords over a month, then that boredom becomes the reason why you can play the chord progression for one of your favorite songs with no understanding of how to play or arrange guitar work or anything. You just know you've memorized 4 chords and you play one chord for 1 week, and then the second chord, third chord, and fourth chord, and you might be able to assemble the chord progression for your favorite songs, if not multiple songs. And that, to me, is opportunity. Now, you might not be interested in guitar work, but think about other things, right? Draw a circle, a triangle, a square, and draw in different sizes, different arrangements across whenever you're bored. And one day, you could assemble a really wonderful piece, work piece that represents your efforts in your boredom with only those 3 shapes. It's very possible. Doodling is what I'm referring to. A lot of times kids offset their boredom with doodling at an early age, you know, scribbling on the side of the page and whatnot. That's a great example of kids doing that, but they didn't know that yet. When you grow older, oftentimes you want a conception of it, right? And what is that? It's opportunity. But to a kid, it's doing what they naturally want to do. So if they want to doodle during their boredom, sometimes it's very beneficial for an adult to be able to somehow utilize that natural inclination to teach them something. So oftentimes, if a kid likes to doodle, what else can they do with that doodling ability? Obviously, that's up to the parent to see that. It's not necessarily in the constraints of the formal teacher who's like maybe teaching mathematics at the time or something, right? Teachers are not clairvoyant, and they don't have telepathy to keep track of all their kids, but it's definitely the parents. The parents would be able to seize that opportunity, or at least make one aware. So once again, the whole boredom thing, the closest person is either you or the person closest to you, because there's no way someone else further out. The further you go out, the less likely that they will be able to carve that boredom. So it goes back to my short. You combat the dangers of boredom. You combat the dangers of boredom with interaction with someone. Even a parasocial relationship is sufficient if you're actively doing it. If you're passively doing it, then you are in my opinion, you are likely substituting your boredom for a different image of boredom. So what happens then? That boredom and that activity becomes one and the same. So then you have a whole population of kids that tell you they're playing their favorite game, but they're bored. They're doing their favorite things, their once favorite things, and now they're bored. They used to love FromSoft games, and the new FromSoft games just hit different. It's just boring. That is compensation, in my opinion. That's coping. It's not transformative. You didn't take the opportunity to create and imbue efforts. It's void of effort, void of passion. You sucked the compensation out. So that's kind of like a mix of habit formation associated with negative things. So boredom can easily consume the things you love as well. Like if you're constantly associating boredom with your favorite activity, and that favorite activity is not actively being transformed, eventually that coping makes it a source of coping. In my opinion, this is all conjecture and is not like a prescription or anything, but I see that as a very reasonable way to explain rationally what I observe most of the time when it comes to the internet age. When someone watches a video and they immediately no longer associate that video with something interesting or an opportunity, they associate it with their boredom, because they're using all the things that they love to consistently and passively and easily cope with a larger problem that's persistent in their lives. So I don't get tired of language learning, or at least I try not to, because I understand that language learning can get boring. Oh, it can most definitely get boring. Learning anything can get boring immediately. A video game can immediately get boring. A person can get boring. I think that last one hurts the most. When people get bored of other people. Internet. That is the internet age. When you can get bored of someone. Just as easily as doom scrolling. Feels kind of unfortunate. My first thought is, hey, if you're bored, let me ask you a few questions. Because if there's anything that you're not boring is, I don't know anything about you. So if you're answering these questions and you don't feel the least bit interested in what I think about you, then I think we have reached a critical mass of boredom. When you have no interest in the other person and you have no interest in yourself anymore. I would have to say, as a kid, I really disliked talking about myself because I had no motivation to talk about myself. Nowadays, I have a motivation to talk about myself, but not in the way that most people find motivation, but it's very healthy. Like, for example, boasting is a way to alleviate boredom. How do you project what you do well in a different way every single time someone asks you? That is alleviating boredom in your own life in a creative way over and over again. So what do artists, musicians, and content creators have in common? They find as many different ways to express themselves as possible. When they're bored, they're like, all right, it's time to find another way of expressing myself, right? And then alternatively, they could find interest in another person in which that should inspire them to do something. Personally, if you're bored and you're watching someone, that includes me, because that's pretty much why people don't hang around. When I am failing to inspire you to do something, and you're already not busy enough to go and do your own thing, and you think that you have a problem with boredom, then I would be very concerned that I might be part of the problem. So in order for me to alleviate that, I often try my best to get them to do something. But that doesn't mean I am like going to be successful all the time. So the last thing I ever want to be negligent about is having someone think that just because I did it, you don't have to. It's literally the opposite of what people post internet videos about. I did it so that you might consider trying it or not trying it. That's different from I did it because you don't have to. That is, to me, a disservice. But to others, they might not be cognizant of that. I did it so that I might encourage you to try to do it or do something else differently. And that is how to get rid of the void. So if you have a friend or parental figure, someone close to you, in my opinion, that's constantly doing that, those are keepers. Those are friends for a lifetime. Unfortunately, that's where kind of like the whole stranger danger on the internet happens, right? Parasocial relationships often happen, and no matter how much you want the other person at the other end to know you exist, it doesn't always happen. Like, as far as I know, I'm perfectly content that Hank Green and John Green know I don't exist, and I talk about them all the time. That's perfectly fine, because I do have people in my life or myself to motivate myself to do things. They do a lot of wonderful things that I clearly do not want to do, like, or aspire to do, but it's inspiring what they do. The inspiration comes to move me to do the things that I want to do. And that's enough for a fruitful parasocial relationship. It's unfortunate that the vast majority of people, in my opinion, right now, who struggle with boredom, watch and engage in content that makes them less likely to want to do things. So it's feeding, in my opinion, it may be feeding the problem. It's useful for the short term. It's easy for the short term to see people do amazing things. Like, you can be enamored and awestruck. However, in my opinion, in the end of the day, if you're like, oh, I'm never going to do that, like they're already extraordinary, then I would say you probably can. Or at least I would say give it a try. That's a question. That's a lead to the solution to your boredom. What enamors you about this? Like, you think these cat videos are great. What is it about these cat videos that are great? Can you do anything actively to do that yourself? More doing, arguably less watching, but sometimes watching is necessary, right, for the inspiration. But yeah, I totally, your father seems like, I mean, I already told you your father sounds like a hipster. Like, he talks about video games and whatnot. I think your father is pretty, so maybe perhaps telling him one day, like, yo, let's hit up this game together or something. That could definitely be a recipe. What is a hipster? For me, a hipster is someone who's like with the times. Like, they're hip, but I don't think that's what people use. Like, people don't, like, in English, I don't think people use that. It's my way of being a boomer while trying to sound a little bit endearing. I call people hipsters because they're hip. I don't know what kids say these days. Aura? I don't know. Like people who are trendy. You know. Your father sounds like someone who's pretty trendy. A hipster. Not the same hipster from like 60 or in the 60s or 70s in the United States, but someone who's hip. Using the word hip. Right. Okay, yeah, he's like that, but he doesn't force it and try to be down with the kids, which is you find that cringy. I'm gonna be real. If he was trying hard to down with the kids, that only makes him more of a hipster. I guess we have a different take, but the harder people try, the less cringier it is to me. It's the more endearing it is. And I kid you not, I don't have a kid of my own, right? But I most definitely would be that parent that would be cringy as heck. Like, hey, oh, you have a soccer game. Do you want me to just come and cheer for you? Like that is me. And if you might be thinking, oh man, but that would be so embarrassing. Can't tell you. This is a sobering thought. Kids these days want that. Like what I mean is it's not portrayed like that. I saw a bunch of clips recently where like people were making comments about what it's like to be in the classroom in 2025, and there was a clip. It was such a sobering thing. The kid posted a clip about one of the 10 fathers, right? None of them came except for this one father that came to the classroom, and they were talking about how they make how they cook. They're a cook. And some of the kids immediately said, I wish my dad would be here. Or like, I wish my father was like you. And you might be thinking, okay, well that doesn't happen, right? Like that's kind of probably set up and stuff. It's like, I literally had that comment made towards me. And I don't even stream to people. I literally had 4 or 5 people in the last 4 months that said, oh, it would be cool to have an older person like you or a father figure like you. I'm like, I'm sure your father is amazing. What comment? You missed it? Yeah, like I would be cringy as heck. So I don't know. Like I'm that cringy older guy that other 20-year-olds would say, oh yay, hey, you know, do you mind if one of my friends come along? And I would be that like guy that's 20 years older than everyone else is saying boomer things. Unapologetically, not even, no contest. I'm not gonna even try to not be a boomer. Yeah, you don't even come close for you to consider wanting to be my father over your actual father. Yeah, and that's a great thing, right? But the idea is, yeah, down with the kids, dude. Down with the kids. And not like a bad thing, but I love those videos where the father just decided, you know what, we're just gonna throw some Gen Alpha terminology while ordering at a takeout at a Wendy's. I would totally do that if I had kids. I would totally drop a skibbity toilet somewhere. Just for the record. Like, for you view your dad as far above everyone else in your life. Oh, that's fair. That's as it should. As it should, Procall. As it should. But we're not talking about the quality or the elevation of your father. We're talking about his behavior. A cringy is cringy when it's unrelatable. But when it's your father or someone that you love that does it, it only means they're trying very, very hard. And I can't ever see that as cringy. Although, it still comes to think that if I had kids, they would find it cringy. But all I can tell you is when they become 30 and 40, they'll only reflect upon it as, dang, my father tried really hard to be edgy for our sake. That's kind of how life works, in my opinion. When you get older, you can't help but think about all those times. Like, so in my opinion, your father is hecka hecka hipster. My father here, like we'll do a little comparison. I don't usually do this very often. My father, video games is a waste of time. He still doesn't even know what I do online. Do you view your parents in very high regards, or is it a different relationship for you? It's no, they're in high regards, but they're in high regards in the sense that they're untouchable, as in like I can't be them ever. They're irreplaceable. High regards. So like they live a life that I can't touch. Do I look up to them? That is not that probably not the same. Yeah, that's a different cultural aspect. I don't look up to my parents. Like I don't look up to them because I don't compare myself to them. They are untouchable. They are uncomparable. So looking up to them would suggest that I can be comparable to them, or like I could be above them or below them. Do they live a life that you try to touch even if you know you can't reach them? No, not really. No, yeah, I wouldn't say that. Yeah, or I try to interact with their life. Like we use both our lives as a consequence of stuff, but we don't try to live like each other. So we're not like they're not my role models per se. I inherited by coincidence a lot of their values though. So by coincidence, I might act like my parents. Like a lot of the value systems that my father has and my mother. Sorry, I think I'm going to take a rain check on the whole anime thing, so I was just writing a message. Yeah, I don't necessarily live up to them, but more of a coincidence. More of a coincidence and inheritance. So in a way, you could say I looked up to them because I inherited their values, a lot of their values. I didn't deliberately look up to them because I'm intentionally modeled myself after them. I still don't look up to them in the sense of that. What can I say in terms of looking up to someone and looking down on someone is something of a concept that might be similar to I trust them. So there's no one I trust more than my parents. So you could say that they're elevated, but they trust me no more than anyone else as well. And we would trust our grandparents no more than anyone else, but they're not around anymore. So unconditional trust. So that could be like look up and look down, but in terms of like what they do, it's not something that I pattern myself after. They view the world very differently from me, and I respect that. So that's probably look up, look down thing. Yeah, the only person you trust without any doubt is your dad, followed by the rest of your immediate family. That's fair. So I think when it comes to look up and stuff, it's more from the perspective of respect and trust. However, I think oftentimes when people look up to things, they want to become that thing. They want to be like that thing, and that's incomprehensibly incomparable. In fact, I don't want this to sound like it's personal. It's not. I typically don't have role models in my life. I have people who I respect and trust, but generally speaking, I don't model myself after anyone. I might inherit a lot of the traits because of association. So like I could end up coincidentally sounding like my mentors over my years or the people I watch, but it's through endearment. They're around me all the time, so I might end up sounding like them and behaving like them. Rarely is it because I aspire to be like them. People who are generally charismatic and exaggerating is it ends up being contagious. So it's endearment. I have a lot of people who I am endearing towards. So those who try very hard, without a doubt, I'll probably end up picking up a mannerism or something. In fact, a lot of times I return the favor, or quote unquote the favor, by imparting them with a form of endearment myself. Like, do my other friends go on really, really long digressions of talking in long strings of things? No. But over time, they do end up yapping a lot more than they used to. And that's through interaction. It's not like they want to yap more. Like they're telling themselves, "Oh yeah, I should yap more." But because of the practice of interacting with me, they would have to yap more over time. So if you're not consistently getting more and more efficacious in yapping, then there might not be the same level of respect and trust, right? That kind of thing. But it's not like a detriment or a need to be like me. I don't want people around me to be like me. And much like that, I don't want to be like my parents. Or like, I don't want to consciously be like my parents. So growing up, I didn't have too many role models, if not any role models. I actually had a really hard time interacting with people who think that they want to be like something. So it could be a Chinese value system thing. Like, for example, here's a fun little thing. I'm not sure if it's still true now because of exhausting of names, but when you name someone, it's generally not the norm to name yourself after someone. In the Western society, it is an honor and sometimes very privileged to be named after someone because you aspire to be them and more. But oftentimes in Eastern cultures, you don't name yourself after somebody because you're never going to be them. You want to be more than them, or like transcendent from them. They might bolster things like that, but it's not relative of aspect, but more like you are your person. I know how that sounds. It might contrast with the whole communal thing where like you're contributing to society, but each individual contributes to their society, but their parents want more for their child than they to aspire to just be like them. So my father would probably do the same thing. If I would say like, "Oh, I just want to be like you. I want to open a restaurant, raise kids and stuff," and my father's like, "Why would you want my life? Why would you want all those things? He's like, I worked so hard so that you don't have to live like me." That's probably what my father say. Actually, my father and mother said that growing up for me and my sister. That's their word of encouragement. That yeah, you might hate school right now and you're not getting A's. Like you should be getting A's because in my life, we didn't have those opportunities. And then that's how it's ingrained into me. Like, my father doesn't want his life to be my life. He wants everything better. And so in a way, it's kind of weird, but if there's a really, really true pragmatic way of phrasing this, my father would, if anything, would see myself looking down on him, not up on him. Like, the thing he wants to see before he, departs this world is that I have exceeded him. I surpassed him in convenience, and all that is him, because his whole life was dedicated to making sure that the next generation has more than everything he can comprehend. So in a way, it's kind of weird because that also creates a detachment with my parents. Like, English is a detachment from my parents. Having a college education is a detachment from my parents. Being a graduate student, having a PhD, Everything I do, I'm on the internet. I create content. All of this is making it further and further reachable from my parents. But at the same time, my parents don't sit there and say, I need to do that because I want to be like my child. And at the same time, I'm not saying I want to leave the internet. I want to stop making art, stop going out and rolling in the mud as an adult or climbing obstacles because I want to be like my parents or I look up to my parents. My parents don't like that stuff, by the way. They dislike that I picked up the guitar. They dislike that I spent most of my time on the internet. They dislike that I talk to strangers instead of going after a future wife and having children, and then spending all that time raising the family as opposed to constantly interacting with strangers online. So, yeah, my parents and I, we are similar by the core nature of our value, but we are not ever role models for each other. In fact, my parents are happy for me that I am smart, for example. It has no reflection on their intelligence or willingness. Like, I'm learning multiple languages and I'm also learning Mandarin. It rarely ever inspires them to want to learn English. Ever. It doesn't increase their happiness substantially either. So, and I do want to keep in touch with my parents. That's why I learned Mandarin. And that's why I'm learning Mandarin and whatnot. So I do try to stay in touch with my parents. In fact, it's only happened after I left the nest and then come back. My sister's the same. When we're growing up, we weren't raised on being present. We were raised on unconditional trust. We know that our parents are working hard at the restaurant. We might complain, throw temper tantrums and whatnot. All the same things ignorant kids, inexperienced kids do. But that doesn't change the fact that no matter what, my parents cannot be present because they are working very hard. And as an adult, all of that comes back. It comes back in 30, 40 fold in obligations. Like, I know now what my parents have been doing, and I was a spoiled child. But that was the whole point. My dad and mom provided a spoiled lifestyle despite not having money. They bickered, yell at each other, in which I complained about as a kid because I couldn't understand how taxing it is to be in the situation they are. So much like my comment about your dad being potentially cringy or something like that, go at it. Because in my opinion, for those who have parents that are willing to go above and beyond anything that's relatable, in fact, despite your cringiness and your stuff, when I become 50 and 60 and 70, I will continue to look fondly. And you know what? If I have a child of my own, I sure as heck will double down on being cringy at the expense of my child. Because I know, in my opinion, I like to believe that when they are 30 and 40, they would be saying the same thing about me. Unconditional. Your unachievable goal in life is exceeding your father. I see. That's a great way to like spin the value system. Your dad values nearly all life so much, which is a big thing I respect so much in him. When minor bees dig little holes in your dad's garden, your dad will tiptoe and jump around them. That's cringe and funny and endearing. See, that's a great example of cringe, but it's funny and I love it. Did your parents often behave emotionless with you, or were they quite expressively emotional? They were not around to experience emotion. The only emotion that was around us most of the time was anger. Anger over money and stuff. In fact, that is the most classic emotion, still to this day. Them angry at each other and yelling at each other about a disagreement. It could be about milk. It could be about what each other remembered on the road 30 years ago. That's what they do. They go hard on yelling at each other. So that's the expression. That's the dominant expression that they have. Argument. Anger. And then it would lapse, like when they did interact with you, were they expressive? No. No. Probably not to this day either. Probably not to this day. It's kind of more of a stoic interaction. We're stoic most of the time, and it's usually my father and myself, not my mother. But stoicism, that is technically a form of expression. Stoicism. So I typically inherit my father's stoicism. When it comes to interaction with anyone, stoicism first. You've often thought of Asian families as often very matter of fact with their children. Yes, stoic and straight to the point. Like, you didn't do so great, do better next time. It's neither negative or positive. You might be thinking, oh man, that's such a harsh thing to say. It's like, oh yep, didn't get an A, I'll try to do better next time. In fact, you might be thinking, so how do you reinforce? The fear of disappointment is already palpable, so they don't have to lean in on it. You don't have to be expressive, it's already implicit. It's already implicit that you're disappointed. No need to elevate that with even more expectations, with expressiveness. Expressiveness kind of sometimes, this is coming from a Chinese household thing. Being expressive of something is sometimes often a waste of energy in the culture, because you know you could do better. You know you should be doing better. So if you don't know that, then that only reinforces the disappointment. That might sound really harsh, possibly from a Western perspective, but that's kind of the matter of fact kind of situation. Like, if I got a B, I know I got a B, and I know how I got that B, and I know my parents will be disappointed. There's no reason for them to just be expressive about being disappointment, and my parents would know that I'm already disappointed in myself. So you acknowledge that it exists and you move on. You do better next time. I got a B, and it's like, well, it looks like you got a B. I trust that you know how to get an A next time. Done be that. That seems like it would push you towards independence if they don't often show emotions and reactions to your behavior, as I imagine it would lead you to have to develop your idea of how to act on your own. Sort of. You could make an argument for that. This one is more of social norms. So, this is more about conformity than independence. It's actually quite the opposite, now that I think about it. This is the irony here, right? The coincidence is that the way people interact with the internet using their models as internet things, you are expected things. When you are born, you are expected to be certain things. That's different from independence. You are born to conform to a certain thing. Because in the West, young kids often understand how to act based on very obvious displays of emotion from their parents in reaction to what they do. Yes, but in Eastern, young kids are expected to act based on the obvious displays in public decorum and other familial structure. Conformity. So emotions is more spurious than public conformity. So face culture. This is not a face culture. West, a display of emotion is anti-face culture. It's very non-conducive to a face culture. In like Japan, and for me, my parents are the household, so similar to China in a sense. You are expected because it's obvious what is expected. So it's less about independence. It's more about conformity. Good students get A's. Get the A's. Bad students get less than an A. So don't come back with less than an A. You are to be quiet and respected in school. Don't do any less. You have bullies, deal with it. If bullies make your life hard, you don't show it. You make it so that the bullies can't hurt you and damage you or get in the way of getting an A in school. That is expected. Even if a bully tackles you and stuff, they don't break you. It is expected that you behave a certain way in public. You never lash out. Do not fight back. You disarm them. So it is very, very obvious in Chinese as well. And that might look like independence because emotions are a form of individual expression, not duty. Duty is a form of public conformity. So when you get bullied, you don't show it. It's kind of like the story that I said about lost judgment and Japan. Even if you're bullied, being bullied and showing its effect on you is a sign of weakness. So much less about displaying emotions because it's kind of expected. Like there's a decorum to be expected. So those are projected very, very often. So even less independence than you might think. Places like China have a unique quality of their children on average being more developed and independent than other places on average, without that being due to living in an environment of natural struggles and therefore a necessity for independence at younger children. I disagree entirely. Places like China have a unique quality of their children on average being more developed and independent because that development and independence is conformed to an environment that already demonstrates that. So they are not exercising independence. They are exercising adherence, not self-expression. And they don't naturally struggle because they're adhering to something that is predominantly maintained as a form of quality. That quality happens to be elevated and above average because from a Western society, there's spuriousness because there is independence in Western society. So in Western society, there is more choice. So the results are far more dependent and spurious of their choices. In Chinese qualities like China and Japan, there's a huge decorum and adherence, less independence. They do not develop their only form of expression because there's many signs of how you can behave to acquire self-sustainability. But isn't that just unintended independent due to conformity aligning with independence? But isn't that you're using triple negatives here? But isn't that just unintended? So isn't that intended independence due to conformity aligning with future independence? Children are not making the independent choices. They are making independent choices when they are allowed to make independent choices. You are suggesting a kid under the guise of the parents. No, they are not independent when they are under the tutelage of the parents. They only make independent choices after the fact, and even then, those are adherently already fossilized. Like, for example, what do diaspora usually do as an Asian child? They become doctors. If they don't become doctors, they are a disappointment. And you spend the rest of your life trying to express approval from your parents if they are conformists to traditional values. That is not a form of independence. Diaspora, the nice thing about diaspora is you can choose an alternative career because they have the choices made due to the independency. But if they grow up in a society that has already prescribed that, then they would do the next best thing that is a form of independence as a choice, but they're conforming to the selective choices they have. To this day, you cannot feasibly say you want to be an artist under that guise. So say the example of what you said, that you understood finances at a much younger age than most children. Would you consider that independence or conformity? Conformity. You don't seek relational, it is a taboo to seek relational things like high school romance at an early age under an Asian household. The things that are popularized by Japan, like anime and stuff and drama, those things are frowned upon. It is not a public decorum. You are focused on the idea of career advancement and privilege and prestige before romance. It's not a big coincidence that I didn't focus on emotional intelligence early in life. Are you telling me that my independence to express emotional states now is not a consequence of conformity early age due to my Chinese household upbringing? It's not like I'm an unemotional robot right now, because I acquired my independence once I'm no longer ascribed to my parents. I'm not saying this is a bad or a good thing. I actually love that my parents gave me and instilled all these values in me, and they helped me be sustainable in making independent choices. But it doesn't foster independence, it fosters conformity, and that conformity can lead to future independence. But under the household, you aren't actually making independent choices. You are having the ability to be independent in the future. So yes, you can make an argument it's the end that justifies the means, like the destination, but it's the journey that matters to me. There's a difference between having independence in a Western household, being emotionally expressive, versus a emotionally stunted household. I don't know if you see you don't know if you see. Is it that conformity leads you to act in ways similar to how people who are independent would act? No. It is conformity leads you to have the resources to consider independent acts in the future. But oftentimes, when you grow up in Japan and in China, those independent acts are already restricted for you. It is the status quo to work really, really hard in a very prestigious company in Japan. What you have the independent actions to be able to do that, but you also choose to conform. It's the social pressure of conformity that creates incredible adherence despite having independent actions. So you could make an argument it's both. And if you don't see the difference, I don't think you have to see the difference. The journey is different though. Like for example, I'll give you my side is greener situation. I spent most of my 20s learning how to emotionally express myself. That is necessary for independence in the Western world. Right? Like, the person that I described when I was 18 years old, would that succeed in the United States? Being unfilling objectives, like it probably could. So you could make an argument that is independence. My family has instilled to me all the values that make me independent, right? What would that look like? Probably a doctor with poor bedside manners, who care nothing but his paycheck and his sustainability and how effective they are in their work. Not necessarily being the hubbub person who wants to make their patient really, really comfortable and heartwarming, bringing lollipops to their office and making kids laugh and stuff. Not that type of doctor. And those are both viable in the United States, at least, because the United States is not China. The United States is not Japan. So when you have less semblance of choice, it's difficult to see the difference between independence and dependency due to conformity. And they're both very efficacious, by the way. They have wonderful prosperative cultures, and so this is why it's kind of hard, because I'm both American and Chinese, to distinguish between this. If you have a hard time distinguish between them, I also do. Like, I'm one in the same. So it's very hard to know if I acted independently, but I can tell you some stuff that was independent. For example, I practice martial arts. That's an independent choice. And that choice I made after I became independent. As in, like, I literally left the house and then I did these things. I pursued martial arts, the arts, music, video games. Like, not in the sense of their recreational purpose, but everything else. Did they help me become more independent as an adult? That's questionable, because I have already became an adult. So, what is part of becoming an adult? Having a relationship. I don't have one. Having children. I don't have any. Interacting with younger people so that we can have children. I don't have them. What do you think China is struggling with? And Japan is struggling with? So it really, like, conditionally, you can think of it as independence a lot of times. And independence and adulthood and whatnot come at very different, like, there are very different qualities. And I don't necessarily think growing up, like myself, as diaspora kind of gives a little bit of resolution, like a bit of difference between them. But I don't think it's startling enough that when you grow up. Yeah, I was gonna say the example you told me that you independently decide which video games you bought as a kid. Yeah. So hear me out. I bought those video games, right? But what was the underlying thing about buying the video games? My parents didn't think that it was going to influence my future course in my decision making. As in, like, they wouldn't affect my grades, for example. And they didn't. What would they do if they find out that my grades were failing? They would take the video games away. And I would expect them to take the video games away. And I would stop playing video games. So in order to preserve my video games, I make sure I keep getting good grades. It's not the same as, oh, I like video games, so I'm going to pick video games and my grades suffer, but that's okay. My kid will do fine. As long as they're having fun playing video games, then it's the discipline. So your ability to independently decided about that was due to your dependence on your parents allowing you to have that freedom? Yes. Most of the choices I made was to make sure that my parents are pleased. It's a foundational decorum. I don't know where it comes from and how it's portrayed. Coincidentally, most of my choices is to please my parents. My sister was a little bit more rebellious, but when we were home, we do everything possible. And you might be thinking, well, then, do your parents discipline you at all? It's like, well, no, they don't, because by coincidence, it didn't happen. But the thing is, it also means my parents didn't understand what I was going through. So it's not like my parents knew I was being bullied. My parents doesn't understand what it's like to be the only Asian kid in an all-black school. Those are the stuff that you don't trouble your parents with, and I don't know where it comes from, really, honestly. I don't know where that stoicism comes from. It could be because of parent association, right? My parents are stoic in nature. They constantly yell and bicker, and it's audible, but they never show it around me and my sister. Like, we can hear them. We could literally hear them argue and yell at each other all day, day in and day out, but they never show that weakness around us. So in retrospect, like, by transitive, like, you know, being a child or being again, this is in retrospect. I might have tuned that out, but yes, that's kind of, yeah, it wasn't necessarily a choice, but at the same time, it helped with my independence. Good finances, budgeting, paying bills, being polite in public. My parents did that. They were the examples that I use. When my parents operate a restaurant and someone just swears at their face and lying and say, I'm not paying for this, they throw their food back at my parents would clean it up and continue working. Some kid randomly comes in, steals a whole stack of things. You tell the police, restock, and continue doing the work. That's my parents. And in a way, that's kind of funny when you're talking about looking up to them. I'm saying this as an adult. As a kid, I probably say, wow, my parents, nothing phases them, so I shouldn't be phased out as well. So a lot of times, I feel Chinese culture and Japanese culture, conformity produces models of consistency, and that exposure is what creates that high average stability, right? Why do Asian kids always have social pressures to perform well in school? Because everyone else is also doing the same thing. Why does everyone feel insecure when they're slightly different than everyone else? Because everyone else is the same. If you try to, like, say, dye your hair, you're a hooligan, you're a deviant, right? What happens if you decide you can't have these? That's not the social decorum. So diaspora, though, being diaspora in the United States allows me to see the difference between them. If I grew up in China or Japan, I am less and less likely to see things that I could choose otherwise. In fact, in high school, the one deviant thing that I actually did was I did dye my hair. In fact, I dyed my hair because my mother dyed her hair at some point because she lived in the United States and people dyed their hair. It's my father practically, like, I don't even know, he basically got really, really angry, and he's like, I don't have a kid that doesn't have black hair. Like, that's kind of a great example, right? So I technically ended up continuing to dye my hair, but now I don't dye my hair out of other reasons. But that's kind of a choice that I made one time. The one time. I used to have multicolored hair for like a year or two in high school. I don't know. Okay. So the difference is having the knowledge, ability to act independent, but still acting dependently. Yeah, I choose. It's kind of hard. Yeah, I was gonna say the example you told me that you did definitely. Yeah. So your ability to independently decide about allowing you the freedom, I understand. Can you see how I was confused as the example of what you did as a child seemed like independent acts? Yes, they would seem like independent acts. For sure. But you're thinking about independent acts in the sense of what Western people, what Western society would be considered things that adults are able to do is what probably my concern about that differentiation. You can do a lot of things without acting independently. How do I know this? The internet. We live in a modern society where you can think you are making choices without actually making choices. You can even feel things without actually knowing why you feel them because someone can convince you feel them. So I don't have to do it. In fact, if you want a historical reason of how this is possible, propaganda, subliminal advertising. There are plenty of examples where you can normalize behavior without and still feel like you have choices. Like independent acts can easily be dependent acts. Kids, that's largely what I mean by kids. I was a kid once. My parents, and I'm thankful for it at all times. Like, I'm not saying this is bad or good. Like, I know there are going to be people who from West or East or different countries would say an argument of ethics and moral concerns. I am everly grateful to my parents that I don't have to work on skills that a lot of Western independent people would consider as adult independence, like financial independence, pragmatic independence. But there's other things as well that would compensate or compromise. Networking is later in my life. Knowing how to make friends is a lot later in my life. Like in that way. Interviews, socializing, public speaking, all that came later in my life. Which is to me is necessary in a Western society. Like Western society, I know for better or for worse, for a lot of people would argue, well, I prefer meritocracy, right? China and Japan are much, much stronger in meritocracy. So if you're really good at what you do, you don't have to say anything. You're recognized as being really good at what you do. So hear me out. When was the last time I get on stream and I show people that I can learn a language and 3 languages consistently or practice studying, and someone would say, oh, I admit you're very consistent and committed. No, it's the end thing. It's like, how fluent are you? That is not a meritocracy. That is subjectivity. That person views fluency as the end all be all in the way they evaluate merit. But what is merit is what is the effort that you place into the thing. So let me see your 300 days of consistent hard work, and then we can talk about meritocracy. But there's other elements of meritocracy. How influential you are, how charismatic you are. Those are things that, without saying too much, are things that are deficient when you take... I have actual anecdotes, but not particularly... These are case studies or anecdotal stuff, so it's not a representative of a whole. When you take an international student from China and from Japan, very less so from Japan, but from China, and you place them in a Western university, when they speak, right, despite language barriers, it very well could be a contributor to language barrier, but their ability to associate with an international group of people is incredibly deficient. So yes, this person is incredibly brilliant. They know everything and they're an A student, but their socializing skills, despite even taking in consideration language barriers, their way of their nonverbal communication and stuff are incredibly prescribed, because decorum, public decorum, conformity excels at not having to make independent choices. How do you behave when a bully pushes you down? You stand up, you dust yourself off, and keep on walking. You go back to what you're doing. In fact, that doesn't come up very often because other people are expected not to bully other people. So like, just because a problem doesn't exist doesn't mean the capacity for that problem doesn't occur. So like, for example, you bump into someone. How do you resolve the problem? You apologize. Each person is expected to apologize each other and then make good. What if someone was really, really angry and they just want the other person? It's your fault. It's both our faults. That's also one of the things that is interesting too. Fault. The ascribing of faults. Honor system is very dependent, but there's a leniency in the honor system. When there is fault, the fault is either acknowledged and or still acknowledged but received with humility. It's different from an independent style of things where there's no face culture, in my opinion, a lot of times, where you can have the choice of being really angry about it or not. So you can pursue that person for being at fault. And that's unsightly, by the way. It's very unsightly to do that because you don't bring down your society by making a big display about who's at fault. They either already know they're at fault or because the rules are very clear in a face culture. It's incredibly clear who's at fault. There's no need for the one person to point fingers, and there's no need for that one person to have to feel guilt. They already feel guilt. That is the expectation. Now, this sounds like a really sharp distinguishing, but I'm trying to illustrate what it's like in my household. When I get a B, I already know it's my fault. And when I give it to my parents, I already know they're going to be disappointed. My parents will say they're disappointed, but they don't have to like continue to push or be expressive about it because it's already expected that they're disappointed. My parents expect me to get A's, and I will get those A's with all of my might. If I don't get those A's, then the Western side of things can come out, which is, do I choose to show my parents my grades or not? No, you show the grades to your parents, period. Your parents have to know that you got a B in math. In a Western society, you could choose to make an argument and an excuse to tell you, oh, yeah, you know, I don't really like this professor. Like, this teacher, they're kind of disagreeable. And what does the parents do? They go and argue with the teacher about how they might be wrong, that their child should get an A in math. Because my child knows math and they deserve an A. No, under this household, if I got a B, I got a B. It's my fault. Even if I don't speak English very well, for example, that was not the case. But even if there's other barriers, like a bully stole my homework, it's not my fault. It's my fault that I let the bully steal my homework. I should know how to deal with that. So you could say that led me to independence by struggling with stuff because the values made me have to deal with those struggles. But earnestly, when you have those struggles in Japan and in China, you also have to deal with them like that. So it may give the appearance that they deal with a lot of crap, but oftentimes the social norm is to turn a blind eye to those things. The bully will grow up. They will get hammered in by society, and your child will become successful if you don't address problems like that. Pay no heed to deviance, and it will sort itself out, because the sheer overwhelmed decorum of conformity can help with that. Like, so not everyone's a bully. Only a few of them are a bully. So if you happen to be the one that's being bullied, you suck it up and deal with it until it goes away. That's kind of my like really stern way of suggesting that yes, you chose to deal with the bully, but at the same time you really didn't, because society is expected to correct for that. The social norms is expected to correct for that. You don't choose to confront it. You hope that it works itself out because it's very consistent. And I don't know which way is better or worse. We just operate in both. Like, my parents never knew that I was bullied. Actually, I don't even think they know today. Like, I don't tell them. I didn't say, hey ma, when I was a younger kid, I had to deal with all these things, and I never told you about these things. Because I know the trust is, if I have a problem that I can't manage, you go to your parents. But I could manage it, and I did manage it. So yeah, and now I'm here today talking about how there were bullies, discrimination happened, racism happened, but my parents are working so hard, they don't need to deal with the crap that I need to deal with. Their crap is even bigger too. So we all have to deal with our crap. And that's because I saw my parents dealing with that crap as well. Like, I'm not going to tell you that my parents grew up not being yelled at and discriminated against and being poked fun of. In fact, my parents have a lot of defense mechanisms that were the consequence of that. And I don't. And I didn't choose to, actually. And yes, my growing up in my territory, like low economic status, I grew up in an environment that was pretty much 99% African American. So low income socioeconomic areas tend to be like entirely occupied by African Americans. So, and then I moved to an affluent place, and it was entirely occupied largely by affluent, multi-generational white Americans. And that is a substitute. I was still discriminated against, but it came in different forms, right? So what do? You deal with it. That's what I inherited from my parents. You deal with it. You come to school, you get your A, people hate you for getting A's, and then you go home, you play video games, you escape from it, and then you go back and do it all over again. So how is that possible? Emotional detachment. I felt nothing. Well, I did feel things, just it was confusing, right? Like, I look around, it's like, do other kids feel this way? Well, the answer is probably no, because they look like each other, and they have friends, and they have circles, and it's easy to tell when you can see and feel like each other. It's not the same when you have someone who has to deal with that, and in order to deal with that, you can't have emotional attachment to your friends. So, like, in order to deal with the whole bully thing and my parents and getting A's, I also was incapable of sharing romantic feelings or anything like that. Because if you were to do that, then you become vulnerable as well. So there are things like what is more independent for a child? Thick skin and being able to endure a lot of things. That's a form of Western independence. When you think about someone like, oh, who's very independent? Oh, this person, they don't really care about what other people say about them. They just do what they do as good as they can, and they always hold them up to a great standard. It's like, yes, that's also consequence of Eastern value system as well, because you don't burden other people with your problems. You especially don't want to burden your parents with problems of triviality that are not related to your parents. My parents can't possibly understand what it's like to be bullied by a country they did not grow up in. So naturally, I inherited by their distinction and their behavior that I should be the one that be able to handle this. So yes, in a way, you could say the Chinese value did in part independence by this sheer coincidence. However, this independence is different because I grew up as a diaspora, so I know what my other friends do. Their parents can associate and comfort and demonstrate what are alternatives to resolving a problem. There was no problem here. I saw my parents deal with these same situations in a very consistent way, so I did the same thing. So that's very different from an adult standpoint, where you might think you have choices, but you actually don't. And it led to my independence. I don't sit here and say, oh man, this person downvoted me because they disagreed with my hot take on being Asian American. Like, no, I know that there will be people who disagree with me. I grew up with that. And then I know people would agree with me, and I don't want them to witch hunt other people. So a combination of what it looks like when I say, what does a person who is truly East meets West look like? It's not the same as someone who's a product of East meets West and they rejected West and rejected East, you know, like treated, cherry picked. When you are a product of East meets West, you can see the difference, but at the same time, there's no incrimination or heartfelt feelings on either side. Like, I can see why the Western world has these things, and I also see the people who abuse it. And then I can see the Eastern side of things to an extent, but I haven't ever grown up in China and Japan, so I can't do that anymore. You can't grow up in two places simultaneously. So I am inherently going to use Western examples, but that's kind of why it's refreshing when I talk to other multicultural people, like a Western child raised in Japan. I actually had a couple people. They were military. They were children of military people. So because of the military position in China and in Japan, they had very different things when they were adults and they were interacting with me. And their perspective is a mirror of that. But the thing is, when we talk, it's almost like we were siblings, because they saw it from both sides, or like more than one side. And because more than one side existed to most of the things we think about, it's not that far of a stretch to think there's a third side or fourth side or fifth side. So I may seem more independent because I spent most of my life negotiating between a Western choice and an Eastern choice in my environment. In China and Japan, I don't think that's the case if your household is monoculturally the same culture. You can have independence in the sense of sustainability, but there's a lot of contributions of cultural norms. You don't have to make choices if the cultural norms are the most comfort things due to exposure. TikTok can be normal. Like, TikTok's not normal to me. If you send me like a reel of TikToks, it will take me a while to normalize TikTok, right? But if you grew up in a place that is very consistent, then you have to also weigh the weight of conformity due to mere exposure. Heck, as a kid, I assimilated my parents' values without them expressing it to me. Because they're around, like, they were, I'm saying this, and they were not around that much. We had a language barrier, even. Like, they can't even explain the things to me. After, like, 6 or 7 years old, they can no longer explain complex value systems and morality to me. They can only show it through action. So most of my assimilations of my parents' value is through their action. And that's kind of what I'm doing here. But I want to also use words to do it. My parents don't use words. We don't say I love you to each other. We show it. So because of the language barrier, and this might be a diaspora situation, like because of a language barrier, but I'm not sure if Chinese people who grow up in China and Japan say I love you. I know in Japan there are a lot of rituals like, you know, okaeri nasai, or like saying you're home, like welcome, right? Welcome back, tadaima, right? Like that. We don't say that in here, and it could be a language barrier. I come in like, oh hey, you're here. In fact, sometimes there's no bye or hello in the household. My parents would say things like like travel slowly or travel carefully, and I have adopted that, right? I adopted most of my sayings through their examples, but generally there's a huge language barrier on that. To be honest, I still think you're somewhat right right? You can't be right about these things, honestly. But as even if you are still dependent on your parents, the societal norms still allow children to act more independently than in the West on average. Yeah, but now it's not the parents. You were saying my parents act independently. That's not the same. So if you were gonna say everything is responsible for everything, then I would agree. Then you're always right. Everything is responsible for everything. If you keep stepping back and including just as much enough to further your case, then you're not considering what it is not, in my opinion. So like, yes, you could argue all those parents contribute to a social norm in which that social norm then imparts the independence to you. Yes, you can continue to step back until it's irrelevant. That's the generalization. But we were talking about the nuances about the difference of the process. So if you keep saying that at the end of the day, we are independent, then everyone is independent. Everyone becomes an independent adult regardless of the process. Because they would eventually have to. If they don't, they're no longer part of society. And that I think the greatest differentiator here is that I know the difference in the process, and I'm discussing the difference in the process, not the end goal. So if you keep saying that I eventually become independent, then you'll find a way to rationalize that. I'll become independent eventually. I mean, I already did, so that doesn't change the fact that I was dependent on my parents. Like, I'm dependent on society and my parents because I was a Chinese kid born in the United States. I was dependent on both my society, my social norms, and my parents. You don't have to do that as much when your parents also have the same social norms as society. That is where it differs, because then you know what is independent choice and dependent choice. You could make the same argument the way you made the argument and say, well, society placed pressures on my parents, so therefore my parents act a certain way because society dictated it, and therefore all my independence is attributed to society, which means that I'm dependent on my society. You can step back and do the same exact cyclic argument that way as well. And I would say, if that sounded confusing, that's kind of the feeling I have about these conversations. It's wonderful to explore them. It's wonderful to constantly talk about the consequences of these. I actually think if language barrier wasn't such a strong de-incentive, I would love to sit down and truly chat with like someone who's from mainland China and like a Japanese native, for example, to compare and contrast what it's like. But I still think it would be the similar conversation with you and me, Prokal, because the type of conversation that I have with someone who's multicultural is dramatically different from someone who is monocultural in terms of like value systems that they grew up in as a child, grew up with as a child. There are situations where a child, like say like a child that moved around a lot could have very similar thought ideas, or a child who completely rejected their whatever value system that they had, that can be a thing. But generally speaking, the closest is probably people who have dysphoria. Actually, it's kind of funny because dysphoria also has a example of diaspora, where you have a social norm placed upon you, and that choice is to either conform to that social norm or not. Dysphoria. And I think when something is overwhelming, you can live a life without ever having to embrace your own independent choices. And it can still seem like independence. I was when I was maybe 22, I was very much comfortable with the idea that I can spend the rest of my life being a physician, a practitioner, a primary practitioner. Despite wanting to be other things. It is that strong. The duty that my sister doesn't have this, by the way. Like, if you want to see a segregation between independence and dependent, my sister and I are very different post adulthood. So you could kind of see us diverging when it was like in high school or something. But once college rolled around, our choices were very different. So you could make an argument that, okay, so that's the consequence of my parents' value systems. Well, here's the thing. My sister went against my parents' value system, and I went with my parents' value system. So the question now is, do I have an anecdotal example of that particular independence is a consequence of my parents' value? No, I really don't. It's too spurious to know. So I'm suggesting that a lot of these things play a role in the nurturing of a child. Not only can I support your confusion or your need to be correct about this, I can also support in counter argument. At the same time, I'm not motivated to do either, because I think what you think is right is still right. I have no point in proving you wrong or anything like that. I don't actually think you're wrong. But then again, I don't think the person counter arguing you would be wrong either. What color? Wait, what color? Was that the black and white? Oh, my color hair? It was sandstone. You know when you go to the beach and it had like different grains of different browns? The first color was actually, I bleached my hair the first time, so I had blonde hair. And then later down the road, it became sandstone, which is like a combination of like brownness all the way to blonde, and it was like all streaked in my hair. So we have multicolored hair. Only, I'm not sure even my high school friend remembers, but only my high school friends know that I had multicolored hair at one point. when he said he doesn't have a kid with non-black hair, was he disowning you or was it not that extreme? I don't know. That was kind of hard to interpret. I mean, we're still amicable, so you know. I don't think it was a joke either, but I don't think it was that extreme. What would be an example of the opposite where people from Eastern countries would view something Western children do that could be viewed as independent that Eastern child don't tend to do? Talk back to your parents. That's a classic example. Talk back to your parents. If you talk back to your parents, it's absolutely unacceptable. I'm not saying that Eastern children do not do this. I'm saying when you need an example, when you take frequency, talking back to your parents is number one. Easily like top 5 if you talk back to your parents. You do not talk back to your parents ever. Now, ideally it would never happen, but realistically it does happen because you're a child. You are disciplined eventually over time to never talk to your parents. Talk back to your parents. And I did talk back to my parents. Despite being expected to do not that. When I was younger, I saw my friends have negotiations with my parents. Like, we're not talking about like arguing and bad mouthing them. We're talking about disagreeing with them. So like, hey, you don't need money for this. It's like, okay, well, present a case to me why you need this. No, my parents like, you don't need money for a car, period. Or you could be like my parents and they say you need a car by the age of 18, by the age of 16. When you can drive, you need a car. So they bought me a car. It's not I go to my parents and ask them, may I have a car? My parents expect as a social norm that if I need to go to work, which I did go to work at the age of 16, which is expected. I go to work as early as I can. So I got a job at the age of 16, a part-time job. And what they did was they bought the car, go to the job. That's it. No questions asked, nothing. So it's the difference between I asked my parents, can I buy this game, to these video games don't hurt my child, so I'm just going to buy them for them. I'm not asking my parents to do these things. They're expected to do these things for me. So, and at the same time, I'm expected to do things as well and know what the social norm is. So I don't ever talk back to my parents. I don't disagree with my parents. If my parents say this is the best way, then sorry if this comes as dismissive, not accepting that I might be wrong. I think I was more so trying to say that Eastern children tending to learn behavior at a younger age that set them up to be able to know how to act once they become independent. That's still fine. And I'm telling you that they are only once they're more independent because they exercise the they happen to exercise the properties that make them appear independent in society, which they're not. One thing that they're not well equipped is emotional stability. Another one, forming interpersonal communications, forming families, establishing romantic partnership. They are not independent that way. It's a trade-off. So regardless, they don't have a tendency to learn behavior at a younger. They actually, let's take it from more of a non-negation thing. All parents in the world have a tendency to impart behavior to their children that contributes to their independency once they become independent. All parents. that are invested in their children if you're using a normalizer. So if you're assuming that the parent knows well and are engaged with the child, if that's the pre-selection, this is not unique to Eastern or Western values. Now, the nice thing about having a Western perspective on this is lots of the Eastern qualities are considered very important to independent development in Western areas because they are in demand. So the things that the Western world lacks in their children are the things Eastern has. The grass is greener on the other side. But when I think about it from both perspectives, I see an Eastern world who is deficient in interpersonal communication, emotional intelligence, and general mental well-being in independence. And their society compensates for that, not because of the independence of the value their parents teach them. Because I was emotionally deficient even despite being in a country that values emotional expression first, which happens to be an element of independence. Emotional expression is a form of verifying if someone is independent. So when you say become independent, I think you mean independence of societal sustainability, not independence of thought. Independence of thought comes at an expense a lot of times of societal pressures. Like people don't become musicians because it's more independence of society. As in, you don't pick jobs that are less likely to succeed to be more independent. You actually become less frequent independently in your way. So yes, I still agree with how I'm interpreting your thing, but hear me out. It's kind of like the whole investment and savings thing. I have all the skills to make me societally independent because I have Asian parents that value those things. They just happen to be things that are underdeveloped and kind of sidelined by the trade-offs of other forms of independence that are ingrained to Western kids. Like, for example, being emotionally aware of what makes you happy. That's irrelevant when it comes to societal independence. Because if you're successful financially, somehow, some way, you hope that they become happy. So if you're swimming in cash and you're still questioning why you're unhappy, welcome to the Western world. Or welcome to the Eastern world, actually. Okay, yeah, I understand. As you caught it on early in the conversation, I was just thinking about the aspect of Eastern culture and child development that Western culture lacks without considering what aspect of Western... Yeah, it's both. And hear me out, Procol. I think when you become 30 or 40, you get both. Like, in my eyes, I think Eastern culture compensates for what they lack in parental things that work, and then Western things compensate for that too. So Western world, in my opinion, the children learn all those independence when they become adults. They learn how to finance, chase a career, like work out their budgets at a later stage, like at a later time, because the parents are more focused on the child's expression. Like they are far more likely to say, "Oh, you don't like math? That's okay. Like, get a C. Like, pass with a C. You don't like math. That's fine. Like, just focus on what you do best, like English, or go and be good at sports." Right? In the Eastern world, you do good and do excellent in your academics, and then we'll talk about any extracurriculars. If you're not good at your grades right now, you don't have the privilege to do any of that else. Grades first. So in a way, In the Western world, that would teach discipline. So a Eastern child will seem like they're more independent when they become adults because they already have the discipline. Suck it up. Just because you don't like to do something doesn't mean you have to be bad at it. So if you suck at math, you can't suck at math. Learn to make it work. So when you become an adult, your job sucks. Make it work. So that's kind of like a grass is greener kind of thing. Where, and these are extreme cases. In my opinion, like when you have wonderful, loving parents and you have like very motivated children, they end up growing up very balanced. Like, you know, like I didn't, by the way, I did not grow more expressive to my parents. So I don't tell my parents, I love you. I hope you're feeling well. Do you need something? I don't. Like that's not what we do in the dynamics. My parents would never ask me for things. They would never ask me for help. And I don't often ask my parents for help ever. Like, oh, hey, I accidentally, only when it absolutely necessary, right? So that trust is built on that. So my parents will only ask me if they're really, really in trouble. Like if they ever need help or anything. And in the Western world, I would want to help my parents even if they don't ask for help. It's my choice to want to help my parents. And my parents would expect that. They would expect their children to help them just because they can, not because they have to. So for us, when I was growing up, it's like, if I got a B, it's my problem. I need to fix this problem. It's not the same as a Western child would say, well, that kid got a B, then it must be okay, right? Their parents don't really care too much. So I could explain that it's not a big deal. I mean, I have a friend who has a B in math. Is that okay, mom and dad? Like, my best friend's parents aren't upset about it. Is that okay? It's like, but you also have friends that have A's in math. Why aren't you like them? Because you have a choice to do it. That's the perspective. You have a choice to have a B in math or an A in math. When I come home to my parents, I get an A in math. A B is unacceptable. You should feel guilty and disappointed by getting a B in math. You need an A. A is the only acceptable grade. Now, the reality is sometimes you can't always do A, so you have to compensate. You have to do other things to make up for the A. It's your fault that you suck at math. Get with the program. And what does that look like? That sounds like an independent Western adult to me. When you suck at your job, suck less, because this is your job. Do good at your job at all times. What would be a Western culture way of doing it? It's not me, it's the job. I'm gonna go get a better job. A job that treats me with more respect so I can not be deficient. And then it might not work out. That job might just be as crappy and then sooner or later that person's gonna realize the problem is me, not my job or my employers. The only common denominator here after 4 jobs is I suck. So now I have to grow up and learn it. In an Eastern world, you already learned that as a kid. So you could say, in the Eastern world, at least you learn how to deal with crap. Like things that don't work out. So, but in a Western world, that person doesn't know how to voice their concerns. So if you hate your job and you keep doing your job and one day you decide you don't know that you have chronic depression and you hate your job, but you're going to continue doing it, and something you crack or you break, you're not going to ask for help. You suck it up and you continue to go along with your life. That's That's the Eastern culture. In the Western culture, there are unionizations. There are dialogues between boss and the workers, employees and workers, and they negotiate working environments. If you want to see like a really dark world of choice and independence, you can see a world where all the employees are compliant to whatever the demands of the social order of the bosses, and they would still say they're completely satisfied with their work, because it would be an act of defiance and public shame. It would be publicly shameable if you would say something terrible about the place that you work. And that can lead to other things like work ethic. And there's a plenty of documentaries and essays on, for example, the Japanese work environment. That is also a relationship instilled by your parents. So I would totally agree with you that I have that too. So whenever I say I love my job, it didn't matter what the job was. I was gonna love it anyways. And why is that slightly different from Eastern culture? I learn to love my job. That's something that's a blend of West and East. I could do a somewhat of an Eastern thing and do my job, go back to my home and cope with it. Complain about it. Get drunk in the evening and complain and openly, candidly talk about how my job sucks over and over again. You might be thinking, wait, where does this happen? It's a really well-known quote-unquote practice in Japan. You go out, you let loose, and most of the stuff that they talk about are either bosses letting loose about their employees, and then their employees letting loose about their a boss. My parents do the same. They work 13 to 14 hours a day, but you can't help but feel angry about discrimination and racism every day. I go home and I try to bottle all that up, play my video games, and prepare for the next day in which I interact with my bullies again. And I know my bullies' names too, so I remember all the aspects of everything in high school. The most vivid things are the most emotional things. And you might be thinking, so why didn't you tell anyone? Why didn't you express yourself and explain and express your discontent to the Eastern culture? You don't want to make a burden on society, despite it possibly the society doesn't even accept you. So that's kind of one of the biggest things. You bottle it up until it breaks you. And that's what I see a lot of times that becomes viral all of a sudden when people say, oh man, maybe it's not the paradise that people think of. Like, yeah, because you leave all your woes and your coping at home. You leave it in your personal space. I share this thing about my parents always arguing and screaming at each other is because that's how they came to normalize how they express to each other. Since they moved to the United States, they yell and bicker all the time in the evening. And now they've learned to do that ritualistically. Like they would yell at each other for like 10 minutes straight. And then 5 seconds later, they're like, honey, do you want to eat? Like, I'm gonna go make food. So that to me is like a mix. So for me nowadays, I can express that I'm very upset with you. However, may I ask, is it okay if you understand that why I'm upset? Because I'm allowed to say this now in a Western culture. I'm allowed to express my discontent. At the same time, I can approach it in an Eastern discipline way. So that could be seen as more of an Eastern thing, but I disagree. It's a combination of West and East. East would not openly say those things directly. they would indirectly and possibly passive aggressively indicate that they're discontent. They wouldn't directly say that. So I like to marry the two. I often tell people I kind of find that disagreeable, but hear me out a little. That's not how you start Eastern culture conversation. You would tell them, no thank you. Like, that's good. That's good. That's fine. When it's not fine. When it's not like I don't want to do it. You have to read between the lines. So if you're talking to another Eastern person from the same culture, you don't have to say it. Like when someone says, daijoubu desu, daijoubu desu. And then the other person, if they're from an Eastern culture, same culture, they would say, like, oh, okay, this person's not interested. Like, go. In the Western culture, like, oh, you think it's okay? Like, do you want to join me? Like, no, daijoubu desu. Right? Oh, no. Like, that's how my parents interact with other people still. Like, oh, thank you. And they would like hold it. Like, yep. Like, you try not to say no as much as possible. If you have to say no, you're gonna try to say no in the softest way possible. Because you won't want to appear as disagreeable. Yeah. So, easy. To me, personally, for myself, the easiest thing is you don't talk with your parents. You don't argue with your parents. Because everything is expected. That's probably my number one. And also, you're always, and in exchange, your parents always know best. And that's how I have always treated my parents. Despite my emotional outbreaks and my stuff, I have always considered my parents in the right. If they tell me I'm being lazy, I am lazy. Again, I need to change it. If they say I'm not tired, I'm not tired. If I am tired, I need to stop being tired. Because they're doing many things in exchange, they're doing many things for me without asking. They're buying me video games because they can. Like that's part of growing up in, like, my parents bought me, here's a funny thing. My parents bought me a video game because they saw that other parents buy their kids video games in the United States. They bought me a car at 16 because they know that other kids can work at the age of 16. That's kind of like the Eastern, conformity. Like they see other things that are norms, and I try to trust my parents that they are. But my Western side sometimes do come to contact because there are things they don't see. For example, the way my friends interact with their parents. So that did create arguments that happen. Like, I once asked my parents, like, their parents always go on vacation every once in a while to hang out and stuff. Why don't we do that? My parents like, well, we're busy working and you're busy getting good grades. It's like, oh, okay. That's it. That's life. So, like, oh, well, we can go on vacation when we don't have to work anymore. It's like, okay. That still hasn't happened, by the way. It hasn't happened. My mother is still not retired. So, and you might be thinking, oh, that sounds kind of weird. Like a family that's never gone on vacation. It's like, we don't need vacation if we have each other. We can have wonderful times in the house, but then a Western society was like, well, you have the choice. You should have a choice to go on vacation and like enjoy yourself. You've done so much and whatnot. It's like, yeah, true, but we didn't choose to do that. We chose to continue to work hard because at least the society that they were raised into, and the society that I have been exchanged to is about working hard. We work hard all the time. Like, if you need to explain something, if someone asks you to explain something, you explain it well. None of that half-effort kind of thing, right? If someone's criticizing you, you better internalize it. And I don't mean internalize it as in ignore it. Oh, that's one thing. Here's another East meets West. If someone dislikes you, like online, that's not the when someone says, "Oh, you're really highly independent," you learn to deal with things, right? You learn to deal with things. That's different from ignoring them. That is one of the biggest cultural dissonance. It's top 5 difference between being raised East meets West. When I see someone dislike my videos, I internalize it. I don't ignore it because I have a choice to ignore it. That's probably our earlier conversation protocol between well, eventually it's unsustainable. You can't always be super concerned with all everybody's comments and stuff. It's like, well, yes, you can, but in a different way. You can manage how to do that. So yes, when someone dislikes my videos, I internalize it. How do I get less people to dislike my videos? Or how do I get to my working things? That doesn't mean it'll upset me if I fail. But it also means that I don't choose to ignore it. So I don't choose to ignore why I'm bored. I don't choose to ignore why my lungs feel like it's swimming with fluid when during my allergy seasons. I have to take it into account and do the best I can to always make it work. So that comes out as independence, but I don't think it's the same independence that Western society projects onto me. Like when people think of independence as an adult, people often says, "Oh yeah, this guy just does anything. Like nothing gets under this person's skin. Everything gets under my skin." The thing is, what's under my skin is never let out. And then I use what is under my skin to do better than it, to grow beyond it, to become more aware in it. And that is Western society, not Eastern, in my opinion. I don't like the stuff I'm talking about right now, how to like be more self-aware and learn to seek happiness as opposed to at the expense of potentially deviating away from duty. Here's a really hot take. When parents raise children, they are expected to contribute to society. Western independence allows you the choice of what to do with your independence. You can contribute to society any way you like. Or at least you try to contribute to society the way it brings you happiness. You don't have to be happy to be contributing to society in Eastern culture. That's not a choice. You contribute to society. That's what brings you happiness. So, sequencing. When you are able to contribute to society, it brings you happiness, not the other way around. So if you want another element of Western culture and Eastern culture when it comes to like independence as an adult is decision making. Decision making is different. I went to graduate school because I know that getting a PhD in science will make me happy. Not if it will make me happy or if it can make me happy. It will make me happy because it will make my parents happy. Or become a doctor because I know my parents would be happy with it. Not what makes me happy because I'm going to choose to do it. Like, I'm not promised happiness in the decision making, which is ironic because the way you described independence is kind of how my parents sell their lessons. You get straight A's, it'll lead to independence. You become a doctor because it'll lead to financial independence. You only worry about marrying anyone or being in love with anyone once you secure financial independence, have a house and a steady job, because that will guarantee you independence. So that's how it's phrased. So you do things on the guarantee of things to happen. And in the Western world, in my opinion, at least from anecdotal experience, doing those things don't guarantee any of those things. In my opinion. Even if you could budget financially now, that doesn't mean you'll have financial independence later. It increases the odds of having financial independence later. That's what happens when you have choice in your society. There's no guarantee of things, or there's less consistent guarantees. So if you choose to go to college, you might have a better chance at a job. That's the lessons I learned when I went to college. When you choose to get a PhD in science, some people might respect you. But if I'm talking to a Western person, for example, that is up in the air. I get disrespected all the time. In fact, sometimes people make a meme of being a scientist on content while streaming content. In a Eastern world, that PhD is something of prestigious consistency. But that's because the social decorum and stuff is different, right? There are guarantees because everyone conforms. Like a large majority conforms. In an independent country that validates choice a lot of times and expression, the outcomes are inconsistent. So would I be happy if I became a doctor? Is the question I would be asking in a raised in a Western culture. I am going to be happy if I'm raised under an Eastern culture. I will be happy when I become a doctor. Not if I would, in fact, if I become a doctor. So if I become a doctor, choose and if become a doctor. Eastern, you're going to be a doctor and you will be happy. So two different things. And those things affect the perception of independence and choice. The greatest example I would have is first year of university, first year of graduate school, first year of university for the kids and me as a graduate student. I went to a graduate school that has a high selection factor for diaspora, especially Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. But more so Korean and Japanese and Indian. So diaspora from them. And when you compare them with it, so it's like 50-50. We're talking about like less of a minority, but more of a majority, or like more of a contentious equal distribution. When you ask them why they choose to do certain things and like what they're doing, like their future aspects, the difference is diaspora often have a higher tendency, and they're usually from Eastern cultures, would say, I do it because I have to. I do it because my parents expect me to. Versus multicultural American, Western, they would say, I do it because I like it, or I do it because I think I'm good at it. Or I do it because I think this is something I can do and be happy with. So those are very different motivations. Those are the things that separate independence. And all of them are independent adults. They are very high achieving adults. This is one of the best universities in the country. So they all congregated onto there, but their motivations are different. So they can all be seen as independent, choice-making adults, in my opinion. One doesn't sound like a choice, but in my opinion, I agree with you, it's still a choice. And the other is still a choice. However, one is more understandable as a choice than the other. I chose to do everything possible to make my parents happy. And yeah, that includes being a disappointment because I wasn't able to marry someone when I was 30 and have a child before I was 40. That is a form of disappointment. That is something that you could argue, oh yeah, that's a choice you made. Like, it's a choice that, no, it's a failure. So if I were to carry my Eastern culture legacy, I am an embarrassment. It's a bit of an embarrassment that I am nearing 40 and there are cousins younger than me that are married and have children. So that's one of the things. Actually, that's one of the things you learn later in life. So in Eastern culture, I guess, I don't know if that's the same in China and Japan anymore because of their, like, you know, birth rates and sustainability. But generally speaking, you don't think about starting a family until you do everything that Western culture develops at the same time. So by coincidence, in my opinion, diaspora kids are really great from the start. Like, what I mean is, right when they leave the nest, they have all the skills prepared for the earlier stages of adulthood for Western culture. And then later, they can proceed to struggle with all the other things that were at the sacrifice of it, which is to get married or even fall in love, or maybe not even fall in love, something like that. And they do it out of duty, actually. A very strong familial duty. Because my parents, I can't tell you, my parents every once in a while joke, right? Oh, you know, when are you going to get married? Because your cousin that is 2 years younger than you is getting married. And how long was he in a relationship with his significant other? 1 month, because they're already late to the social norm of being married. And then immediately within a year, they had a baby. That, in my opinion, is a great example. And I say it with a smile because they love each other. I think they even learn to love each other. I don't even know. Like, here's a great example. Another example for marriage. People learn to love each other. They don't choose based on their love for each other. A lot of times. Like, I'm not saying it's all of the above or it's the majority. I'm saying it's possible. And it wouldn't be even conceivably possible in a culture that is predicated on choice and informed choice. I don't have to love something before I do it. I can learn to love it. My parents fall in and out of love, and they learn to love because of family. I can do the same, but that's something that I have to negotiate each and every time with describing and how it is to enter courtship with someone who is, for lack of a better word, my odds are that I am far more Western cultured than Eastern cultured. Like, in fact, my parents have proposed the idea that maybe we could reach a mutual amicable relationship where we can learn to love each other. So in an Eastern world, you could have a mutual understanding that we can learn to love each other and start a family that way, as opposed to falling in love and then starting a family. Yeah, that's a really wild thing. But have anyone ever I rarely ever have this conversation with people who are more steeped in Western culture, do you ever consider the idea of doing something knowing for a fact or somehow believing for a fact that it will work out before it works out? As in, hey, I don't like you right now and you don't like me, but let's just be friends because we know it'll work out. I do. I treat every stranger I meet online on Twitch like that. That's Eastern culture. So, if there's anything that's always out on display for Eastern culture is I never underestimate the stranger that I'm meeting because they're strangers. Like, I don't say something like, "Oh, this stranger, like I shouldn't be nice to this stranger because they're giving me all such of vibes and whatnot." No, I do my best to appear as professional as I can, even though I'm not professional. I'm not a professional content creator, but my integrity is on the line. It's always on the line in Eastern culture. But now I live in the United States, and I'm also on the Americanized internet. What do other content creators do instead? Well, we're not speaking for the holy grail of professionalism, you know, those people who are up there. We're talking about every other person, like the 80 to 90% of those who aren't there. What do? Click ban, click dislike, click like, censor, all this stuff. And it's not necessarily because they don't want to do it per se. It's more convenient and it's more socially normal, in my opinion. It's socially normal to burn bridges without having to establish bridges. I'm always carrying my bridge building tools. That's it. Whether it's reciprocated or not, that is because I'm in public. It is very unacceptable to behave inappropriately in a public space. Even if I'm sitting in my bedroom right now, the internet is a public space. So, Procol, you were here when TikTok was like banned for a month, and then there was a lot of this talk about how the Red Book community was interacting with the flood of the American community. That is what I do every single day. Every single day is how I feel about being online and being on Twitch. Every day I sit here and I negotiate how and where and how appropriate I have to be for the next person. Because the sheer nature of expecting a Chinese dominant media platform intersecting a whole flood of Western culture and then seeing how they interact with each other it blows my mind. And I totally like sucked it up, by the way. Like I totally read stuff and Reddits on it. And I mean Zhao, the other guy who's actually from China and he's currently in the United States, also talked a lot about Red Book and how like what they see and whatnot. It's a very different world. Like politeness is mandatory. It's not mandatory in the sense of there are rules and laws built on it. It's built into the culture. So when someone comes around every day on Twitch, right? You know Twitch is Americanized when suddenly they think it's normal to say you suck, quit yapping, put the fries in the bag. You know you're talking to a Western audience. You don't say that for someone who is assumed to be trying very hard, by the way. So, like, since I'm American, you can assume otherwise. You can say I'm lazy. That's your choice. You get a choice because people can choose to be lazy. Like, you can choose to make content without making commentary. You can choose to just vibe out and play a video game and not respond to your chat. Those are choices. They're still independent adults. They still make their choices. And a lot of them are successful. Like, there are people who are successful at making no commentary no commentary video game things. They're speedrunners and whatnot. In a Eastern culture, there will be standards before it becomes standard. So, what does a professional content creator look like? Well, let's talk. I'll bring back one topic that you brought up: swear words. You don't say swear words. Period. It doesn't even matter what your choice is, what your emotional baggage, whatever. You just don't say swear words ever. Now, you could say, as a kid, you grew up choosing to do that, and then the adult gave you the independence that you need to be a functional adult. But yeah, swear words. That story that I told you, it was because of my Western upbringing. I learned how to swear when I was 6 because of my low socioeconomic peers. Like the environment I grew up in. Swearing was normal until it was not. And my parents couldn't comprehend it because, you know, they have an English barrier. It's something that it's my problem. So when I saw it was my problem, then it becomes my problem. About face. You deal with it right there. Eastern culture, in my opinion, personally. You see a problem, you fix it. And none of that lingering, I'll fix it tomorrow's business. You fix it now. It's your problem. Suck it up. Sorry, the fix it thing is a allusion to another Chinese content creator. It's the feng shui guy. The feng shui guy, he does like he organizes interior rooms and stuff, and he has a series called Fix It. Like he would take something and an example and say, when like your shelves are not high enough, and then it would like clip over, and then it shows it leveled. Fix it. That's the type of that is right on brand. That guy is totally Chinese. Like that's exactly. And it's funny because you can only think of it as an adult thing to do in the Western society. It's very resonating. Like, you know, oh, I'm unhealthy, and then cuts over to you running a marathon. Fix it. Right? That's the adult thing to do. But then hear me out. I'll do a Western bit on this. Go tell the girl you like her. Runs away for like 30 years and never get married. Don't fix it. or here's a twist. Here's a twist. You like this girl, and then immediately it jump cuts to you telling your parents to tell their parents that you guys should get married. Fix it. It might sound like a joke, but it's quite true. Like there's notes of it. Emotional communication, like emotional maturity is like really adult. Emotional maturity is it's a compromise. So as an adult, when you watch those anime, right? The anime about how like a girl has a crush on a guy and it took them 16 years to confess to each other, but by 16 years they're already adults, and they coincidentally by their circumstances got married already, and they never ended up confessing to each other and talking about how they liked each other because they married for duty and convenience as opposed to whatever they had before. Yes. More closer. I always commended. Here's one that I commended. 5 centimeters per second. The Shenkai movie. The Shenkai movie. It showed friends consistently drifting apart because they couldn't express how they want to be together over time. Eastern culture. Circumstances, social norms are far more important than one's own personal feelings. Duty exceeds that. Now, it's not the case anymore, I don't think. Maybe like I'm sure it's not as exaggerated as it is now, but generally speaking, yeah, you marrying for personal happiness is weird a little bit. Still for me, I marry on the prospect of falling in love with someone. I don't marry because I have fallen in love with someone a lot of times. Because I believe in the relationship. Not I need validations for the relationship. I think every human being is particularly beautiful if they give me the time of day. So no, that's not a great recipe for a Western world predicated on opportunism and informed decisions. So oftentimes I might actually have more success if my parents and their parents say, you guys are a good match together. It's like, I believe you. Let's make it happen. That's kind of how it used to work, actually. Like, who else knows you better than your parents who you might unconditionally trust? Right, Brokaw? Like, if your father comes around and since you have no one comparable to him, right? Which we agree empathetically with my parents. If my parents suggest something, I'll give it my all. But hear me out. The recent years, most of my potential peeps that we talk to, they are Americanized. So for me, I don't see a problem making it work. But for them, they do. So, and I can respect that, actually. I totally respect that. So you go on and do it again next time. And then next time. And then next time. In fact, it's very Western to think that I might die alone, but with still great friends. And other people, and significant others. My parents wouldn't see it the same way. In fact, this is probably going to be the most potentially disappointing thing. My parents might think that they failed. That's kind of how the social norm works. If your child fails to find a loving family and start a family, it is also part of your failure. Because your society and your social norms, it's part of society. So, yes, I totally agree with you that there's really a fine line between what society dictates and what your parents dictate, especially in an Eastern world. Eastern has social norms. One of the social norms is healthy parents work really hard, have children, and those children work really hard and contribute to society, and vice versa, and it continues on and on and on. But if you choose to not do that, or you fail to do that, then in a sense, you have failed expectations. And I could kind of see that. Whenever my parents have to go to one of my cousins' weddings, they probably think of that. When I sit at a wedding, I think of both. Like recently, my younger cousin, one of my younger cousins got married, and they had a multicultural wedding. I think the other person was potentially either British or Irish. I can't really tell. It was very difficult to know. But they have a half and half wedding. There was like the room was like split in half, and the ceremony was like a mix. And yeah, you get reminded. I'm like I don't know how much older I am. My cousin, I think I'm like 4 years older. So on the one half, I'm reminded that I failed so far and I need to fix it, and I can't fix it, or something like that. And my Western side is like, well, it's okay. Like, as long as you're happy, right? Well, on the Chinese side of things, you would think, nah, I can't be happy until I get married and have children. It's not possible to be happy if you don't have children. And get married 4 years older than who? My youngest cousin that got married last year. So usually, or I'm 4 years younger than the last time, this is the first time a younger cousin got married. The last time my older cousin, he's like less than a year older than me, or within a year older than me. So then I had to get married at that time, but I didn't. So now I actually have a younger cousin who's married, and she was actually pregnant during the wedding. So I saw it's a very healthy child, and they're doing really well. I think she's pregnant again, though. I think she actually has two children, which is pretty common. 2 children. Here's another thing that's probably a Rin rule. You have 3 children if you don't have a son. So like you have 2 children if you already have a son at minimum, but you can go for a third if you don't manage to have a son. How do I know this? Is because some of my cousins are a lot of people joking about this, have like the curse of females. Like what I mean is it's not a bad or a good thing. It's more like they love the nuclear family idea, where like you have a daughter and son, so you can have a full family, like a family of that nature. It doesn't mean that they don't love each other, and so that whole patriarchal stuff has subsided a long time ago. But you would want to try to have both. So often I have a bunch of relatives who have 3 daughters and it always stops at 3. so that's kind of, I don't know if this stuff is true or not. It's just anecdotal. My paternal side family is very, very big. They're quite affluent and successful. So most of the cousins in my generation, most of them, when they become like a appropriate age, they get married and they raise children. So they typically have 2, a son and a daughter. But if they have 3 daughters, then you know they didn't have a son, or the other way around. So that's kind of one of those expectations. It's interesting. All this stuff is, I view it fondly, by the way. I know that I've shared this a couple of times with friends and family, and those who are actually interested in a relationship much earlier on. But I didn't ever express these things to them because it was kind of hard. Early on, you know, I talked about people who were interested or wanted to start a relationship, but the idea is social norms predicated that I don't do that. So despite possibly having choices of relationships early in life, you could say I was disinterested or uninterested, to go back all the way to the beginning of all of this, like 2 hours ago, I mean 3 hours ago or something like that. I might not have even considered it. So it's one thing to know you have choices, or it's one thing to know you can make choices. It's another thing to know what your choices are, if you know what I mean. I think that's probably the crux of all of this in the long run. It's difficult sometimes, despite if you have choices and you're an independent decision maker, it's difficult to know what those choices are and if those choices are your own. And I don't think it needs to be clarified that way. I think life has a really wonderful mosaic of choices that you think you make, but they're not really choices, and choices that you do make, and they really are choices. For me, the reason why I say this is because I don't usually make choices that I regret. I really don't. Like the choice of not watching anime today instead of talking with you. I don't ever regret my choices. Whether it is a choice or not, you don't I refuse, or I will strongly refuse people's apologies, because my time, I believe that I do make a choice in this. and you shouldn't be apologizing for a choice that I have made consciously. So in a way, that's a great way to tie up some of the habits that I do that I see in others, which is when someone is very considerate and they tend to profusely apologize because it might not seem like the other person is making a choice. And oftentimes, I would say it's a little bit of 50-50. I think growing up Chinese and then becoming an American adult has made it so that I don't really, lack of a better word, I don't really have to choose between the two. I can, or I don't have to rely on either. Whenever the situation is appropriate for itself, I make do with how happy I am. So sometimes I recognize opportunity when it strikes, and that's fine. And then sometimes I have to do things not given a choice, and I'm still fine. So I love that idea. I love the idea that my parents instilled all this in me. And at the same time, I love that I'm also given the luxury of choices. So it's cool to be able to, in my opinion, I embrace Western culture quite lovingly. And I also embrace Eastern culture quite lovingly. So I have no remorse or ethical conflictions or conflicts of interest when appropriateness is in place. So oftentimes I behave appropriately for my company, my present company. So that makes it so that I can wield, at least in my opinion, I can digress and wield at least a consistent amount of charisma around the board. So when I talk to like a Chinese person, for example, or someone who's baked in Eastern culture, I can try to act appropriately. Sure, I'll misstep here and there once in a while because I also have Western values as well, but it is far less lost in translation than it is for someone who is of Eastern or like of a monocultural variety, and then they are encountering another culture that fundamentally or have very startling conflicts of interest. Like, for example, talked about it before, arranged marriages. Well, it's hard to even say it that way because it's not arranged in the same way that is like that old stereotype back in the day. It's actually quite steeped in lots of nuances that create assurances and beauty in other motivations of unionship. But I wouldn't bring that up to someone who may or may not be able to see that. I would instead embellish and embrace the other aspects of union of marriages, and union between people. So it's fun to go to a Western wedding and an Eastern wedding, and sometimes, occasionally, well, it's become a little bit more commonplace here, a West meets East wedding, like my recent cousin's wedding. She's actually the first, as far as I know, of my relatives that had a multicultural wedding. And it was fun seeing like half of the peeps. Like, it was fun because someone approached me on the groom side of things. I already told you my first name, right? It's Gary. The groom's name happens to be Gary, by the way. It's not uncommon to have my English name overlap with someone else's English name because it's a very common English name, or still a fairly common English name around my age group, right? But this guy came up and he was like, really, the person is clearly on the groom side because they're dressed in a certain way, and they would approach like, hey, do you know if, so he was speaking in a way as though there's a chance that I might not know how to speak English. And then I talked to him, it's like, dude, don't worry about it. Like, you're in the right place. And at some point he's like, oh yeah, do you know where Gary is? It's like, oh yeah, you must be talking about the groom. And then he's like, he's over here, you just chill over here and check in over there. And he's like, oh yeah, nice to meet you, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. And I'm like, I forgot his name though. It's something like Kevin or something. And I was shaking his hands. My name just happens to be Gary too. It was kind of funny. We were all like, I was like standing in the mochi line or the bubble tea line, but yeah, really, really fun. They had like a walking in ceremony combined with the tea ceremony, and then combined with like the first wed shenanigans with the first dance. So dancing is not a common thing, not as common as one might think. So like it was a myriad of half and half, and I think that's beautiful. It's pretty beautiful. I would say that my parents would be like, oh, okay, so that's what they do, not what we do. And I don't think it's like often a negative thing. And I find it sometimes that I might get a little insensitive about it. So, you know, younger kids, when they go online and they're from a different country, a lot of times they would say things like, oh, haha, like you guys do that, but this is really the way we do it. And my first thought was, well, you are not the rest of the world. But and then when I say that kind of thing, you know, I kind of catch myself. It's like, oh, wait, let's take it back a little. Like, it's interesting that you guys do that, and that's all I would say most of the time. However, in other places, these people, we tend, you know, there's variations among them. But the younger you get, the more likely you'll enter that conversation most of the time. And you might be thinking, well, you don't have those conversations very often because the people around you are not like that. It's like, yeah, that's true. Because most of the time I spend forwarding that I'm multicultural. So inherently, you might be thinking, oh, if you keep saying you're multicultural, that doesn't guarantee that multicultural people will be talking to you. It's like, that's true, but it does increase the frequency. And also, the way my demeanor and the way I present things and all of like the holistics of certain behavior makes it so that it's far more likely that I'll encounter that. So I would say definitely I like those situations. Despite being really rare, by the way, this is already rare enough without the internet. The internet kind of sort of makes it less rare to have a 4-hour discussion about independence in Eastern and Western culture. I still do it to this day. I want to like double down on one last thing. I don't think there's a right or wrong way in this case. I think there's an agreeable and a disagreeable way based on people's experiences and their like principles. So there's a level of tolerance that I think goes a long way to maybe being less angry at people that differ. At the same time, if you want the quintessential East meets West mindset, it's usually with fondness for both. At least in my opinion. Like, if you meet someone who's diaspora, the things that they usually talk about and laugh about is pointing light at the two that they're from, and knowing that they're so true and also so not true at the same time. So instead of worrying about stereotypes portrayed by your one culture by other people, and then like worrying about it and defending it and stuff, it's more like, oh yeah, that's true. Oh, I can see that too. So instead, in my opinion, I get to enjoy it, like whatever you want to say about this. My mindset is that when people say they do things and don't do this thing, it's kind of like, that's cool to know. It's neat that there's a set of people who have social norms like that. It's not saying, oh well, my country's people don't do that, so that's kind of weird. Or oh, your country's people do this, right? And then my first thought is, what country do you think I'm from? Or like, what kind of culture do you think I'm from? And then they're like, oh well, you're Chinese, right? I heard that Chinese people do this. Oh yeah, that's kind of true. Yeah, I like that. And it's like, oh, I don't mean to be offensive or anything. It's like, no, you're not, because it probably is true. Like, you had to have gotten the idea from somewhere. Hang on, let me ban this spot. So a lot of times, that, in my opinion, is a really big hallmark of meeting diaspora. When you meet someone who's kind of floating between two and they didn't like firmly reject it. We're not talking about someone who doesn't embrace both their heritages. Sometimes people firmly rejects. So you can still find diaspora who are very vocal about, oh, stop calling me this. You're this type of people. I don't care about that other side of people. So that does happen. It does happen, and I can kind of, again, the very soft way, I can kind of see why they would do that, because it produces a conflict of interest. But generally speaking, the type of diaspora that I have encountered most of my life are people like, well, we're talking about A and B, but hey, did you know that in C they do this, and then in D they do this? Because most of the time you're just looking for different ways you can make things work. Eastern, and then express them in different ways. Western. And then I don't know how to classify Southern and Northern, but if I were going to take the American approach, Northern, business as usual, business, Southern, hospitality. So if I had an American funny regional thing, sometimes I just want to say, boy howdy, welcome to our home abode, versus, sorry, I don't know you, gotta get to a business meeting. Because I grew up in New York and I have a stereotypical perception of Southern hospitality, of which I do not have any Southern hospitality friends. I do have some friends whose parents, they're from the South, but at the same time, I hope that I paint people's regional cultures in a positive light or out of genuine curiosity and try the best. Not to state that they are wrong or right, which is kind of what happens when you see a wrong of things. Kind of. Yeah. But independence, that's a great example. Wouldn't it be interesting? Here's a fun thought, Procol, if you're still here. I wonder how a kid from a person like me, how their kids would turn out. That's not to say that I'm guaranteed to have children, but it would be interesting to see. Would they be more Western independent or Eastern independent, or would they be like in between or something? Because I'm not my parents, so that's kind of interesting. Although I do have a lot of values of parenting from my parents, so perhaps they'll end up being very financially secure and still have problems committing to relationships. Well, not really problems, but being less forceful about it. If you're curious, my sister and I are not committed relationships. All right. Now I'm really gonna try to finish this lesson. Okay. Thank you again, Procol. It's nice. My voice is kind of harsh. Oh, well, all that as a good sign of biology telling me gotta put the fries in the bag. All right. How does this work? Hey, hear me out. If you ever meet someone and you find any of these things interesting, I hope like your significant other is some form of diaspora. I'm telling you. Okay, this might sound a little biased, but I'm telling you, when people are a bit more worldly, they tend to be more agreeable. But there's also more disagreement as well, if you know what I mean. So, but it kind of evens out. So you don't get like exaggerated conflicts. You get more like mid disagreements and mid agreements. So if you're into that, there's a pleasant averaging effect. Like most of the stuff I say, I hope, Procol, it's not like you fully agree with me or fully disagree with me. I think most of the time when it comes to like worldly culture people, not that it's the best thing because it doesn't provide clarity, right? The counter is it does not provide clarity. Most of the time you kind of just get the, oh, I'm on board here, but I have no idea where you're going with this. And so it's kind of one of those things that are very comfy that for me is a social norm. The way we converse is how I feel like I talk all the time. Like when I go outside and say hello to fellow Americans or go to New York and chat with the like first gens in New York, that's how I feel every day. Like I see, okay, oh, all right, like, so you're kind of like mid everywhere, and it's the most consistent feeling I ever have. However, if you meet your, like, the one who like isn't multicultural but it's just you, like that's you, you know, the one, that's how it feels when occasionally I meet another diaspora. And that's really good, that's really great, but that's also not the normal feeling. So you might be saying, well, if it feels really good, wouldn't it be the thing that you pull your trigger on? Well, the normal thing is the thing that actually feels great because you're doing it normally. So it's such an oxymoronic thing to think about. But sometimes I like being friends with people who are consistently those. High ups and downs, it can be very risky. That doesn't mean I won't try, but oftentimes something that's perfect sounds suspicious to me, if you know what I mean. But I can't imagine perfect, or I'm like, I have trouble imagining perfect because my upbringing is filled with realistic conflicts. So what is more normal to me than constantly constantly disagreeing and conversing? Not much. The answer is not much. So for another person who's from a very identifiable location, agreeing is the norm. Agreeing is the acceptable consequence. When you go to Japan and you're Japanese, you agree with most of the social norms there. That's probably why when someone says, I want to move to Japan because I love everything about Japan and I want to live and sleep and become a Japanese native like Japanese person, I think that's possible far more conveniently for someone who's willing to embrace wholeheartedly a cultural standard that provides consistency, that also provides consistency. But for myself, I can't possibly think of that clarity as something that I want personally. I actually enjoy, for better or for worse, going to a bar say run by Koreans, and they're like, and then they turn like a Korean bar, which turned out to be run by Vietnamese people, and it's like it has its charms and its ups and downs, and suddenly I go like 1 hour next door, and it's a Japanese bar run by Chinese people, and you know it has its personal charms and whatnot, and back and forth, and they're like night and day. That's my social norm. Like, I think, in my opinion, that's kind of why I love the internet. Maybe a little less so now. Yeah, I know. This sounds a little ironic, but back in the day, the internet wasn't so hyper aggressively self-selected. So when you're talking to a stranger, you don't know who you're gonna get. Like, you know, like there's not 6 different passes of filters to get to one person, so that you don't have social norms pressed upon you. Like, for example, when someone comes in, it's like, dude, this guy, all this guy do is yap. What is that? Social norms, because Twitch is a gaming site. So when people self-select themselves into Twitch, they're expecting less yap, more play. And that's Eastern culture. So what I'm doing now is probably the least Eastern that I can possibly do. This is as American, with a lack of better general thing. This is as American as I can get. Doing things that no one asked for. And that, in my opinion, is often seen as independence. You know, cue the... Sorry, I know, Procol, it's funny because I think it's funny because you're British. Like, you know, cue the red, white, and blue and freedom of choice and liberties. Like, I'm doing something on Twitch that no one asked for, and we're having this conversation that no one asked for. And that's independence. It's freedom of, for lack of a better word, freedom of speech. So, if I were continuing to be a Chinese person, last thing, what does a Chinese person look like? I would farm the heck out of viewership. Like, all right, we gotta automate some of these. All right, let's get our AI into this. All right, let's set up a workflow. Generate some AI content, play them, expand them to 10 different clones. Let's optimize this. We need to optimize this. All right, I'm gonna take clips. We're gonna take the most topical, trendy gameplay things. We're gonna cycle them, and then we're gonna make it so that it makes us money. And then, all right, and then we'll use those metrics to optimize how. Okay, we need to get some avatars in here. Like, that to me is what would make me be able to convince my parents that streaming on Twitch brings happiness, because it brings financial security. Also, it would also help if I brought home a bride that I met through Twitch, and then show my parents that people can get married by connecting through Twitch. That would be a great way to provide an example of Eastern pragmatism on things you spend your time with. Not doing art because you have to, because you want to. Not making music because no one will listen to your music. Talking to a blank space and having no one hear it. Those are a waste of time. It's kind of funny that I can say that only when I'm talking about the pragmatic nature of Eastern culture. It's a waste of time to be seeking happiness at the expense of pragmatism. Now, oftentimes, the nice thing about that, being able to say that, is most of the time the pragmatic things also may lead to happiness. Or you're convinced it does, which is, I approve. What are the things that contribute to my happiness? Financial security, decision making, tolerance, public decorum, politeness, not swearing in English, being able to explain it, execute 3 to 4 different levels of English communication, as do my parents would expect if I was speaking in Chinese. Those are the things that I 100% owe it to my parents, that they didn't teach me, they demonstrated to me. They demonstrate how to take a punch, like both figuratively and literally, while not losing face and escalating the situation. They know that apologizing. Oh yeah, here's one last one for our conversation. They know that apologizing and admitting your fault is the greater way of maintaining decorum and have a higher frequency of reducing escalation. And then that these things will sort out by social norms, but usually in a very independent, freedom-like culture, that usually doesn't get ironed out. So like, for example, you want to believe that someone who does wrongdoing would eventually serves them right. They would reap what they sow. But a lot of times independent thought means that they continue to do it until someone pushes back. So that's kind of the whole idea of revenge and serves right situation. And I can totally get that. I definitely understand. Because me apologizing for something that they were wrong about doesn't alleviate their tendency to do that. On the sheer chance that I'm also able to become their friend. Has that ever happened? It has. A very low frequency, but it has. The people that I started with having a confrontation, I apologized, and in the end, it wasn't me who was apologizing. They ended up apologizing. But that was after like a year or 2 years of knowing each other. So, yes, it's certainly an exercise in diminished return, but generally speaking, if I had to also combine the West with the East, I would combine the social public decorum with the lovey-dovey outward expression that's necessary to assure someone your communication. So instead, I kind of most of the time fight confrontation with love, and like a platonic love, right? So I will continue to do that. Usually my parents would probably do your standard thing where like apologize, but they know they're right. But that's not the point. The point is to uphold social decorum. It doesn't matter if you're right, in the sense, yeah, don't express it. You de-escalate. I don't think my parents have strayed from that, and I think quite a lot of things were at their expense, right? Generally, when a confrontation happens, both parties are at fault. You're making a display, you want to de-escalate. De-escalate. The last thing you want to do is draw attention to yourself in any way possible. Saying you're right also draws attention to yourself. It often depicts you as an arrogant person who do not elevate societal impressions over your own. So that is independence, by the way, I guess, as acting as an individual. But in an individual that might not be appropriate for specific cultural norms. It is very appropriate though, over here, like at least in my opinion. On this side of the it might be appropriate, but I often choose not to do that. Because I am my father's son after all. So I apologize and suck it up. I do it publicly online as well. Like, have a disagreement, that person returns, voice their disagreement. First thing I do, I try to reflect and apologize as adequately as I can while being able to explain it. Because if I don't explain it, then it's a disservice as well. So East meets West. I try to explain it and apologize. So I apologize first and then try to reach a compromise. I think for the most part, Eastern culture is you apologize and you let bygones be bygones. You let society takes its course, right? You maintain the peace, you move on. In Western society, try to talk it out. That's it. I try to talk it out as much as I can. The yap nation. However, I think the internet doesn't do that anymore. So it's ironically very trendy. It's not a coincidence, in my opinion, that Japanese culture is so trendy right now. It kind of coincides. And Chinese culture, even. And lots of times, I think Western culture depicts Chinese and Japanese culture as a modeled society. in a specific light, though. Only in a specific light, not the whole picture. Part of the picture. And I sit here and I think, yeah, that is definitely the grass is greener on the other side thing. You know, you only see what you covet, or you try to see what you covet, but you do not try to see what you don't covet, and then vice versa. So, here's one that's kind of dark. Man, people are always happy in X country. Have you considered that they don't typically express their discontent publicly? That's what I see, by the way. And that's what I experience as well. There's a difference between a country that looks like buttheads and they keep talking bad about their own country or being honest about their own country, and then there are countries where you just don't do that in public. So what you don't see doesn't mean it's true. There's discontent. Humans are humans. There's discontent. There are certainly different ways to express that discontent. One way is to bottle it all up and over a warm cup of sake or something. As opposed to going around boasting and vocally expressing your discontent. I'm sure quite a lot of people, if I were like a more influential person, I'm sure quite a lot of people are going to say, well, not in our country, and it's usually Americans, and etc. It's like, okay. I mean, I can't deny that. I mean, sure, like that. The truth is actually that's kind of more accurate to the truth. But do you understand why it is? And the pros and cons of it? Like, being more expressive also means there's more discontent. Being less conformed society means more inconsistent expression of discontent and satisfaction. These things are connected. So where I do see discontent, I also see expression. Where I see self-criticism, I also see self-evaluation and self-improvement. Where I see discontent, I also see diversity. I mean, those are inherent to each other. There are certainly places where they have like a nuanced balance. Like, there are diverse places that have maybe less discontent. But the thing is, if you choose to compare a place that the social norm is everyone thinks the same versus a place that people don't think the same, where do you think you're going to find more discontent? And then on top of that, to exacerbate things, you decide to pick a country that is vocal about discontent versus a society that just doesn't do it at all because it's a social norm. What you don't see doesn't mean it doesn't exist. My parents, right, to illustrate, my parents didn't know that I was having problems with bullies. I don't let them see that. All those years, it kind of trivialized what cyberbullying is now, but at the same time, it would be great if cyberbullying wasn't a thing, and you know, discontent among diversity is not a thing. That's when you have the internet, the unity of different types of people. Story of my life. Although the internet's kind of nice, you can carve your piece of the internet so that you can kind of have that too if you wanted. Those are called echo chambers nowadays. At least I refer to them as echo chambers. And I don't think of echo chambers as both bad or good. Or like, I don't think of them as either bad or good. I think of it as be aware of the pros and cons or the things that happen in the echo chamber, and then things that are outside of an echo chamber. And back in the day, in my opinion, an echo chamber on a global scale on this world, on Earth, is a country with a strong monocultural identity. That's an echo chamber. And only their leaders typically are outside of that echo chamber. Like, I think to this day, it's funny because I have the opposite effect now on people online. Most people think that I speak only American English because I speak English. So they don't even look at people's appearances anymore. They go by the language they speak. And back in the day, people had to see each other before talking. So most people assume I don't speak English instead. So you just change one out for the other. One out for the other. There are no observational abilities nowadays. It's predicated on something else. So weird. The times have changed, Procall. I'm not sure if you lived long enough yet. Like, it would be interesting in another 10 years when we discuss how times continue to change, but times have changed. 10 years ago, it was so different than 20 years ago. Man, 20 years ago, meeting people it was such a weird experience. You go up to someone and they would like speak very slowly. I'm like, oh, that's okay, I speak English. It's like, oh, I thought you might be from, where are you from? I'm from New York. Like, no, like, where are you actually from? And I'm like, no, I'm actually from New York. Like, you're talking about where my parents are from. They're from China. Yeah. That used to be like the stereotypical interaction a lot of times. And then now it's like, I heard you sound American, so I didn't hear you speak any other language, so you must only speak that one language. Like, yeah, sure. But my parents are Chinese, so I like magically inherited some Chinese from them. I hope that works out for you. Like, language is inherited genetically. I don't know if you guys knew, but it is. I'm kidding, it isn't. Yeah, you've seen changes over the years, but I'm not quite old enough to see a big change. I hope we get to talk about it in the future. I think humans are cool, in my opinion, because they change over time. I don't think humans are less interesting when they don't change at all. Honestly, I am a little biased, but Whether that's a change for the better or for the worse, it's just the idea that humans change over time is kind of cool. I think it's the one thing that's keeping us from becoming extinct. Sorry, spoken like a true virologist. I know. If humans have the incapacity to both physically and figuratively change, if they lose that capacity, then they might as well be extinct. Our time is limited if we lose the capacity to change over time. So yeah, call it a mix of biology and psychology, but that's kind of the neat situation about being human. That's what makes humans still not a mark in the history books. We continue to change. Or ebb and flow. Like, I'm not talking about humans don't cycle, like, you know, change back to something or coincidentally tread something, but they still change, you know, we go through cycles as well. Here's a fun one. I want to give a fun example to celebrate humanity and its weirdness. I watch one YouTuber that he does fashion. He just does fashion. So he's gonna sound like me if I were doing fashion, but that's because I like people like that. But he's that kind of guy, like, oh, you know, here are some rules and here are some things. Oh, that's a great idea. And then he said, remember, with all these rules, at the end of the day, you gotta feel good to dress good, right? You should do what you want. You know, there are rules, but you gotta feel good about yourself. So this guy, one of the things he was doing is he's dressing up as stereotype of teachers, right? Like, what does a history teacher look like? An American history teacher and music teacher and all that stuff. And he described the music teacher as someone who dressed like this so long because he has clothes that are so old that it's coming back in style. And my thought is, yeah, there are. I thought about music teachers and I'm like, yep, some of that stuff is really, really trendy right now. And that was over 30 years ago. So nowadays, the new generation, right, like especially Gen Z, they really like vintage, like 70s, 80s, because it was like, in the United States, it was like a period of stability, a period of like strong positivity and whatnot. So don't get on my case when people start wearing fedoras and top hats again. Maybe not top hats, but I could totally see fedoras being a thing. You know, like I think of British a lot of times, like old Victorian British. Dude, there's a whole thing about Victorian period. Some people refer to them as costumes, but they're really garments. So I don't know. Fedoras, hair plumes. Let's just go with it. But humans, weird, very weird. You know, history chronicled these, but that doesn't change the irrationality to gravitate towards things again. I would not be surprised that one day milkmen will come back, or milk person will come back, where you still get milk from. I think it was you that, Procol, was it you that mentioned that? Was it your grandparent? Still get milk from in the jugs or in the bottles delivered. It could come back. I don't know. Humans are weird. Like it could come back. Like here's one that is sort of a slight joke, but also a very concerning joke. It's both pros and cons, right? Let me balance it out. There are people now, in the United States at least, think that unpasteurized milk is healthier than pasteurized milk. So humans are weird. I'm gonna tell you now. But man, Louis Pasteur solved a very, very devastating problem early in human history by creating pasteurization, right? Inventing pasteurization. And that's a thing now too. So, for better or for worse, I hope I lived long enough to see even more weird things. I think if there's anything worth celebrating, being born human, right, is living long enough to witness the quirky natures of human civilization. I think for us, at least us here collectively, the internet is such a wild ride, man. Just think about explaining what the internet is, like the ideas and the information being transmitted to someone before the internet. It still baffles to me to this day that we're having this conversation, like in real time. Like, it doesn't take me 2.5 hours or whatever it is to physically send you actually, it's probably way longer than that. It doesn't take me like, I don't know, a 14-hour flight to actually send you some of these messages. It's crazy. Let alone do it by like linking things that you can't possibly demonstrate with a click of a button. Like, hey, did you check out this parrot? It's somewhere in South America. Like, this is less than 20 years ago. I wouldn't be able to do that. I would have to go to a library, maybe find a book with an image, and then I would like scan it and maybe fax it to you or something if you have a fax, which was one of the vocabulary words today. It's so crazy. Like, I could show exactly what I'm doing by calling you and using my camera phone and just shooting, like just shooting right now. Like, you know, we could end the stream. I could call you. I could pull up my camera phone and I can just show you my environment. So insane. And I'm not even 40 yet. I lived through a period where when humans cannot do that. Like, at the convenience that we have. Like, you can't be... One last, I promise this is the last thing. And it's such a bittersweet thing. It's such a bittersweet thing. I want to say this as the last thing to contemplate about. Never in human history, in my opinion, never in human history is the world so easily connected, and yet the world is so divided. And what I mean by that is, with all the seemingly unbelievable technology to bring people together and be able to share ideas and get to know each other, this is the dawning of one of the loneliest generations in human history, at least in my opinion. And what I mean by that is, there are less lonely people who only have their neighbors to interact with than the internet age. And I'm specifically talking about the generation that grew up with the internet. Like, because I can't relate to that. I lived in a period before the internet. So even if the internet like shuts off, right? Like, suddenly we can't use the internet. I'll just go outside. I'll get in my car and drive to the local pub or something. I don't call them pub. We call them bars, but I like using the word pub. We you know, drive to the nearest dive and just hang out with people. I don't know, go to the batting cages and see whoever's going batting. I don't know. Go drive to the stadium and check out the baseball times and see what the next baseball game is or something. But in this world, the generation that grew up in the internet generation, there's so many unbelievable technological advances to be able to make friends, communicate with each other, overcome disagreements and whatnot. And I don't believe that it is inconceivable how lonely that the generation is. And maybe it's because perhaps I lived a time before these conveniences that one can imagine these conveniences. But I want to bring that back. Like, people should not be lonely, in my opinion. Especially lonely when they're bored. So we'll take it all the way back to 4 hours ago. Leaving lonely people who are also bored with no support is, for lack of a better Eastern culture, right, it's a detriment to society. I think those people at most would love to be contributors to society when they're not lonely and bored, right? And there's so much technology to help with that, or could potentially help with that. And it's so underutilized. I think at the moment in its current state, it is so underutilized. It's more used to take advantage of loneliness, boredom, and lack of creativity. It's like using it to feed the human condition, feed being lazy. And what I mean by lazy is I don't think people are inherently lazy. They're just unmotivated, or like they can become unmotivated because they don't see the interest or lack of boredom in it. And technology is so readily available to basically capitalize on that at the moment. Like, you want people to stay bored and attached to your product at the moment. That's kind of, I'm not saying that they are intentionally doing that, but it's good for business. Instill unintentionally crippled anxiety of meeting people, and then provide them with endless amount of content that feeds their human condition to continue doing that, because everything else will conceivably be far more effortful. So the harder everything else becomes, the more and more likely they'll stick using your product. You make everything else seem like it's not worth your time, and also very lots of time required, and then that aspect will no longer become attractive. Yes, and I will most definitely, if I see one of my friends sitting in that corner, sulking in the corner, and thinking that there's nothing better to do with their time, I am gonna drag them on a road trip somewhere, use as many of the viral technology that we have, and we're gonna knock the boredom out of the person. But hear me out. Most of my friends are not those people. In fact, I might actually be the least productive of everyone. If I had to give my productivity score, I think I'm the least productive of all my friends. All my friends, they juggle jobs, social occasions. They're all, almost all of them are either in a relationship or they're married. Like, they are juggling way more than I am. So I actually might be the person who some people might look at as like, oh, this guy's bored. That's why he's like sitting here talking to himself, recording things and learning languages. He's bored. He's clearly bored. That kind of thing. So I actually think it's absolutely wild that technology has made it so convenient to talk to people. And it is literally, I think it's literally, I'm going to use the word literally here as a strong hyperbolic statement. The hot take is, it's so easy to connect with someone, and yet all the technology is to feed the convenience of never having to talk to another person. What is the first application of AI? Don't do any work. Don't do any work talking to anybody. Don't do any work to do work. Don't learn a skill because you don't have to anymore. Also, don't step in the workplace because you don't have to anymore. Technology is so convenient that the best place and most healthy way to be productive is not to go to work. Like, why go to a concert and touch shoulders with people every once in a while at your discomfort when you can watch the thing stream live at the comfort of your own house? I know there are like ups and downs, but every occasionally, like, hear me, like, next year, I love this idea and I've committed the person to it. I'm basically saying you need to go to a convention. So I'm gonna try my best to organize something so that I can take, like, this other person and I is like, let's go to a convention together. I truly believe that sometimes, I know it's uncomfortable, you know, especially in a house party of 200, but you gotta sprinkle that in every once in a while. And then come back to technology and show, you know, and just wield technology. Like, technology makes it possible to reach hundreds of thousands of people. I can't even imagine that. The biggest audience I've ever had was like 150 people in like an auditorium or something. Maybe 150 to like 200 people. And it was only me who's like speaking, right? And nowadays, things like this absolutely trivializes that. At least to me. But it's so hard to impress that upon other people when the social norm is, yeah, they feel like it's talking to nobody because they don't see anybody, right? And that's crazy. Yeah, that must be wild to be able to think back and see how far it comes since then. Listen, Procall. I didn't live that long, but I still had to write mail. Like, actual I mailed letters, written letters to people. In fact, that used to be the social barrier to keep in contact with other people from far away. Mailing things to people. You know, you gotta break out a piece of paper. And nowadays, you know what? Japan is a fantastic example for this. Go buy stationery, write your kanji, and just mail it. Just because you can. Like, Japan has a wealth of stationery hobbyism, but hobbies. But in here, it's crazy to even think that. I got one more. One little touch. Technology has advanced so much as an anti-social device that the phone is no longer used for its original purpose. Like, the vast majority of people do avoid using the phone with its intentional purpose. And that's to have voice calls. I would argue, I don't have pure statistics, but I'm willing to bet that more than 50% of people use their smartphones not for voice calls. That came out as negative, but they avoid using voice calls if possible. So wild. Absolutely wild. The one true, like, convenience of having a smartphone, or not even a smartphone, but like a cellular phone, has been supplanted by the need to not communicate with another person. And here I am still making an argument, or arguing with people who believe that, oh, learning another language is about fluency in speaking. I'm like, you mean like kind of what we're not doing now? You mean like reading and typing and writing? And then some people are like, well, yeah, but you're writing kanji. We don't have to write kanji anymore. We can type. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. That's true. Limit the forms of expression. I wonder how Japanese people would feel if I wrote them a letter as opposed to like writing them an email. I have one more anecdote, Procol, to show you what kind of friends I have, I suppose. One of my friends, he's a great artist, but he spends a lot of time painting and sculpting. Every winter vacation, every winter holiday, he spends each day, like starting in December, I think, he spends each day drawing a hand-drawn color pencil holiday card in like a theme. It usually features frogs with interacting a theme, maybe birds and insects and whatnot. And he would manually color and do those cards and then send them out in paper mail to all his friends and family. That's what I mean by no one asks for it, but you can do things. And even despite all the conveniences of technology and whatnot, the human experience is transcendent, at least in my opinion. So taking the soul, at least in my opinion, having technology and not infusing the human soul into technology when you're using it, it lacks the soul in general. So even today, emotes can become soulless, right? Oh, you just typed this because you always type this emote. It's like, great, now I don't know what that emote means anymore. Like, oh, you always say this, and I'm like, okay, what does it mean now? It's astonishing how the convenience of technology has often made humans so complacent that they no longer believe that the efforts in participating in things that allow you to interact with other humans is worth the time anymore. Like, is it worth your time to write kanji or hanzi? I'm not going to answer that question. I mean, well, I'm going to answer that question for myself, not for anybody else. Absolutely yes. Because when someone asks me, oh, what does this kanji mean? I sure as heck gonna pull out my pen and start writing stuff on the screen because I can. Because I'm human. None of that like, oh, but wouldn't it be easier to just type it? And like, yeah, it would be easier to just type it. Yeah, it would. Like, so why aren't you doing it? Because I don't have to. I mean, I could also write it. Technology. I could say pro call, you're wrong. We just end the discussion now. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking of there's a scene in Clear Obscured. I think it was Clear Obscured. Someone was saying like, oh, but you could do this, you could do this. Why do you want to do it? And then the other person just said no. And that was it. I think I'm so not used to that type of interaction that every time I think about like the internet conversation, that's kind of what happens. Someone's like, oh yeah, this is so great. Like, you want to come with me? No. That's it. I think one day I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna see if I can keep a straight face for more than like 10 seconds. I think it would take people by surprise if I just straight up mean like, yeah, no. No. or like one day you're gonna say like, oh, can I ask you a question? I had this question. It's like, no, I don't have time for it. Get out. I got like 2 seconds there. All right. Showcase. We're just gonna wing it.
展示
Okay. Wait. To display, to exhibit, to reveal. Right. Ooh, I'm gonna try to talk less now. We're done. Sorry, guys. Just fast forward like 4 hours. It's fine. Let's see if I even remember this stuff.
船员 特产 世界
世界 I wanted to say something directly to you, but I'm not sure if you're still here. But whenever you frown, think of the cringiest thing I can do to make you not frown. That's kind of what I hope to do at some point. Embellish enough examples. Like one day, I would love to think that my friends, the people that know me, right? When they're upset, they can think of me saying either the cringiest things or the most like agreeable thing possible to make them not frown anymore. That's probably what I would wish I had the superpower to do, right? We've exchanged so many conversations that one day when you're upset, I wouldn't even have to be there to make you not upset or less upset. That'd be like fantastic. The goal. Secret goal. Mission.
传真
传真 Fax.
展示
展示 Oh boy, here we go. To merge, 合并 combine, to fit, to combine. Okay. Merging. That's not the same as combining. Oh, you'll try that and let you know how that goes. That's what I do. I'm telling you. One day I'm gonna have everyone trained where like when you stare at something, all you can think about is, man, remember that time when you spent 6 hours talking about the stupid wallet I'm looking at? I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Or you might go to Japan and hear like something weird and you don't understand a Japanese word, but you do remember that 3-hour rant that I talked about this Japanese word that you don't remember. And then you don't have to remember the details. You just have to know that, boy, howdy, he probably has a 4-hour spiel about this thing that I'm angry about. But just knowing that makes it a lot better than saying, ugh, my day sucks. In other words, I'll make you care about the things. I want to make you care about things. your life doesn't have to suck. If you care about it, it sucks less, in my opinion. I understand that sounds like an oxymoron. Some people would say, I care about it and therefore it sucks. I disagree. Or I would try to make you disagree with that at some point down the line. Or show you that it's a disagreement. When you care more about your life, things can be so much less upsetting when you care about your well-being and like the thing around you. The care that you place into your life is electric. It attracts people who also care. So at least I like to believe that. Yeah. So if you randomly chuckle in an auditorium when someone says presumption instead of assumption, it's not my fault. It's your fault for laughing. Okay? I'm just saying. If you're randomly sitting in an auditorium and listening to your professor say something and they were defining the difference between assumption and presumption and all you did was chuckle because you knew that I already spent like 14 hours talking about that, your fault. Not my fault. Your fault. But I'm glad you chuckled anyways. You know? That's the wonders of human interaction. Like, it's not funny now, but you have to be there to make it funny. And I love that. I actually think it's really funny when someone has to say, oh, you wouldn't understand. You just have to be there. It's like, try me. Like, I'm so happy, but you gotta try anyways. You always have a bunch of moments like, yeah, you just have to be there, but let me just try to explain it to you anyways. Those are the great moments. Let's see, 合并 to merge. So 五个主合并为两个 为两个 Yeah, 5 groups merged into 2. Oh yeah, 5 groups have merged into 2. Okay. 这两所大学一定合并 These two colleges already merged. These two universities have already merged. Okay. 把两组合并成一组。Ba is like let, sort of. Let 2 groups merge or change into 1. Merge the 2 groups into 1. That's fair enough.
合并
Okay.
产品
products and goods, products 产品工业产品这家公 something 的产品什么工厂工厂
这家工厂的产品，
这家工厂的产品Do I have you? I don't think I have you. This is fa. Maybe like 始发新产品研发
新产品。
Okay. All right.
产品队员
team member or sports team. Yeah, team member. We're good. Yep. 排球 right? Oh, 排球 Oh yeah, I should have known that, right? Patrick. Yes. row 排球队员九一 sorry 九号队员
9号队员，
队员们 okay that's fine
队员
I think it works with your father, by the way. Just saying. Coco. I used to do that a lot of times when I was talking to my friends. And like, for example, we're in a stinky situation, right? Like, we're waiting in line or something. And I would say something like, you know what my father would say about this? He would probably just drive home and make us food. Or I would say like, you know, my mother would be here complaining the whole time we're standing here, and then you would laugh about it, right? That's kind of how that works. You share other people's stories. So you know, if this person was here, they would totally X, Y, and Z. That's a great way. Like lots of wonderful ways to celebrate knowing people.
进展
Advance, unfold. Okay. Something makes progress when it unfolds and advances towards its goal. Progress. 昨天的会 something 没有太多进场 meeting. Maybe it's 会 either 副 or 议. That's probably 议 会议 Yep 会议昨天的会议没有太多进展工厂 yeah this is my chang I'm like moving my hand this way. I'm like what is that? Oh yeah 工厂进展工厂进展很 agent stream something Lee about 顺利 right 顺利 yeah 顺利 that's smooth or good, making good progress. Okay, smoothly. So this is saying 工厂 so the project progress with smoothness, making good smoothness, or profit like smoothness. It went smoothly, making good progress. 我们主要加快进场的步something 步伐we need to add speed to progress of 步伐 something dealing with walking, so pace, walking something. Interesting.
进展
progress.
传说
Okay, pass on speech. To speak by passing on. To passing on by speaking. Yeah, is a story that's passed on via each generation speaking. A legend. 古老古老 no yeah 古老的传说 sense 这个传说流传 no 流传了几个是 something oh 记 wait is that oh that's a different 记这记 is that century 日记 generation and something else 我不相信你那个传说 yeah, I don't believe you 相信What? Did I screw up? Oh,
传说
传说 Okay. 合并队员
传说进展产品外界
outside world makes sense. Outside world, it's outside world. 和外界 I have no idea. 和外界隔绝 What the heck are those characters? 隔绝
和外界隔绝，
外界的种种 something 力种种压力 Oh, pressure, yeah, 压力 Oh, that's what pressure looks like. Huh. That's what 压 looks like.
外界成员
To turn into a member. Is a member refers to any person or entity that has already turned into a member. Alright, fair enough. 测试他是我不知道这是什么something 队的成员团队
他是团队的成员，
的成员 team 团队每个成员每个成员都有责任责任
每个成员都有责任。
新成员加入了我们的小组 Interesting, small group, but it comes out group. So new members are already added to our small group, or a new member joined our group. Fair enough.
成员、
成员、
公务员、
公务员、public 务、public task member 务。Okay. This is the other weird one, because Wu is mislabeled. Everything dealing with Wu ends up being in the house, but I feel it's more appropriate in the bakery. That's somewhat of a weak one. 公务员, member of the government that performs tasks for the public. Yeah, civil servant. Self-explanatory. 他是一名公务员。公务员的工作很辛苦。No. Oh, very stable. I immediately, when I'm reading this, I was completing the sentence, I was saying 辛苦 as in like hard, because a civil servant's job is very hard. So that's immediately I was like 辛苦 it's not stable. Something ding. One ding. Yeah, civil servants' jobs are very difficult, in my opinion. It's so difficult that I'm not doing it. Not that I should be a meter of effort or anything, but I certainly can't do it. Now hear me out. This might be an excuse, but I don't like contending and balancing the helplessness that comes with being underfunded and turning people away. So oftentimes I kind of avoid that. It's very tough. And not for specifically the act of doing the civil service, but at least for my somewhat Americanized perspective, it's really tough when you have to turn people away because your funding doesn't support. Public, the ability to carry out civil services tend to be incredibly hard, in my opinion, due to not that you can't do it, but not have the resources to do it. This might be a very Americanized perspective, but the private sector, provided that you can be funded by collectively creating money, right, a money source, it permits a little bit more being able to do it because you have the sources to do it. It's kind of like teaching. I mean, teaching often doesn't have that civil servant kind of vibe, but public school teachers are civil servants. I'm not sure how civil servants qualified, but oftentimes I think of the closest thing that I personally have attached to providing a public service is teaching. And teaching is sure, in this case, in my anecdotal case, the public versions, public services are very incredibly underfunded. But this is stable. So, 稳定。
公务员的工作很稳定。
稳定。I think this is more a reflection of possibly like Chinese culture. A civil servant's job is very stable. Unless civil servant is talking about also government jobs, then sort of. 他想成为公务员。哦，成为公务员。
公务员。还
One number 3. Okay. Oh, it's one without the road. Roadhouse. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Every time I hear road, all I think about is Roadhouse. Oh boy. Okay. So the Hulk is inside the pawn shop once again. Only this time the Hulk has a scepter as opposed to coming from the road, where he's putting on a show for the customers. Okay, he wears a dress and stands on one side of the room. Okay, go on. He takes a scepter and bends it into a shape of a ring. Oh, okay, so that means he then throws his ring across the room and lands it perfectly in the mouth of a small basketball net. Interesting. The crowd loves it and start buying a bunch of secondhand scepters themselves. Okay. The Hulk, huh? It's gonna be kind of hard to remember it's the Hulk. But we could link it with the other one, where he's coming off of the road into the pawn shop, and he's trying to return a dress and a net, right? I'm not sure where the ground comes from. I actually don't remember what the other one is. The other mnemonic for Juan. Hold up. I can go look it up later. Something about returning a dress and a net. A ring. Okay. Okay. R Juan. Lian Juan. Cereal. Interesting. Successive ring. Oh, okay. Environment. Huanjing. Ring? In environment? Diao Huan. I have nothing on Diao. Diao. Xuan Huan. Oh no, this is gonna be a tough one. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oops. Sorry. I kind of triggered my mic from blowing my nose there. Alright. Okay. Alright. What was this? One.
还
Okay.
落
Law. Oh, to fall. Okay, we got fall. What was fall? Raku? Raku, right? Raku. Or to fall. What was to fall? Oro? No, oh. Oh. Okay, law. Luke Skywalker is in the bathroom of the office building. Go on. Spraying the flowers. Okay, spraying the flowers that are on top of the strangely located podium. Okay. Unfortunately, the flowers are quite old, and many of their petals fall from the podium down onto the tile floor due to the spraying. That doesn't help me with Luke Skywalker, though. Something about we're gonna do like Luke Skywalker is in the bathroom of the office building. Who is now an office worker, right? Like Luke Skywalker, you know, in his daytime, in the modern Luke Skywalker. He's in an office building doing his thing. He's kind of lazy doing his thing, so he decided to use the Force, right? His Force to levitate, like to move like a what do you call those? Well, watering can to water flowers that are on top of a strangely located podium. Unfortunately, the flowers are quite old and everything else is fine. Their petals fall from the podium down onto the tile floor. As to not like accidentally fall or something from climbing up to the strangely located podium where the flower is. Fair enough. Luo, Huo. Fall behind. Guan Luo. Section fall paragraph. Really? That's gonna be a new thing. Luo. Ooh. Nope. Nothing doing with land either. Jiang Luo. Maybe like soft fall? Or stop fall? Upright. Oh boy. Guan Ming Lei Luo. Ray bright something to fall.
Luo.
That sounds kind of tricky.
还落
Okay.
外界
公务员
公务员 成员
成员 these are tough. Oh, there's Tuan. So Tuan, what was it? Tuan Dui or group? Tuan Dui. Is inside the pawn shop. go on, where he is trying to find Jerry. Certainly. He has a caliper that he uses to break open some boxes and cases to see if Jerry is hiding there. He breaks one open and a group of cicadas come flying out and right into his mouth. Rip. He runs around choking until he passes out from lack of oxygen. Only then do the group of cicadas come out of his mouth. I guess that's quite a Looney Tunes thing, huh? That's pretty good. It works. Boxes and cases, but in the pawn shop. So I would need to place it in the pawn shop, right? He opens some old vintage boxes, I guess. Or mysterious boxes for sale. And one of them just happens to have a group of cicadas. Alright. A band. Yeah, Tuan. Okay. Music group. Band. Tuan Jie. Group tie. Unite. Okay. Tie the group together. Tuan Yuan. Yeah. I don't know how yen works at a reunion. Maybe a group come together again or something? Reunion again? Oh, that's Ju. Oh, but that's a different Ju. Right? That's not the same Ju that I had. Oh, no. I'm thinking of Zhong. I'm thinking of Zhong, not Ju. Interesting. Reunion.
团死
Ci. Oh no, we got Ci. Death. Okay, this is fine. SpongeBob is in the basement of the house, rummaging around. He finds a strange spoon on the ground, the spoon of death. SpongeBob picks it up, and upon doing so, his flesh instantly disintegrates. But he doesn't have flesh, though. Sort of. Leaving only his squarish skeleton. Now, that kind of sounds like something that would be comical. Standing while holding onto a spoon before collapsing into a pile of bones. Rip. What a swift death. SpongeBob's last thought before death was about the Krusty Krab. Okay. Alright. I guess it's in his house. Maybe he was looking for a utensil to eat his Krusty Krab meal? His Krusty meal? Krusty Krab meal? What would you need a spoon? Krusty Krab serves burgers. Use a spoon to eat a burger. I would like to see that. I can kind of see that. Someone like an influencer attempts to eat a burger with a spoon just for the rage bait. Man. I think that might have been a little too trendy. To die of hunger. Ooh. 饿死. Yeah. 饿死. Like them does. 生死. 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 死死 no, I should say 死亡. 死亡. Yeah, death. Death penalty. 死刑. 死刑. Is that knee? 溺死. To drown to death? Oh boy. We're getting really morbid.
死
Uh.
系
Oh hey. Utensil. Instead of a container? Oh, that's kind of... I get it. So that's where the tableware thing comes from. Tea instead of what? Key. Key instead of tea? Okay. Kirby is in the bathroom of the house. In the shape of a bulldog. That's something Kirby can do. That he inhaled earlier. That's very Kirby. He is cleaning the the gunk stuck on the bathroom floor, okay, with a scraping utensil while music plays from the boombox. Okay, boomboxes that is situated on the bathroom counter. All right, I got you. This one's actually pretty good. I like it. A weapon, military utensil, a weapon. Uti. Music, yep, there's the music box that we got from WaniKani today, actually. Today was the day we got it. Yeah, T. What was it? Got key, right? Got key. Got key. What else we got? Organ. Qi Guan. Nuclear weapon. What the heck? 核武器. Okay, megaphone. 扩音器. Interesting. A megaphone. When I think of megaphones, I think of Case Sith from Final Fantasy VII. T.
细
Boombox. Bulldog. Okay.
奇
Qi. Oh man, as in like 奇怪, strange. That's probably where the why it's strange. Or weird. 奇怪. So Kirby is inside the house, looking a bit strange. I mean, Kirby do be looking strange, whatever. In fact, he is in the shape this time of a barrel that he's trying to digest. All right, I got you. How strange? Usually Kirby can eat anything, but this barrel is posing to be a big problem. They forgot to highlight big. I think big was supposed to be highlighted here, in my opinion, because there's big too. But barrel is the whole thing, so that's fine. I see why the whole big problem thing comes in, but yeah, it's a big problem. Yeah, 奇怪. Legend as well. 传奇. 奇妙. 奇妙妙. 妙妙妙. Okay.
奇
Okay.
底
D. The bottom? Oh, it kind of looks like low, but modified. Instead of a shack, instead of a Slender Man, we have a shack. Wait, do we have... Yeah, we have D already, right? Yeah, D. D is low. Okay. The Diddy Kong is, and it's still the same initial. Diddy Kong is in the basement of the house, looking for his family's coat of arms. He finds a shack and rips off its top and starts digging through. At the bottom of the miniature shack, on the ground, is a coat of arms. It is just a depiction of a giant banana, more or less. Diddy Kong, banana, house, basement. Got it. Looking through, like, storage. Got it. The Chang, yeah, ground floor. Lowest bottom floor. High D. Seabed. Makes sense. 底向 line, yeah, that's still line. Sen, and then bottom line makes sense. Thoroughly. We got nothing on Ch. 年底 end of the year, bottom of the year. Gotcha. I got you.
底
And it's gone.
团
团
死
死
底
底
气
气啊 wrong tone
齐
all right oh sorry my voice is giving out. One day I'm gonna find a routine to help with that. Gotta think about it. All right. I'm gonna lock in. Oops. That's not how you lock in by fat fingering 4 instead of 5. How does this work? Oh.
概论
艺术史概论
媒体
媒体的影响力很大，
短裤
你不能穿短裤上。
Oops.
游泳
我们去游泳吧。
姑妈
我的姑妈很善良。
Oh, wait. Just kidding.
祝愿
祝愿她在新工作中一切顺利。
致泳衣
这条泳衣很漂亮。
What? Oh, wait. Hmm.
架感冒
她感冒了。
姑姑
我姑姑一直没有结婚。
念转
Or to turn? Just turn. I typed too much there. Too much.
向
Too much.
外 大麻
大麻在许多地方是非法的。
Cannabis.
书 内裤、
他正在洗他的内裤。
利息、
1万元本金的利息是200元。
爱护、
我们应该爱护我们之间的友谊。
What the heck is that? A smoker, right? Yes. I don't remember why it's a smoker. I just know it's a smoker.
多媒体、
他是一位著名的多媒体艺术家。
What? Wait. Oh, I did the thing. I did the thing where I reversed the diphthong. The heck? A thread connecting it. Oh.
业绩、
今年他的业绩不错。
背后、
我去躲在门背后。
影响、
这篇文章很有影响。
改组、
公司决定改组部门。
Organize? Turn into group. Form into group? Organize into group? To group up? I'll have to think about that one.
深、铁、大概、
大概15到20分钟。
普通话、
大多数中国人都听得懂普通话。
加热、
需要加热吗？
中级、
中级班。
Okay.
冠、飞往、
直接飞往东京。
It's like to fly toward. Sure.
代词、
在中文中，大部分的代词拥有相同的发音。
The heck? is this? Okay. To reorganize this one, yeah.
词典、
现代汉语词典、
岛、四方、
四方响应、
Or all sides, yeah, that's fine. The heck are you? What? Oh, wait, hold.
"碗筷、
收拾碗筷、
Uh. Oh, I think I wrote good, so good. What? Oh, that's true. My bad.
歌、住、采、
Or pick.
白天、
他白天工作，
That was a problem before. Oh, there's Liang Shui. Where were you when I
Liang
needed
Shui.
you?
把面放在凉水，
Is this supposed to be a pepper? I see. Did it always have a shack? I don't think it always had a shack, right? Oh, it could be. No,
广、
this is extensive.
新闻、
我每天会收到新闻，
小时、
4个小时后，
各式各样、
他会做各式各样的饭，
抄、嘴、颜面、
他的颜面充满了温暖，
退休、
他想早点退休，
反对、
我反对这个提议，
Oh no, not again. Don't do this. I don't remember. Oh, wait, I do remember. Just kidding. Crises averted. I'm like, oh no, not again.
讲 美美
他每每工作到深夜。
Wait. 棋子? What does this mean? Oh no. Just kidding. I'm thinking of something else.
椅子
I think of something else entirely. What? Oh, is that the color one? That's the color one. I'm mixing it up with the other one. Just kidding. That's color. Oh no. What are you?
"停车
这里禁止停车。
How is it ting? What is that? T? Tarzan? Something about a tiara and a spike and Slender Man? What the heck? I don't remember ting at all. Hold up. I need some refresher on what the heck is Halt. Oh, Timmy Turner. That makes a little... Timmy Turner's inside the English Manor, chasing Slender Man on the velvet carpet. Yelling for him to halt. Timmy Turner would keep on wishing spike projectiles onto him. Trying to reclaim the fairy tiara fairy godparents that Slender Man has in his hands. Okay. That would explain why I couldn't figure it out. That's fine. We know Ting as Ting now, so...
解
Oh, whoops. That's a misread.
原理
河水的流动可以用重力原理来解释。
Originally? 原理 Original reason. What? Oh, wrong. I hit the wrong button there. Hmm.
可 生根
这种植物生根很快。
山区
这位老人一生都住在这个山区。
物品
随身物品。
Merchandise? Do you want merchandise instead of product or article? Oh yeah. It's fine. They're more or less all the same.
油画
他会画油画。
支付，
我可以用现金支付。
Or to pay. That's fine. Original reason? Yen Li. Original logic. Like principle? It's probably principle.
风，华，
What a typo.
取得，
取得良好的效果，
Or achieved. Yeah, that's fine.
饱满，
它有饱满的脸颊，
That's not how you spell sundial.
情，
Heck. Shrine.
成熟，
时机成熟了，
Oh no. Oh wait, I know.
鱼，
It is within or inside or in. Um.
价，
Okay. What the heck is this? Is it principle? Okay. We're gonna say original logic, which is the principle. Primary logic. Base. Maybe like base logic. But it could also mean principle as in like a principle. Like the foundation principle. Which is like base logic. Or principle as in kind of hard to. Yeah, so the flow of the river can be explained by the principle of gravity, right? The base logic, the original logic, the primary, the foundation logic. The main logic. The theory, no, theory is a little. Oh my gosh. We have another Twitch bot. Thank you, Twitch bot, for showing me that my Twitch feed is still working. Thank you, thank you.
防止，
防止盗窃，
目，
What? Oh, wrong tone.
效果，
这些效果不太好。
Restalt. Yeah, that's how you spell it. Restalt.
注意，
我们要注意时间。
望，
Oh, that's not it. I missed that's just not it. Not it.
注入，
这条汉注入大海。
强，数，
What? Oh, wait. Oh, wrong tone. Wrong tone.
路口，
我会在路口等你。
Ooh, coal. Intersection or outlet, yeah. That's fine.
拍，五，不大，
今天不大冷。
失去，
失去控制。
况且，
这家餐厅的食物很好吃，况且价格也很便宜。
So one is situation and one is even more, so more so. It is more so or moreover. Same difference. Or in addition. I could put in addition, furthermore. Plenty of, I should add those too. I wanted to say furthermore.
玩具，
这个玩具很贵。
追，有效，
一种有效的方法。
麻，学派，
这个学派又开始复兴。
家具，
他们需要一些新家具。
情况，
情况很复杂。
Ne? Or situation, yeah. Okay. I'm thinking Japanese. I think we had the same one today as well. Okay. Got some overlap. Some decent overlap. Uh, huh. Probably 4? How does it make it 4? Art, rice patty, yeah. Bulldog and waitress.
状况、
全国的经济状况、
状况。Form situation. 全国的经济状况 or 况 or no 状况 That's a typo. Oh. Wait.
婚、
That's still Mary.
先、
Form? The heck is form and situation? Nationwide. That's kind of nationwide. Pass through. Financial. Economics. Hong Kong. There's still a situation. Maybe like condition. Okay. It's still a situation. Or a state. It's still a situation. What is happening here?
思考、
Oh, okay.
思考生命的意义、
That is still a thought. Contemplate thought, maybe like even more like idea. I have to read that again. Oh. Oh. That's a typo. Oh my gosh, I keep getting the two mixed up. The Japanese and the Chinese for gold. Like silver gold. This is down to contemplate and try and ponder, right? Consider, to think. Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine. We're gonna end up blocking that out. It's one or the other. To think, to contemplate, thoughts. We have P? Yeah, wait.
P 老将
老将出马，一个顶俩。
Jiang, veteran.
工具
一种工具。
苦生
The heck?
革
I don't know why this is G. Hold up. Oh, I do. I do know. In addition, furthermore, additionally,
西式
西式家具。
黄金
黄金价格。
oh, no trash can. It's not a trash can. Not trash. It's Dang it. Hmm.
冲
Heck. I'll show you a finger.
手指
我割伤手指了。
What?
点
Oh, this is the other one.
环
Oh, I can see what the other one is. Because they ran out a million when one customer keeps on trying to return some items they bought, a net and a road. The Hulk tells them they don't want them and accordingly return an item to the customer. The customer takes the net and jams it into Hulk's mouth out of a no. That's how that worked. I thought oh yeah, Hulk is where he works and he wears the dress because he ran out of male uniform. Okay. It's fine. Is this not the loom thing? Oh. What? Don't know where it's gone wrong.
挺
Hold up. Hosting. It's kind of like stretch. Wait. The loom and the thread, right?
"省事
本想省事，没想到费事了。
Huh.
早就
这件事早就结束了。
Still can't. I don't know.
修
What is wrong with that one?
地点
开会地点
Hmm.
又
Oops. That's wrong tone. What? Cross. Oh, I forgot the N.
病床
这个小医院只有几张病床。
That's one word.
叫 为什么
What is the number? What is the number I'm typing? It's a tone.
最近
他最近太忙。
经济学
关于经济学的书，
经济学. Oh, that's 经济学.
苏
Okay, 经济 for economics, economy. Okay, close. Somehow I thought it was a mountain, a bridge thing. I was thinking bridge, and that was not helpful. I got caught up thinking about bridge. That's okay. Sometimes it happens. Alright. What time is it? I don't think we're gonna have to push Spanish. We're gonna have to push Spanish until tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is level up day for Japanese. For WaniKani. And tomorrow is Monday. Oh, Neverwinter. How quickly I'm gonna be able to get complete the task. I might have to push Spanish off again. Yeah, gonna have to think about it. These days are not lining up very well. Okay. So how rough are these? We have one. Ooh, this one's tough. Law. Tuan. Si. Bi. Qi. Chuan. 船员。特强。世界。川真。Changzheng, what is that? Oh, it's a fax. Jiangshi. Bing. Heck is Bing. Merge. Yuan. 床说 床说 yeah, 床说 legend. Jingjiang. Advance, unfold, progress. Yeah. Changping, Changping, Changping. Why? Yeah. Gong Wu. Gong Wu Yan. Cheng Yuan. Okay. Alright, let's go over these. These ones are okay today. Definitely not as rough as yesterday's set. So we have Hulk. Hulk is in the pawn shop putting on an act where he wears a dress and picks up the scepter. Picks up the scepter and toss a ring. Toss a ring into the mouth of a net. And then everyone's just gonna buy one, right? Buy a scepter. This is a little fun little toy, I suppose. That's fun. That one's okay. This one is rough. Luke Skywalker is now a regular person. He went into the bathroom. He went to the bathroom of the office building, and he's gonna water the plants, right? He's gonna water the flowers. But there are these flowers that are on top of a weirdly located out of reach podium. So he uses his force to elevate a watering can and spray these flowers. It's fine. Then we have something, this one's okay too. Is in the pawn shop chasing after Jerry. So he has a sharp caliper in hand, swinging it around and then breaking open some vintage boxes. Some boxes for sale. Right, some boxes for sale. Is this a box? Wait. No, just some boxes. And when you open some boxes, one of the boxes happens to have a group of cicada fly right into his mouth. Then he starts choking on them. Alright. That one's okay. This one is like kind of okay. I don't know. So we have SpongeBob in the basement of his house. I don't know why. He's just looking for things. He's looking for things. He came across a spoon. And this spoon turned him instantly into a skeleton. And he died. Just no way around it. It's fine though. Su is very, very recognizable. So we don't really need the mnemonic for that. Now we have Diddy Kong in the basement of his house looking for a coat of arms in storage. The family's coat of arms. And while he was digging, he discovered a shack, a stored away shack. Near the ground of the stored away shack, at the bottom of the shack, he found a coat of arms, which is this bottom. Okay, next we have Kirby. Kirby is in the bathroom of the house, of any house, I guess. He's in the shape of a bulldog because he recently swallowed a bulldog. And because the bulldog was making a mess, he's cleaning up the mess that the bulldog made by using a cleaning utensil that while listening to music on the boombox. Just boomboxes, I suppose. And then we have Kirby in the basement. For some reason in the basement of the house. And he's in a strange situation where he swallowed a barrel, which is that. Swallowed a barrel, but is unable to consume it. It's just shaped like a barrel. It's too big. He has a big problem. That's fine. It's 2:20 a.m. The question is, do I still want to do the Spanish lesson? Probably not. Can I squeeze in tomorrow? Yeah, I'll see. Nowadays, Spanish is a little bit more casual. For the time being. My voice is not going to hold up today. So, yep, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. I know I digressed, but it's really wonderful. Like, I like talking about multiculturalism and East meets West kind of situation. I couldn't pass up the opportunity. Where did we even go from there? We went from... I guess we went from the joint party on the weekend to talking about Otakon, which is still Japanese related things, and then talked about the internet generation, right? High functioning and functioning, a bit about my childhood, then it led into multiculturalism. A lot of things about my childhood deals with multiculturalism. And we talked about parents, like the independence, right? Western and Eastern concepts of imparting independence to children. And then I kind of weaved in a bit of face culture, and it's very difficult to differentiate between different aspects of adult independence. And later on, and then we went into a whole thing about conversational awareness and sharing lots of things about being multicultural. Language is definitely one of them. I didn't talk too much about language, but a lot of times my experience with language learning is very reflective of the internet generation when it comes to like perception of high functioning and multiculturalism, the togetherness. And I guess at the end I kind of got a little bit carried away about talking about some of the future observations, some food for thought kind of thing, where it's still today floors me about how technology has made it so accessible to learn, communicate, relate, share ideas online. And yet I think most of the technology have been used to isolate and make it so that talking and interacting with other people is a social abnormality. It's not a common social, not a common activity. And oftentimes I compare and contrast that to the increased boredom and uninspiring problem solving and critical thinking. Oftentimes there's this balance, and it's between West and East. It deals with West and Eastern perspectives as well, where things are not as there's not a lot of decision making if there isn't decision making to be made. So whether one is capable of making a decision is also tied with whether one can conceive that there is a choice to be made. Sometimes making the choice doesn't necessarily feel like you had a choice. And I think a lot of this ties in with people's perception of what they need versus what they can do or able to do. And one of them is the ability to speak to another person. I think technology had made it so incomprehensibly convenient to reach out, talk to other people. But even despite all of this, something that's very measurable between growing up in a household of Eastern traditions or Chinese traditions is that forms of expression is kept to a minimum. Oftentimes if you have problems, you deal with it. It's not of public concern. So that's one thing that really often contrasts between Western societies and Eastern societies. However, at the same time, we have so many technology to even provide communication in which it's not necessarily public. And yet, I would say undergoing a renaissance of lack of communication. I say this because I'm learning language, right? Language learning. One of the, in my opinion, personally, one of the joys of learning a language is not necessarily speaking the language itself. It's a great bonus, but talking about the language and using the language for that means, not necessarily for demonstration of how proficient you are and how you belong. I honestly think that comes with the investment of wanting to talk to people, interacting with people. And yet, it's kind of ironic, in my opinion, that that is viewed as the end point and the most difficult point. So oftentimes I encounter people measuring me based on an end point, when communication is a journey. How you talk to people, you can use broken language and whatnot to communicate with people all the time. Technology has made it so far that it's so accessible even. Like, you can learn through using broken sentences and stuff, and technology can be an aid for that. You, instead of learning on your own or writing sentences afraid of grammatical errors, you can learn from a technological tool that can real-time guide your learning process in aiding and constructing those broken sentences into complete sentences, for example. Yet, I don't necessarily think the difficulty is the act of constructing sentences or constructing speech or hearing. Is the act overall involves in talking to another human being. So I'm a little bold here to say that a lot of the insecurities and barriers to acquiring what people qualify as fluency is inherently the barrier to not normalizing human communication. It's to the point where it's shocking, in my opinion, how many times people use, "Oh, I just want to speak to native speakers," is one of the, I want to say, a side excuse for not talking to other people in the language you're learning or the language you're using or what have you at any given opportunity. Like, it's to the point where some people use, "Oh, I only want to talk to native speakers," as a way to reduce the frequency of, "Why don't you just speak to non-native speakers and other language learners in the target language?" It's like, well, oh, then I'll like grow bad habits on like not sounding native and stuff. It's like, but the other people are also people who are learning and can help you find reason to use your language, like your target language. It's like, but I'm concerned about not sounding. That sounds, in my opinion, to be very blunt in a more of a forward way. That sounds like an excuse. Just because you're not talking to a native speaker doesn't mean it's unnatural to be talking to other people who don't know how to speak that language or is learning that language. What will you do when you're in Japan and someone visits you and they speak English? Are you gonna just wave your hand and say, "Oh yeah, I only speak to native speakers because that's what my life is"? Like that's kind of a weird thing. But I honestly feel one of the biggest stopgaps underlying acquiring another language nowadays is actually have the skills to communicate with someone, and not necessarily even in the target language. I think the target language thing makes it harder for sure, like more effort. But natives, when you take a native speakers, people who speak English don't talk to other people online as though they know how to talk to other people, in my opinion. Like, is it normal to go up to a stranger and say, "Wow, you suck," and then leave without a response? Or, "Hey, hi," leaves. I mean, now you might be thinking, "Oh, but those people aren't language learning." It's like, no, that hasn't changed. My experiences haven't changed. Language learners are very, very similar. And then they go around telling me how to hold conversations with native speakers, when in fact, even using the native language that they have, they lack the communication skills to use it that way. So how can one conceive speaking naturally if the most common natural speaking they have in their native language is something unnatural? Now, if we stop using those words, natural and unnatural, instead of that, saying what is most normal or normalized to that other person, then it's less negative. You can say, "Oh, it's normal for me," or "It's high in frequency for me to chat this way online. If I'm learning Japanese, I will chat differently." And in my opinion, that's why learning another language again, or like learning another language, may hopefully inspire that rediscovery of what it's like to communicate with another person. Because genuinely speaking, and I often catch myself doing this too, is that on the online, the route to communication has deteriorated. If you're learning a language and you're using every possible measure to avoid using that language because it has to reach some ideal situation before you use the language, my question is, like, this is food for thought. I'm not suggesting that everyone has this dissonance with themselves, but ask yourself, when does it become an excuse and not a possibility anymore? So I don't wait for the ideal situation. In my opinion, I try not to wait, which again, I'm guilty of from time to time as well. I don't wait for the ideal situation to talk about a target language I'm using. It's part of my life. So yes, you could say, you keep using English to describe Chinese and Japanese. Yeah, but the times that I talk about Chinese and Japanese, I'm still thinking about Chinese and Japanese. This is different from someone who waits and say, I don't have to use Chinese and Japanese only when I find the ideal situation that I get to only speak in Japanese or only in Chinese with the native speaker. Okay, I hope you move to China or Japan and hope those frequencies go up and they're part of your normal lifestyle. Because as far as I am aware, that sounds like an excuse to me. It's the near idealistic excuse to avoid the pressures and insecurities about actually talking to another person. And that's kind of goes into the whole idea of today's discussion about what are you preparing for independency as an adult. What are the skills that an adult is required to be able to do? Well, when you grow up in a country where a lot of people differ in their opinions because all their backgrounds are very varied, it can be an incredible anxiety-induced excuse to only talk to the people that you think will understand you, or only talk to the people that meet your opportunities, as opposed to talking to people in general. What does that sound like? It sounds like what the internet is. The internet unites a bunch of people with different backgrounds, and you decided when you're learning a target language, you only speak to the people that meets your criteria, and you hope that they understand, which ironically, it's not the case. Most of the time, other language learners are more likely the ones to experiment and speak in a target language in a way that can empathize. However, you want the ideal case, so that it either involves making you successful by moving to a country that has those social norms. As in, the social norm of Japan is that most people in Japan speaks Japanese. Not the social norm that Japanese people want to constantly talk to a language learner who wants to learn Japanese. That is a very different situation. However, the frequency will go up and it will place undue pressure on yourself and mandatory nature. So it requires a mandatory nature in order for people to use a target language. That to me is overcoming an excuse, and that's perfectly fine as long as you get to there. I think the most enjoyable reward and least insecure thing about learning a language is speaking to whoever wants to use the language. If it makes them uncomfortable, that's the most difficult thing. Like if you're saying something weird and it makes them uncomfortable, that's something worth talking about. And talking about it creates learning experiences. That's what communication is. Not the communication of the internet, where whatever you say, it has to be right because you can fact check it or something. And whatever you say is inconsequential because you have no continuity with any person online. You say hi, you say whatever you want, and you go away and you hope you never see them again if you're not interested. That to me translates into a lot of insecurities regarding target language. And that also happens when it comes to what is being prepared as an adolescent. If you're always about business, then that's kind of what it sounds like. Like, oh, you're not Japanese. Sorry, I'm looking for a Japanese native speaker. My business is I want to learn native Japanese, so you're not one of them. Sorry. And that would be not emotionally intelligent. It would be business practice, which is what I was talking to Proka about. That type of pragmatism is what is instilled in me from my parents, my Eastern culture, straight to business. So if you understand that, right? If you understand that as a language learner, when you understand Japanese culture and Chinese culture, for example, through their language, pleasantries is not a thing. So it's oxymoronic, in my opinion, almost hypocritical to think that you learned a bit about the culture through their language and you're interested in the culture, and now you're expecting the culture to behave in a social norm that is in contrast to their culture. Like approaching a person in public for a social norm is not pragmatic for pleasantries. They're less likely to talk to you in public in that way. So how are you gonna go find your ideal situation? You can force their hand. So the irony here is that not only did you not look for a culturally sensitively appropriate opportunity to use your target language, you happen to participate in a culture that do not participate in that type of thing most of the time. You approach someone trying to say, oh, I want to practice my Japanese in public. They're likely like, oh, sorry, I don't have time. Please excuse me. I'm unable to do it right now, right? Because it's straight to business. And at the same time, that behavior is why that behavior exists in the first place, which is really funny because it's straight to business. Learning a language they already learn or helping someone learn the language that it's got to be business oriented. So there are situations where you go to a teaching school, you can go to a language class in Japan, and they are formally employed to teach you Japanese. Probably your best bet. In the internet world, you can still find those Japanese teachers if you want to go speak to a native. But going around perusing for native speakers is like saying, oh, I'll just wait until I find the perfect time instead of just using it whenever you want, or whenever you can. So it's not part of your life. It's like some sort of special occasion. And I don't make special occasions to talk to people. Like, oh yeah, hey stranger, like, I'm sorry, I need to study today. Like, I made myself available, but I need to study today. I don't have time to talk to you. Like, that type of thing is like, well, we gotta reevaluate our circumstances here. Is that an excuse, or are you really that avoidant of behavior? Like, this is no joke. I've already heard this before. Someone said that they stream so that they don't have to talk to people. Or they stream because it makes them feel more comfortable in expressing things. I'm like, you're not really expressing anything. You're streaming without the practice of expression. Technology has made it quite convenient that you can share things without having to say anything and whatnot. At the same time, is that how you're going to communicate in the future? Like, I love technology. Technology has changed and revolutionized the way people connect to each other. But at the same time, it's such a really sobering thought to think that the generation that predominantly grew up on the internet are easily one of the loneliest generation. And I don't mean that they don't have people literally around them. I'm talking about figuratively. They form the least number of connections with people who know them and that interacts with them on a daily basis, at least in my opinion. And that stems a lot from even the small number, like hundreds. I only have hundreds of interactions, not thousands or tens of thousands, but at least hundreds of interaction of both people who are learning language and not learning language. Some people learn language for the sole purpose of not having to talk to someone else. Like, here's one. I someone is learning a language so that they don't have to ask another person how to translate something. I'm like, okay, why not do both? I mean, at least in my opinion, it would be great if someone you know already knows the language and you would be willing to talk to them, because not only do they not have to translate anymore, or like they don't have to translate those things, they could translate a lot of things. You already have someone who talks to you, so why not do that? I don't particularly have that available, but I do every way possible to talk about Japanese or Chinese. I mean, people who don't even learn Chinese or Japanese, I still somehow pigeonhole it into discussing about things that deal with Chinese and Japanese. And I'm still using English, but it's every day. I think about Chinese and Japanese every day, and Spanish, although today we're gonna have to skip on it. But that's kind of one of the center points that I'm making. I think communication, human communication between people, have deteriorated dramatically, and it's not a bad thing. Like, what I mean is, it's not seen as a bad thing. So I'm stating something that I observe. Whether it's bad or good is up to whoever also agrees with me that it's happening. Some people will say it's not happening. There's more communication than it's ever been. For myself, I think being unable to be emotionally intelligent in conversation, because you don't need to be anymore. You can be right in conversation. You can be factually correct in conversation now. You can be you can fact check yourself in real time. You can auto translate yourself, so factually you can always be correct. But conversation between people has rarely often been about who's correct and who's wrong or who's right. At least in my generation, I suppose, the most closest bonds between people are discussing things with each other, not against each other. So the hyper business oriented thing is ironically very Eastern. If you want to go to a country where pleasantries are not a thing, then yeah, Eastern culture kind of matches that. I was sharing personal anecdotes for myself. My parents don't spend time re-acknowledging something that is obviously true. Like, for example, we love each other. We don't have to express it to each other. And that hasn't ever happened. I don't think once have I ever uttered the word love in any language, in 4 languages, and they haven't either. We've used other words like maybe care, but in the context of caring for pragmatism. Like, we don't want you to fail. That's probably the closest thing to love. We want you to do well. Love. We, you know, it's business oriented. It's very pragmatic. We want you to have a lot of money so you don't have to worry about money. Love. That's still love. And that's kind of how the internet is. So in my opinion, maybe that will be the social norm in the future. Like, hey, what level are you on in HanziHero? Because I care. Not omitting the because I care moment. It's like, oh, you're on level 12? I'm on level 14. Yay. That's it. That's where the conversation ends. Like, oh, you're only silver rank? I only hang out with gold rank players. Sorry. Maybe when you get to gold rank, I'll like chat with you. That's kind of how it feels a lot of times. Oh, you're JLPT 5. I'm already JLPT 3. So basically, I have no reason to ever review JLPT 5. So I'm not going to talk to you because I'd spend too much time already going over things I already know. And it's not supposed to be hurtful. It doesn't sound like it's supposed to be hurtful. It might sound a little elitist, but I don't think that's intentional either. I think it's more normalizing metrics. So if I go around hopefully, I hope I don't ever, in my opinion, I personally don't want to be that person that ends up differentiating people because of some sort of numerical metric. I want to hear what their life is like, because it's not about being right and wrong, it's about what they did in their life, and we can share experiences. So with that, that's a great segue to my farewell address. Most of the time, right? This is the end of HanziHero, right? If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. I always I always appreciate it for those who like, I don't know what is it that makes them click through it, but there is a 5-hour digression on this session, so pardon me. I invest in people, I suppose. And then like most of the end of my sessions, you are more than welcome to join along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, experience it, do the thing, problem shoot, problem shoot, problem solve, or troubleshoot and problem solve through things. I would love to share some discussion about how you go about it, how you express the problems, analyze the problem, and interact with other different tools, because that's how we get into discussions about contrasting Western culture and Eastern culture, or at least what my perceptions and what your perceptions of Eastern and Western cultures are like. Because human interaction is a fantastic solution to what I would say is one of the top 5 things that are facing the younger generation today, especially the internet generation, and that's boredom. And one of the limitless entertainments and sources of interaction that can supply a lifetime of carbing boredom is interacting with people. People are the internet has made people a very accessible source. The irony here is, as time passes, it's harder and harder to approach that source. But like my parents have imparted me in value, I can make it work. And one of the things to make it work is to be talkative, which is something my parents don't do because they have each other, right? But for the newer generation, the internet generation, when was the last time you had a discussion with your online friends about something other than business, right? What is that business? Well, I only chat with my friends when I play Fortnite. That's business. You are connected based on the activity, not connected based on an interest with the other person. That's kind of what I wanted to establish, especially language learning. Oh heck, you have a whole life of language learning ahead of you. It would be great if you take your time and share it with another person, and then use it as an icebreaker to understand their motivations or something that's beyond business. So in the future, it isn't just about, oh, are you on my level? Because if you're not on my level, then I'm not practicing anything. Oh yes, you are. You are practicing something. I've had the privilege of meeting very excellent, well-spoken people who have acquired Japanese at this point, and no, I do not agree with them in any way on how they're interacting on a academic level, to the point where I'm not even sure if they have the exercise of emotional intelligence to be okay with interacting with someone who has less competence than they do. And that created an impasse so many times. Even people I've spoken to for like over 4 months or 5 months straight, the emotional intelligence is not there. And that doesn't mean that they can't go on to live successful life and hang out with everyone that's of their level, but it genuinely creates an impasse. So if you're wondering why you might find it boring to interact with people, I mean, let's be a little bit honest here. Is it that you're not interested in people? If you're not interested in people, then who's to say you think that you're interested in yourself? Like, what I mean by that is, if you can't see that other people are interesting, and you rather find it interesting to learn things that are abstract and static, like how big your number is or how big your rank is, I kind of start to wonder, why is it that, for example, a language learner is learning language? Now, there are plenty of other examples. You can use it to enjoy anime, right? Manga that doesn't involve interacting with people. However, you can also talk about the manga and the anime with other people. Now, this is specifically addressing people who are bored now. Like people who have nothing to do or feel like they have nothing. That to me is a rising problem due to the hyper engagement of the internet, while at the same time diminishing any requirement to interact with people. Let me know. It's a hot take. This is pretty hot. I would say it's a social trend that requires a lot of investigation. But are the conveniences of like saying automatic cues, Reddit stuff selection, algorithm, is that removing the need to actually understand the people that you are referring to as your community? Like, because the last time I asked someone, or actually the last 50 or so times I asked someone, why do you like the community that you're in? And what community do you think you're representing? When you keep saying we, or some people, the people, those people, who are you referring to? Now, it's not about like segregation or discrimination or racism or stereotypes. I genuinely want to know, what do you think those different groups are and what group you're part of, right? But the thing is, whenever I ask those questions, it comes out like some generality that has no emotion or soul to it. Like, what I mean is, a lot of times people identify as this nebulous thing where it's only convenient because it's this nebulous thing that meets your requirements. Like, for example, what is a native Japanese speaker? I've asked that a couple of times when I had the chance, when someone goes up and say, I only want to speak to a native Japanese speaker. And then I asked them, some people came up and say, hey, I'm learning English. You sound like a native English speaker. And I would ask, what is it that you see in a native English speaker? Like, what do you think that is? And oftentimes, regardless of where it is, like the culture, the country's background, on the internet, a lot of times it's undefined. And we're not talking about stereotypes. You can define whatever you're looking for the way you're looking for it. But the thing is, do you have clarity enough to define it? It's not clear. Like, I want to be fluent in Japanese. What does that mean? I did meet one or two people who did define it, and that's pretty great. It gave me clarity. Like, the most recent guy said that their definition of fluency in a language is that the language you have is at college level. And then because of that definition, I was able to share my perspective because I did go to college and I did go to graduate school, but I rarely use my English from college and graduate school when I'm speaking to people online. So in a way, now I can frame it that's why I don't use that type of, I would disagree and don't use that type of qualification, because colloquial language rarely reaches college level. And that's kind of a thing that helps with clarity and expression. So it's not that I'm telling them to not believe in that, is that they are able to exactly clarify. So when somebody goes around and say, oh, this is bad, explain. Please do explain. Sit down, have a lot of time. You can explain it to me while I'm doing my lessons, because in my opinion, if I personally don't practice what I preach, as in encourage people to explain things, then you rob the human interaction. That's a lacking of human interaction. Saying go watch this video instead of explaining it yourself defeats the purpose of establishing, in my opinion, the actual relationship or talking relationship. It's easy to say, just read this and not explain it, and then expect that in the future, when you do have to explain it, you're going to likely explain it. No, you're probably not. You're probably going to do the same thing. Just Google it. So, yes, and I think, why is this digression worth it? It is worth it. We're language learning. If you're sitting there thinking that it is very tiresome to explain the foundations of a language, then who do you expect to be talking to when you're going to use that language? Do you think that in all cases, people are going to not need you to explain certain things or be in a habit of explaining things in a language because it suddenly is a different language, so you don't need to explain things? Like somehow Japanese people are different and Chinese people are different because they always know what's going on. Like I don't understand what happens, how humans can be so different that you're never going to practice explaining things to people. That to me is genuinely the most mind-boggling thing, as a, at least in my opinion, as a person who focuses on communication and learning another language. If you find it cumbersome and incredibly tiring to explain things, why is it that you think other people will be okay with your attitude and the way you look at explaining things as a double standard? If you are not openly explaining things and helping people, what are the chances that people around you are helpful and voluntarily explaining things and whatnot? You probably have friends and people who don't like to do that because you yourself don't like to do that. And one way to circumvent that is to pay a person to do that. So go to class, go to a teacher, and get those services. But in my opinion, if you're already tired, mentally exhausted in expressing yourself, then the odds are the company you keep are very similar to that. Unless you're very lucky, which does happen. Being lucky does happen. But honestly, I love all the privileges that come with people who even give me a few seconds. If you give me 10 seconds, I'll give you 10 minutes. Because I, in my opinion, will try to do my hardest in explaining things. And those who stay are of like mind. Now, if you think that all the people around you always lies and flakes on you and say nothing and never explains things, and you somehow feel like you always explain things, there's a really weird cognitive dissonance here. If everyone around you behaves a certain way and you don't, you're the one that's different. The likelihood is you're the one that's different. So, do you like that? Do you want that? Understand it, right? Once one has clarity, I think other things are less concerning. So if you're getting into my mindset, language learning, speaking, fumbling, communicating, and explaining with another person, that's probably the best part about learning a language, not the hardest part. For others, it's really ironic that the end goal ends up being the metric for whether you made it or not. In my opinion, whether you made it or not is determined by every single subsequent goal that you're getting to wherever you are. If you stop, then that is your achievement. That's how much you've achieved so far. So constantly pushing off responsibilities like, oh yeah, no, I need the ideal case to do this. I find that incredibly obtuse and not hard to empathize. Very hard to empathize. Yeah, so I always welcome anyone. Come by. Feel free to digress me for 5 hours. I'm more than welcome to talk about the language, use the language in some way, use it as an antidote or sentiment, as opposed to, you know, not streaming and going in the corner and studying the language on my own and wait for the most ideal case to use the language. That's perfectly fine too. But I'm not doing that. So I'm online. I want to share some experiences. So come on by. Maybe you can convince me that I might be a little hyperbolic about my concerns about what I would call potentially the loneliest, figuratively loneliest generation coming up, where you are surrounded by so many people and yet disproportionately have a much lower success in having true human connections with another person, and an astronomically disproportionately high rate of introversion, self-diagnosed introversion, self-diagnosed spectral disorder like autism, autistic behavior, and incredibly high frequency of boredom-based depression. Perhaps I'm talking too much hyperbolically, so I don't want those to be true. So I definitely welcome any person who would suggest the contrary and provide a very provocative expression that that is not true, that the current generation is not hyperly stimulated and self-diagnosing introversion due to some high functioning behavior reinforced by technology, and because of that high reinforced technology, they circumvent and excuse themselves based on social anxiety, not lack of practice of intercommunication, but more like avoidant behavior, which contributes to anxiety and insecurities. So all of this, I think, is still in play. I'm not saying it's exclusive of possible introversion and whatnot, but I feel like it's incredibly neatly packaged in order to excuse someone. Usually when someone's struggling with introversion, or like find introversion as an impediment, and or high functioning, I can only speak for myself. What does that look like? Well, if someone were to say that I'm extroverted, or I think I'm extroverted, and I'm not high functioning or potentially autistic, then it would be very difficult for me to agree with you, because a functioning person who practices trying to understand what they're struggling with over their life and interacting and expressing that and practicing it very, very rigorously, that's, in my opinion, what I look like. So oftentimes I do ask someone when they say they have social anxiety, they're high functioning, they're autistic, or they have ADHD or something, I ask them, what do you think it looks like in others? Have you seen other people that are high functioning, and what does that look like? Do you think your very successful, charismatic person, do you think they are introverted, or they have ADHD? Do you know what that appears like? Because oftentimes I don't think people want to see other things that doesn't belong to their ideal schema. They want to see exactly what allows them to excuse themselves. In my opinion, this is a little bit victim blaming, but I think it's more than that. I don't think it's necessarily their fault either. I think it's a combination of unintentional consequences. The technology is there. Like, you can talk to someone without seeing them. You can type to them without hearing them or seeing them. You can see them without hearing them or without hearing them and typing. There's so many ways to interact with someone, and you don't have to be literally next to them or occupy the same space, or you can choose to occupy the same space. You could virtually occupy the same space as an avatar. Technology is so you can even talk to a mediary. So you can talk to an AI in which the AI communicates the message. So you can even talk through something that does not produce anxiety and social contract. Like you can talk through an auto translator into another language. Like you can even talk through AI in English to a Chinese person or a Japanese person, and the Japanese person can talk back through. It's not perfect, but it certainly alleviates the first steps, the steps of practicing interacting with someone, right? And instead, in my opinion, most of the marketed tools and technology is to remove the inconvenience of talking to another person. It's wild. So I often wonder, when is it an excuse and when is it inherited behavioral problem? I absolutely 100% my 18-year-old self would agree with all the impediments of speaking to someone. But that was also the same person today that was speaking about emotional intelligence in like growing up in a Eastern bent culture that doesn't emphasize pleasantry, and then heading into adulthood in which it relies on pleasantry. And then now I spend 90% of my time on an internet that doesn't understand pleasantries anymore. And not only that, it is very ironically lines up with Eastern culture values. People only talk based on business, and that makes sense. And when that makes sense, it also means you don't necessarily form connections anymore. You might form professional connections. And the thing about professional connections is when the business is over, the relationship is over. So if you met your Fortnite friend and you're kind of curious if they will ever play a game with you that's not Fortnite, you start at Fortnite to build the friendship from there. You don't wait until the game comes up and ask them, do you want to play the game? It's like, no. Okay, well, we can't be friends anymore, or we just drift apart. That's business, not forming connections, in my opinion. So there you go. Language feeds into that. I often said that. Someone always asks me, someone who no longer speaks to me or like got tired of speaking to me, right? They would come in and ask me, oh, have you spoken to a native speaker yet? I'm like, well, I don't deliberately look for people to speak for that reason. I have used Japanese. It's like, whoa, so have you used Japanese before? It's like, yeah, I have. Like, okay, what have you? Oh, we, talk with other language learners about learning Japanese. Like, well, that's not the same as speaking Japanese. And I'm like, that is the same as speaking Japanese. It's in my opinion, is speaking to another person about Japanese and using Japanese. But if that doesn't fit your definition, then hopefully you understand that I like to talk to people because they're more than the qualities of the thing you're looking for. I hope that I don't spend most of my time looking for Japanese people and the first thing I tell them is, hey, let's do this, and expect that your friendship would be very successful. At least in my opinion. I actually kind of like to try to talk up someone before implying that we should get straight down to business. But that's my take on it. It's a little bit of a westernized take. I'm sure if I go to Japan, the first thing I would do is probably enroll in a Japanese class, like a Japanese as a second language class, because that's where the most appropriate business happens. Going in the streets and talking to them, probably going to, much like most people, wait until you're very competent in Japanese, and then probably be a little bit surprised that you only use a small subset of the things you learn in Japanese, because that's how business works. You don't use expressions of feelings or poetry or haikus in a society that emphasizes on business. You use them when you have personal friends. So I would probably personally invest in a friend before doing that. However, the nice thing about Westernized language learners is that you can still do that. You can sit there, learn together. I mean, obviously you won't sound native, but if I had to compromise a little bit, I'd rather sound not native and have a wonderful friend, someone that I can interact with, share experiences with, that is not only predicated on Japanese in order to be regular, and have that friend be the incentive and the core of understanding and using Japanese each day, then taking a gamble at finding the ideal case where a loss in translation is likely to happen, especially in cultural translation. There you have it. I find that was at least my attempt to combine Eastern, maybe Western, maybe some stuff in between, but it's probably not a reflection of most. I'm an American-born Chinese, so I have a little mix of two conflicting type of ideologies and culture, and I kind of feel like it's great to see and experience both sides of those, and then some more. I'm hungry, figuratively, to interact with other people, and language learning can open that up, right? Someone who's not learning Japanese or Chinese, learning French and Spanish, has a very likely different perspective than I do. So talking with people like that, I mean, I like to believe, fingers crossed, that if you want someone to talk to you about communication and like cross-cultural thing, I hoped that the vast majority of language learners are passionate about communicating that. Because in my opinion, whether you're choosing to eventually speak the language or not, I like to think that's part of the goal of learning the language. You're engaging in some sort of extension of that language, be it its culture, its etymology, or something like that. And you're enthusiastic enough to want to share it with the next person. So yes, in a way, if I'm able to convince someone to pick up a Japanese text or like be enthusiastic about Japanese while I'm enthusiastically talking about it day in and day out, and they don't get tired of it, is because I'm trying to aim to make a friend, not aim to push an agenda. So no, I'm not selling a product. I'm selling friendship, or like selling human interaction. I think that used to be the case for live streams. At least that's what I thought. Like live streaming, that's kind of one of the things that segregate a bit YouTube and Twitch. But somewhere down the line, it's more like, oh, YouTube sells parasocial relationships, so does Twitch. And you sell parasocial relationships live. People talk at you and not with you most of the time. Who knows? I could be barking up a very sensitive tree, but I will say that I will not stop doing that, because good friends, in my opinion, or excellent temporary discussion partners online, go a long way to elevating one's experience than your occasional hi and oh, you're good, you're awesome kind of clout. Clout is temporary. Friendship and human interactions leave a mark on people's impressions. So go out there, use your target language, I suppose. Feel free. Go collect your experiences and I would love to hear them. You know? Give me all the examples that contradict what I'm saying. That would be great. Then I'll share those with a lot of people. I'll contrast them with my particular prevailing thoughts. And that, in my opinion, is priceless. I don't want to hear, last thing, I don't want to hear what that person says about learning Japanese. I want to hear what you say about learning Japanese. That's probably the most interesting thing here. That person is not here calling me a dimwit. You are calling me a dimwit. I want to know why and how. If you can't even do that, then why say it in the first place, in my opinion? Explain that to me. Why say it in the first place? So that's kind of cool, right? It gives the person the opportunity to say their piece. Like, oh, I'm annoyed that you, like, I feel offended that you think that people who only speak, it's like, I want to hear it. Like, that's good. That can be very informative. But if you're not saying it to me, then are you suggesting that it's not worth your time to make that clear to me? That's perfectly fine. And whenever someone says, oh, I can't explain it, you should watch this video, it's like, I'll still go watch the video. But know that now it's that person's video and that person's content, not the person I'm speaking to. So most of the time, I do in fact watch most of the stuff, but those people, they don't come back. Like, they don't offer me the opportunity to share that experience because, like what I suspected, they're not invested, right? It's easy to reference someone online these days. Technology makes it so that it's a lot easier to not have to say anything. And I'm here to demonstrate there's a return on doing so. Maybe there's a return. My success rate is like 4%. So it might not be the most attractive percentage, but I wouldn't give up that 4%. My friends, my best friends, are less than 4%. They're like whatever it is, 0.00001% of the world's population. So I have like 7 excellent friends out of the entire world. So I think 4% success rate when doing this while streaming is pretty good. Some perspective. Anyways, until next time, I've really liked doing this, but at the same time, gotta rest, gotta do the stuff. You're more than welcome. Come on by. Tell me why you stopped using SRS, or break it down for me. And I will take into consideration most of those things. In fact, I have no problems remembering those details and making sure that I share that talk all the time. So not only will you, if you're an opponent of what I'm doing and you share that, I will say both things to the next person. I will tell you what I think, and then I will tell you what that other person who opposes me think. Because I learned that people can have opposing opinions. On the internet, if you sit there and say, I don't want to listen to this person because I think I know what this person is going to say, that's avoidant behavior. How do you know? You'll never know. If you think you know and you didn't see it or hear it, then you don't know for sure. That is so different from the vast majority of people that keep saying, oh, these people said. What people? Tell me now. Give me the reference. Give me the source. Explain the source to me. that holds accountability. And accountability is necessary for long, fruitful relationships, in my opinion. It's absolutely necessary to hold long, fruitful relationships with people. So credibility is where credibility is due. You do amazing things, and sometimes people disagree with you. It's both. Unless you truly believe that your best friends are people who only agree with you or only see you at your best. My best friends have seen me at my worst. They have seen me at my worst and at my best. In fact, I hope that the partner that I eventually share my life with sees me at the worst and the best of times. I don't even have to be something important. I can tell you when I'm at my worst and at my best, because that's trust. You can pretend like you're perfect and only share the parts that you want to share with other people, and then you only criticize other people for what they're bad at. Then yeah, you might want to look in the mirror sometimes, right? It's a very sobering image. So projection is 9/10 of the law. I'm just kidding. That's a meme. All right, that's it. I'm done. I'm done for today. Sorry for the rant, but I think it is wonderful that I can do this every day and have someone to do it with, right? So if you're up for the challenge or just want to complain about people, I'm here. If you don't want me to say anything, I'm also here. Let's just talk, explain. I think sometimes listening is actually, that's all you need to do. Go to your neighboring friend and ask them, how's your day? Can you tell me something that annoyed you and something that you like? Go ahead. I'll just sit here and listen to you. And if you want me to respond, tell me. I sometimes that can change your life. Right? And I actually do believe words are that powerful. Provided the internet doesn't cheap it into oblivion. So feel free. Until next time, right? Stay safe, stay healthy, and yeah. 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one. Bye bye.